equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Cod. Let's see if it pays off for them.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the rich way, man.
Consequences.
That's hot.
I'm staying in the race.
What'd you drum up?
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
Having that thought.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
A what now?
Jesus, I say that.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Oh, have a look. Interest. It's just crazy enough to work. Yeah.
I cannot believe how people come for you already.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
Break now.
It's science.
China. China. I have to have my China. China.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina. A fucking bitch.
Don't be creepy.
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch.
Welcome to the resistance.
Winter is coming.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Awful. Weak.
Rid of the Second Amendment. Rid of the Second Amendment.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills! Aren't I a good guy?
Oh, girl, baby girl. Don't even play.
I got boxes full of Pepe.
Well, here we are once again. floating somewhere between Earth and space. It's been quite a long week. It's time for another one. So I guess we gotta get right to it before the week's over again. Buckle up those seatbelts, space fams, otherwise you might go floating off to that deep dark void. Well, great to see all of you folks here on this Sunday Funday. Better do some shout-outs before we get to it. D-Cypher first, Aaron W. second, and Sue Fairy Dust B third. Obvious Books a close fourth. Moanop's here too. Mozart, Vicky, Icebreaker Gaming, Amanda's Esoteric Corner, Columbia Rican New York, Bob Carmody. Mr. Spock's here too. Bobby. Joe 47771. E-Rock 121. Look Bovine. B-Cat. Soul Life. Sisyphean Task. Don't want to throw your back out. Okay, I think that's everybody. Great to see all of you folks here on this Sunday Funday. Time to start a new week. So, I feel like, you know, the Sunday Funday is a good way to start the week / end it, depending on how you want to see it. But we still have plenty of stuff to talk about, a lot of fun stuff to get into here today. From music to art to sports, discourse. Of course, we got plenty of actual news in here too. But I tried to make it a little lighter on the news, keep things a little more uplifting on Sunday Fun Days. But we do have quite a lot to talk about. Basically, as many videos as we had yesterday. So let's hope we can get through them all. But of course, today marks the first day of June. And Pride Month. Let's go to America. Starting it off in NBC, and I'm sorry, NBC isn't a place. With NBC LA, where in West Hollywood, over the weekend, they've been preparing themselves for Pride Month.
Well, West Hollywood kicks off its 3-day Pride celebration tomorrow, but street closures, they're underway right now. NBC4's Macy Jenkins joining us live from there with what we can expect throughout the weekend. Macy.
Hey, Kathy. Well, Pride Month doesn't officially start until Sunday, but some of the streets have already been closed off, and the party here in West Hollywood has already begun.
Immediately, if not sooner.
West Hollywood gearing up for one of its biggest celebrations of the year, WeHo's Pride Weekend.
Yeah, they're gonna drag me into everything. I'm doing all the things.
The festivities include a free Out Loud concert on Friday night, a free street fair, the Women's Freedom Festival and WeHo Pride Out Loud Music Festival on Saturday, and the 2025 Pride Parade on Sunday. Gym bar owner Jonathan Coulter calling Pride critical for the community's economy.
For many of the businesses here, it's kind of year making. So after the fires, after just a lot of uncertainty in the industry and the, you know, in this country, it's important to. It's going to help these businesses stay afloat.
I hear that.
Fernando de Silva and Luca de Lima made the journey all the way here from Brazil just to check it out for the first time.
It's amazing. It's even more amazing because it's also our first anniversary of marriage.
But whenever thousands gather in one place, security is a top concern. Hundreds of LA County Sheriff's deputies will be on site, some in uniform and some in plain clothes.
We always have our eyes open for any type of problems, any type of issues. There's plenty of us out here, again, with eyes, cameras, on the street, boots on the ground, and we're watching.
And for the LGBTQ community, which isn't always...
Why would he put it that way? Boots on the ground. It's not like we've occupied LA. What is that supposed to mean? Boots on the ground for Pride Weekend. Talking about it like it's a goddamn war. Settle down, buddy. Settle down.
That's why I choose to live here. It's just,
I can't live anywhere else. Pride seems a fitting time to pass along words of encouragement.
Now is the time to buckle down and fight even harder. And we've been fighting for so long, for so many years. And a lot of us are tired and we just want to live our life. We just want to love.
Now, for those of you headed down here for the weekend's events, you can expect to see several road closures. Now, part of San Vicente shut down earlier this evening, but the majority of the closures on Santa Monica Boulevard will take effect tomorrow, starting at noon. There are also several parking structures and lots around West Hollywood.
Did anybody see that just now? I gotta go back. Oh, this guy is hilarious. Watch that for me again. This dude, cheers to the camera, downs the grenade filled with alcohol.
For more information, you can check out NBCLA.com.
Thank you. Thank you, NBCLA, to get us started off here. We got more Pride celebrations. Well, actually, not more Pride, the same Pride celebration, but the actual event itself. This was KTLA 5. First night.
Pride weekend is officially underway in West Hollywood. The celebration began today. It continues throughout the weekend, culminating in the West Hollywood Pride Parade on Sunday. It's one of the biggest Pride celebrations in Southern California, attended by hundreds of thousands. They come out for a weekend of
Was that Melissa McCarthy?
Yeah. KTLA's
Am I losing my mind, or was that Melissa McCarthy right there? Hold on.
Pride weekend is officially underway in West Hollywood. The celebration began today. It continues throughout the week.
Is that no? Wait, settle down. This is hold on. Am I losing my mind? Am I losing my mind, or is that Melissa McCarthy? Please hold. I was not expecting this. I didn't notice this during my. Hold on. Right? That's her name, right? That's gotta be her. That is absolutely her. Is Melissa McCarthy an anti-vaxxer? No. Don't tell me that. Is that true?
Continues throughout the weekend, culminating in the West Hollywood Pride Parade on Sunday. It's one of the biggest Pride celebrations in Southern California, attended by hundreds of thousands. They come out for a weekend of music, dancing, and celebs.
Yeah, KTLA's Lindsay Pena in West Hollywood, where the celebration is underway tonight.
Things are getting louder and more crowded out here in West Hollywood as Pride weekend gets underway. There are all kinds of people out here, and they are looking to make the most of the next few days.
Oh my God, it's hot. I mean, I'm hot, you're hot, like we're all doing it. Like,
everybody's hot.
I love LA.
WeHo Pride weekend is here, drawing hundreds of thousands of people from all over Southern California and beyond. Marvin Dunson and his friend made the trip from San Francisco.
The vibe here is great. The weather's lovely. We're enjoying a nice outside drink. Also, the great entertainment that's had at the WeHo Pride Festival. We came here last year. We had a wonderful time, and as soon as the tickets went on sale, I bought them again.
Friday night, Santa Monica Boulevard was already closed off to traffic. Just one of several streets in West Hollywood blocked off for the days-long celebration. The crowds are a welcome sight for all the bars, restaurants, and stores.
It's our Christmas. West Hollywood's Christmas is Pride.
Block Party WeHo's co-owner says they're ready for the customers with a little something for everyone.
The war on Christmas starts June 1st in LA.
Block Party WeHo's co-owner says they're ready for the customers with a little something for everyone.
People, you know, they're patient. They just love looking around, and we love serving our customers and our friends. We consider all these people that come in here friends of West Hollywood.
Music performances start Friday night in West Hollywood Park and continue through Sunday.
You know, WeHo Pride is like the one, so I feel honored that I was asked and that I get to kick off the weekend.
With names like Maren Morris, Paris Hilton, and Lizzo taking the stage.
I've never been to WeHo Pride. It's going to be super fun. Lizzo's.
Even Paris is going to be there.
That's hot.
And I love her. So, yeah.
The street festival kicks off Saturday, and Sunday is the big parade, which you can watch right here on KTLA starting at 12:30. All of it a chance to celebrate the vibrant and thriving LGBTQ plus community.
It's a good time to be queer. I feel like we're very lucky for everyone who's walked before us, so we can just have a great time.
Be yourself and be proud.
We have all the information you need for Pride on our website, ktla.com, where street closures are, how you can catch the shuttle, and more.
Thank you, KTLA5. There we go. I'm starting it off with the Pride celebrations kicking off in West Hollywood. Stay woke, stay gay. And celebrate yourself. All right, chat. Okay, now let's go here. We're gonna transition to talking about music, where there's been some news. Let's go here. Taylor Swift. Taylor, whatever you call her, has made big news in the music space last couple of days, where it has been confirmed that after a years-long battle, Taylor has regained control of her music catalog, buying back her first 6 albums. Here's NBC on the story.
Taylor Swift now owns her entire catalog of music. The pop star brought back her recordings from their most...
What? Hey, don't fuck with me. What are we doing here? Do not play.
Don't even play.
The fuck? The fuck are we doing? What the shit? Ah. Alright, I gotta redo it. I have no idea what the hell just happened. Please hold.
Taylor Swift now owns her entire catalog of music. The pop star brought back her recordings from their most recent owner, private equity firm Shamrock Capital. That includes her music videos, concert films, album art, and photography, along with unreleased songs. She did not disclose the cost.
Okay. Okay. Alright, I think I solved it. There we go. Take two.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Taylor Swift now owns her entire catalog of music. The pop star brought back her recordings from their most recent owner, private equity firm Shamrock Capital. That includes her music videos, concert films, album art, and photography, along with unreleased songs. She did not disclose the cost. In 2019, Swift publicly opposed the sale of the master recording of her first 6 albums by her former record label. Over the last few years, she has been re-recording and re-releasing the albums, calling them Taylor's versions.
Taylor's versions. Love it. Great job, Taylor. Great job. Yeah, and like many musicians, Taylor Swift started off and had a music label in charge of all of her shit, which meant they also owned the rights to all of her music. And yeah, I think this is it's good. It's good for her, for sure. Not that she's not already doing incredibly well, but if she wants to own her music, she deserves to. Yes, I know that some people in chat have issues with Taylor Swift. But a lot of people love Taylor, alright, so. Okay, speaking of musicians, let's stay in Los Angeles. Talk about one young boy who is being named a prodigy, Baby Mozart.
From preschool to the big stage, a local 5-year-old boy dubbed Baby Mozart is about to perform at some of the most iconic music venues in the country this summer. Alex's parents say they discovered his talent when he was a toddler. His teachers say he is gifted.
Look at that concentration. KTLA's Kimberly Chang has the story on this incredible little boy.
Just one listen and you can hear why 5-year-old Alec Vaughn from Encino has earned the nickname Baby Mozart.
They need to raise this kid's bench.
How does it make you feel when you're playing?
It makes me feel good.
Is it your favorite thing to do?
Yes.
Alec's musical talent became obvious when he was a toddler. A piano teacher noticed that he had an exceptional ear and was gifted with perfect pitch.
C. B.
He has perfect pitch in a sense that he can hear any sound and he can identify it and tell you what key it is, or he can sing it for you. Music is in our family. It's been in our family since I was a kid.
The preschooler has performed in recitals and won first place in multiple international music competitions. This summer, he has big things planned.
We entered him into a couple of piano and music competitions. He happened to win them. And as part of that, he was invited to play first in Disney Concert Hall in early July, and then in Carnegie Hall in late July.
He said that was a dream for him.
Sick. Kid's getting a bunch of accolades and opportunities at 5 years old. Pretty impressive, and hopefully he sticks with it. Speaking of music, there is a event happening I think it's this month, I want to say. I can't remember what day this is supposed to happen. But the AMAs are going to be returning to Las Vegas, hosted by the one and only Jennifer Lopez. That's right, J-Lo. Your CBS Evening News from 5 days ago.
After a 2-year hiatus, the American Music Awards are back right here on CBS. The AMAs honor some of the most popular music from last year, as well as the industry's biggest stars. Our Andres Gutierrez is in Las Vegas for all the fun. Looking good there, Andres.
Hey there, Jerika. Good evening. In the show's 51 years, it'll be the first time that will take place here in Las Vegas. The red carpet here at the Fontainebleau Las Vegas is buzzing. Space is tight. You can see Nikki Glazer right now speaking to ET. Overall, once the show does kick off, it'll be plenty of genres up on stage. Rock, pop, as well as country. All of them taking the stage there. The show does end up, this year is all about big returns. Jennifer Lopez is back to hosting for the first time since 2015, promising a high-energy opening number to kick off the show, along with plenty of costume changes. The show is stacked with stars. Kendrick Lamar leads the pack with 10 nominations, followed by Post Malone, Billie Eilish, Chappell Roan, and Shabuzi.
Look at that star-studded lineup there. A lot of nominations. My God, Kendrick Lamar with 10. Incredible.
He's nominated for, he will end up tying Whitney Houston and Michael Jackson for most wins in a single night. But the moment everyone is waiting for, Janet Jackson, she'll hit the stage for her first television performance in 7 years before accepting the Icon Award for her global influence on music. Jackson won her first AMA in 1987 and has won in most
arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Soul and R&B. Then Rod Stewart will pick up the Lifetime Achievement Award and sing one of his classics, also performing Gwen Stefani, Gloria Stefan, Lainey Wilson, and rising star Benson Boone. And it's because it is Memorial Day, they will be weaving tributes to service members. There will be veterans sitting in the audience. And
I guess, did it already happen? The AMAs already happened. Am I losing my mind? Did they? Am I like out of my mind? I think they happened already, and I'm just an idiot. I've been more focused on the actual news. Not gonna lie, that's on me. That's on me, Chad. That's my bad. That's my bad. I build these lists ahead of time, or like throughout the week, the Sunday Funday list, because otherwise I'd have to, you know, try and do a ton of work on one day. Sometimes that leaves gaps in my researching these days. It's on me. It's on me.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
We have 34 likes. Okay, well then before we move on to the next one, let's go to the Galactic Cantina for some emotional support characters. 7 and 11. Okay. Okay, staying with music. Let's talk about the use of AI in music. The electro-pop group Justice did an interview with the AP a few days ago. Here's their take on AI in music.
No, but the thing with AI is that obviously you already know that there won't be any user conscience in the sense that if people like a song, they won't care if it has been made by humans or AI.
We tend to see AI like a tool, like other tools. The same way, I don't know, like when there was like the first drum machines, they were meant to replace drummers, and like a 808 was actually designed to replace drummers. It doesn't sound anything like a drummer, so we're not too scared for the moment. We see like the silhouette of a tool that can be used in a great way, probably.
I have no idea what they just said. Just kidding. But yeah, there's Justice saying that for now they're not too concerned about AI, and more just as a tool. Perhaps it might add some different vibes to their music. They look like AI. Ridiculous. Justice has some good shit. I'm not gonna lie. You know, I don't listen to them very much anymore, but I used to be big into their sound. Now let's take a little journey through music with an immersive rock experience.
So Amplified is a mind-blowing journey through the history of rock and roll, but not like anything you've ever seen. It is an immersive experience. And if you've never been to anything that's an immersive experience, it means just that. You come into this great room called Art Tech House. You're surrounded on 3 walls on the floor behind you with 25-foot images of everything rock and roll, of posters, of rock stars, of performances, and then things that we create. So you go through the story of rock and roll through entry points like rock and roll in cars, rock and roll in hair, going inside the studio.
Cars, hair, and studios. There you go. Fascinating. I think this exhibit was some sort of collaboration with Rolling Stone magazine, from my understanding. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right, let's go to the Breakfast Club with DJ Envy and Charlemagne the God, where Jordan Klepper made an appearance earlier this week to talk comedy and journalism.
Make people feel comfortable.
I love how Charlemagne tries to double down on it. He's like, the 5'6", I'm actually taller than 5'5". Yeah, okay. Can barely fit. Need to know whose Boondocks backpack that is. I just noticed this in the corner. I was like, wait a second, whose Boondocks backpack? It's all like it's like all 40-year-old men in here right now. Who's rocking the boot? I forgot to put Charlie Kirk on the goddamn on the thumbnail. Damn it, son of a bitch. We are gonna watch part of the The Charlie Kirk Oxford, was it Cambridge? Whatever it was, one of those British. It's kind of sad that people don't have any, or not everyone, but that so many people don't seem to have any real opinions of their own. Haven't spent the time formulating these opinions, digging deep into things. Sometimes I even feel like Charlemagne does the same, not quite the same thing, but I feel like he just doesn't spend a lot of time going into the weeds on politics and whatever. But it's an important thing to understand in this moment. And I think it would behoove society to help kids gain critical thinking and genuine skepticism rather than just sort of knee-jerk skepticism for certain, topics or whatever, and actually, understand scientific skepticism, right? Which requires, evidence and things like that, right? But right now we are in a weird time. All right, that's enough of the Breakfast Club. Let's go here. Wait, this is in the wrong order. Son of a bitch. What's wrong with me? Who is in charge of this goddamn podcast? Huh? Who's in charge around here? Alright, let's go to New York from Chicago. I'm pretty sure that's where the Breakfast Club still is. Could be wrong. And talk about politics in New York with one Hasanabi, aka Hassan Piker.
Chuck Schumer has officially become a less popular figure than even Nancy Pelosi, okay? And yet, all of these abundance-aligned, political commentators are anti-Zohran. So much so
shocking
that they are quite literally saying they might even endorse Eric Adams.
Come on. Come on! Honestly, I hope they do. I know that's just like the initial clip, but I really do hope Chuck Schumer endorses Eric Adams. that should cement his demise. Nobody likes him. That's like the exact way to get Eric to definitely lose this thing.
All right. What else was I going to show you? There was some other stuff that I was going to look at. We're going to talk about Zohran. We did already talk about Zohran getting endorsed by the liberal king, the liberal God King. Hashtag resistance liberalism, his very own, right here.
Good morning, New York City. I know getting back on your feet after a long holiday weekend is tough, but here's some news that'll put some pep in your step. Like all campaigns, we hired a research firm to poll New Yorkers. What they just found? It's very exciting. Let's start with the headlines. We're now at 27% in the first round of ranked choice voting, firmly in second place behind Andrew Cuomo, with the next campaign in single digits. And in the final round, after every other candidate's been eliminated, it's us at 44% and Cuomo at 56%. That's a 12-point gap. In March, it was 40 points. And we've gotten here while a third of New Yorkers still haven't heard of us. That means we're nowhere near our ceiling. That's where you come in. Yes, we're gonna have more rallies, more TV ads, more videos like this, and that's all thanks to your contributions. Just this past weekend, our volunteers passed 600,000 doors knocked. No one else is even in the same galaxy, let alone the same neighborhoods. With less than a month to go, we're going to win a city that New Yorkers can actually afford and send Andrew Cuomo back to the suburbs.
Hell yeah.
I think Zohran's support is more firm than Cuomo's because his base is more politically engaged. Cuomo doesn't have a base. He's just trailing on name recognition and being a part of the Democratic Party machine that he designed.
No, that's absolutely right, Hassan. Absolutely. By the way, I just started a goal in the chat. I will take Cash Apps and PayPals into consideration if you would prefer to donate over there. I'm feeling so crazy that I'll even take Twitch. I'll even take Twitch bits as well. I'll add those to the goal. So there you go. You got so many options too. You got the YouTube super chats, the stickers, of which I haven't seen a lot of lately. But of course, none of them will actually give us confetti on the YouTube. But just saying, you got all sorts of options to contribute.
And in the state, when he was the governor, he comes from a lineage of Cuomos that have dominated New York politics. His last name is incredibly recognizable. And a lot of boomers, okay, regardless of their background, regardless of demographics, like once they get to a certain...
Wait, are some people in chat unaware that Andrew Cuomo is currently running in the New York mayoral's race? That's right. Disgraced former Governor Andrew Cuomo is now trying to be newly disgraced mayor of New York.
And they hear that, they go, all right, that's a trustworthy name. I know that name. I'll rank it 1. That's the problem. Zohran Mamdani, on the other hand, is not a name that they know. He needs that Phantom endorsement, and Jay Schlatt needs to run anti-Cuomo ads if he's a real hater. Yeah, that's what we need to do. We're gonna Phantom tax Andrew Cuomo. It just sucks. Are AOC and Bernie waiting for the final moments of their endorsement? They have to endorse him, right? I don't know what they're doing, man. I don't know what they're doing. I think AOC... I think one of the biggest problems with the Democratic Party politicians in this goddamn country is that they're so scared. They're so scared to lead, okay? And I can't believe I'm saying this for Bernie Sanders, who spent most of his career being pushed aside as a unique individual with politics that were far too radical for the average American. And then he literally was honest when he ran against the figurehead of establishment politics in 2016, and everyone was like, oh my God, what a breath of fresh air. There is a normal human being who speaks to our desires. And since then, he has just kept going back and taking way more restrained approaches over and over and over and over again. And I don't know why. They're just like scared to lead. Ironically enough, you're supposed to keep pushing. You're not supposed to, when you get to a position where your politics becomes more popular, okay, in the collective consciousness, when people start going, oh yeah, I do actually love that guy, you're not supposed to rein it in. You're not supposed to dial it back. You're supposed to keep pushing and push harder. What are you doing? Push harder. You know, it doesn't make any sense. And the same goes for AOC as well. I would say AOC was even more radical when she first ran. Like, she was way more aggressive with her messaging. And it wasn't a bad thing. It was a good thing. But I think now that she has, and this is not, again, although I do have a direct line of communication with at least people that work in these campaigns and stuff. Like, I'm not saying this off of like anything I know personally. This is simply my speculation as an outsider, just like you. I'm looking at this from the outside, and I feel like perhaps she is entertaining, unseating Chuck Schumer, and she's actually destroying Chuck Schumer. By the way, there's polls that came out that show that AOC is more popular than Chuck Schumer amongst American Jews in New York, okay? Which is not even remotely surprising if you understand how American politics works.
All right. You know what Zohran reminds me of? I don't know if everybody's seen the movie Dude, Where's My Car? But I do feel like, in a way, we have to somehow incorporate the Zoltan hand sign from that movie for Zohran. Zoltan.
Zoltan!
Just saying, I do feel like somehow we gotta make that a thing. Oh shit, Icebreaker Gaming getting us started off, breaking the ice. Icebreaker Gaming, breaking the ice. Who could have guessed? This is for me calling out the wrong McCarthy. It's Jenny McCarthy that's an anti-vax nutjob. I feel like I engaged in my own form of McCarthyism tonight. How dare you?
Illegal.
But also, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you. Oh, and then Columbia Rican coming back in with a super sticker. Keep it up. That pair is working up a sweat over there. Gets us to 2. Very beautiful. Just gorgeous. Thank you, both of you. Wait a second. Why? Wait, what's happening? Oh my god, I just realized. Oh, son of a bitch. I'm an idiot.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Where is chat highlight? How did I not remember to do this today? What's wrong with me? I was like looking over at the screen. I was like, wait, I have this clicked. There we go. There we go. There's Icebreaker's message, and here's Columbia Ricans. Beautiful super sticker. The pear, a piece of fruit, just going to town, trying to get in shape for summer. Sun's out, guns out, pear. Sun's out, guns out. Sorry. You all deserve to have those up there that whole time, and I feel like an idiot. All right. Let's go from there. Let's keep talking about New York City, but instead of politics, let's talk about ways people are trying to enjoy the warmer weather now that winter is over. Here's Eyewitness News ABC 7 from yesterday. Actually, this was earlier this week. I take it back.
Begin tonight with stories making news in just the...
God damn you.
Really?
What are we doing? Come on.
Begin tonight with stories making news in just the past couple of hours.
For the love of God. Begin
tonight with stories
shit.
making news in just the past couple of hours.
The first story, a collision between two horse-drawn carriages in Central Park. It happened this afternoon, and it sent both carriage operators to the hospital. The carriages, similar to those seen here.
I don't know why I find this story so funny, but the idea of a horse-drawn carriage collision is fucking hilarious to me. It just sounds so antiquated and like not at all dangerous. These things go like 5 miles an hour.
Operators to the hospital. The carriages, similar to those seen here, which were back in business tonight on the south end of the park. Cops say the operators are expected to be okay. The horses also not severely injured. It's still not clear if any...
Well, as long as the horse isn't injured, I'm fine. It's still, yeah, it is still a bit chilly right now, Michael Reich. That's right. New York is colder, seasonally colder than usual. Has been all through the spring. And now June is here. An even chillier feeling summer. Holy shit. Sasha G gifting out some Galactic gift memberships. Who got them? Christopher DeBlante. Ninja Epic, Hunger Games 1989, Sarah, and Jeremy Stick. That is beautiful, Sasha. Love it. Spreading the love while also contributing to the stream. That's going to get us to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's going to get us to 5 already on the goal, which is 10. I've been increasing. I decided to increase them. I think I'm going to do 10s on the weekend and 5s on the week. I don't know. I haven't fully decided. But since revenue last month wasn't quite what I was hoping, I feel like we got to do something about that. All right. Now maybe one way to warm yourself up and to relax this summer in New York might be to go to a Japanese hot spring, also known as a ryokan.
Now, the Japanese have a long tradition of bathing in hot springs or onsen, inns known as ryokan, developed around such sites, offering healing waters, seasonal food, and tailored attention to the needs of guests. Now, one company plans to bring that experience to the U.S. NHK World's Shinoda Yuki has this story.
Japanese luxury hotel operator Hoshino Resorts runs about 70 properties in Japan and elsewhere. It specializes in developing sites that highlight natural surroundings. Hoshino Yoshiharu, the CEO of the hotel operator, led a Tokyo briefing on the U.S. project.
We should put a traditional irori fireplace in the center and create an open space.
The Japanese-style inn will open in 2028 in Sharon Springs in the U.S.
Well, it's a few years off, so you might not be able to warm yourself up this summer, but hey, in 2028, coming to Sharon Springs in upstate New York. It's probably like, like 2 hours from the city, technically. But yeah, might be worth the drive, or if you happen to be in the area. All right, let's go to Brooklyn, where a celebration is being held. As missing Brooklyn bodega cat has been found and returned home. Aww. CBS New York's got the story from Friday.
Now for a story only New Yorkers can truly understand. A celebration held today in Brooklyn for a once missing bodega cat that was returned home. Christy Kalisian has more now on the story of Snowy the Persian cat.
Home couldn't feel any sweeter for Snowy the Persian cat.
I'm so happy because we found Snowy after 2 weeks of darkness.
Earlier in May, we spoke with Ali Al-Assai, who manages Prince Dalian Juice Bar. Some like to say he co-manages with the true prince here, Snowy.
That description is fucking hilarious. We've all been living in darkness ever since Snowy was missing. Oh my god. Fucking hilarious. Oh god, I gotta hear that one more time. We're living in darkness.
The Persian cat.
I'm so happy because we found Snowy after 2 weeks of darkness.
Earlier in May, we spoke with Ali Al-Assai, who manages Prince Dalian Juice Bar. Some like to say he co-manages with the true prince here, Snowy, who was seen on surveillance video being taken by a man Al-Assai says he's never seen in his 24-hour store before.
Who steals a bodega cat?
5 days ago,
someone come to us and said,
what kind of monster steals a goddamn bodega cat, okay? That is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
His face is the news, and I know what is it, and he bring it back for us. Thanks, God.
It was all over the chats that we have for the neighborhood, and people were looking around and trying to find Snowy.
Al-Assai believes the person who picked him up may have just left the 5-month-old cat by another bodega about 3 blocks down.
What?
The person who brought him back wanted to remain anonymous. The missing signs were quickly replaced with reunion party signs for the fuzzy feline Friday, where those who love Snowy got some sweet treats with his face.
I love how the whole neighbor came out. The whole neighborhood came out for this cat. Truly incredible. Welcome back, Snowy. Now, maybe if you're not from New York, you might be confused, but bodega cats are in fact an integral part to bodegas themselves. Like they said, you know, this guy co-runs without the cat. I mean, running that business, I'm sure, was incredibly difficult. All right. As we transition away from New York, let's go to one New York-based podcast by the industrially ravaged Gowanus Canal. The Majority Report with Sam Cedar. Let's go back to talking about the abundance agenda.
It is capitalism, it is income and wealth inequality, it is speculation and commodification of an essential need, which is shelter for people. This is a great way to section into a topic I'd already wanted to talk about, which is that there has now been some polling on this. Doesn't look that good for the abundance people. This is a demand progress poll. You can find some recaps of it in like Axios, they wrote it up, but I wanted to give the exact wording from the poll itself, where they label the anti-billionaire, anti-corporate view for the Democrats as populist. I wouldn't do that, but sure, for the sake of argument, we're going to use the word populist, and they explain how they describe it.
Columbia Rica in New York gets it. This dono is for Snowy. Don't mess with bodega cats. They hold it down against subway bunnies, also known as rats. Exactly.
The participants. So this is how they describe abundance. and they ask basically if it makes people more or less likely to vote for a candidate. The big problem is bottlenecks that make it harder to produce housing, expand energy production, or build new roads and bridges. Frequently, these bottlenecks take the form of well-intended regulations meant to give people a voice or protect the environment, but these regulations are exploited by organized interest groups and community groups. Interest groups and community groups, to conflating...
The groups.
Yeah. Community groups with interest groups that represent industries is problematic in and of itself because it flattens the power dynamic that is completely unequal. This increases costs and makes it harder for us to provide for everybody's needs. And so, if a candidate for Congress or president made the abundance argument, would that make you more or less likely to vote for them? So, much more likely is 12.6%, and somewhat more likely is 30.9%.
Can you just hold on
Sure.
The partisan splits for much more likely? 9.9 for Dem, 16.4 for Republican, 12.5.
So basically, no one, a almost inconsequential number of people, find this agenda to be, persuasive in any way.
Independent, but even if we're just gonna categorize it as more likely, right? So we take the top two categories and bunch them together.
Okay,
that's around. You see 42% more likely for Republican voters. This is why Josh Shapiro and centrist liberals are embracing this. This is another
Jared Polis.
Triple down, quadruple down on the horrible strategy that has lost out.
It's another hug the Republican strategy. It's another, let's get out Liz Cheney for the fucking presidential election. God. Where's John Bolton? Can we get him in here?
Elections repeatedly when Trump has been on the ballot, which is appealing to suburban Republicans. There's a reason that number for somewhat more likely, 42.4%, is really the best figure that they have here in terms of who is more likely to vote for the abundance agenda. It's that cohort of Republicans. And then for independents in total, for much more likely and some more likely, you can say that's around 40%. Okay, but let's go to the other one. Populist, how they define it. The big problem is that big corporations have way too much power over our economy and our government. They work to prevent the government from making investments in things like expanding access to affordable clean energy, housing, and infrastructure improvements so they can maximize their own profits. Corporations also try to raise prices by as much as they can, which is easier than ever because the economy is so concentrated in the hands of just a few people. We need to hold these corporations accountable and reduce their power so the government and economy can work better for working and middle-class Americans. Now, how do voters respond to that? That's a much better figure for the total for independents in terms of making it more likely.
Yeah.
So it's around 40% for abundance, 55% roughly.
But it doesn't get Republicans.
Doesn't even get Republicans.
Republicans not as enthused.
I know, shocking.
Well, I would also, just to that point, highlight that these are all abstracted in the survey. And so theoretically, something like abundance, when you describe it, might appeal to Republicans, but once it's attached to a Democratic Party candidate, it won't.
Exactly,
Absolutely. That's the downside of this kind of testing, because a lot of people vote based on party lines or are less likely to believe certain statements from someone of another party.
Yeah, no, Brandon's making a great fucking point here. At least is in Republican circles. I mean, you say Democrat at anything, and they, knee-jerk. I feel like Democrats would come out and say, we're going to give everybody guns. We're going to guns for the babies. And they would say, actually, let's get rid of the Second Amendment.
Rid of the Second Amendment?
Even if they overall would agree with the statement if it was coming from someone else. At the same time, one other thing I would highlight about the difference between populism or their populist definition explanation and the difference in the abundance and how it was received, significantly more people, especially Dems and independents, were not able or unsure about how it would impact their vote on a candidate. And I think that's because it's confusing. It's also a very confusing, very technocratic position that there are some buzzwords in there that appeal to Republicans, like, overregulation and special interest groups are using it as a weapon, blah, 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 blah. But I think overwhelmingly it would just be another overly complicated explanation for people to digest that ultimately doesn't resonate with what they're seeing.
Yes. And I'm glad we have you on actually now for this, Brandon, because data. And you can help me with this. here for just compare the much more likely total. 12.6% of overall total voters for abundance say they're much more likely with that pitch to vote, to more than double that.
Does Brandon have a goddamn gargoyles poster? And I've never noticed that, and I've watched his podcast multiple times, and I've never noticed this. But this has got to be that animated cartoon. Anybody remember that shit? That is old school.
For populace.
But what about donors?
Yeah, and the much more likely thing, you see how that's a strong reaction, right? As opposed to the okay, much more likely, but the somewhat more likely total is...
Talk to me about bottlenecks.
Right, is bigger because it's like, oh, this is a little mealy mouth. Next page is also good. Now that you've learned more about both perspectives, which do you agree with the most?
Oh, God. Damn.
Even if neither is exactly your belief. Abundance, 29.2%, populist is 42.8%, and you see the splits
That's
there
across
among
the board,
Republicans.
though.
But independents, that's 28.4% to 44.3%. Isn't this the cohort of voters?
No, this left-hand column is the average of all of these, right? You can just tell by looking at the numbers. But it's still not a majority of Republicans backing it. And not less than a third of just voters in general seem to think abundance is even a reasonable idea. I don't know. Wow. Wow.
We're supposed to be targeting to win elections, or do we need to quadruple down on the failing strategy of suburban Republicans, because then we don't have to address class?
We are...
Emma looks so upset about this. Yeah, no, Emma's right. I mean, that's one of the main issues that I have with the abundance agenda as well. It's just seems to completely ignore the power dynamics of capital. And they just, like, it is so tone deaf. And I know they started writing this a while back. It's just, but it just doesn't matter. Like, at any time, they could have taken just a moment to think about that. And it's like, no. No, that's just inconvenient for what we were trying to do. Because they had an agenda, right? Ezra Klein had, that's why it's called the abundance agenda. It's it's an agenda. And they've tried to reverse engineer it into something that they estimate to being sensible, and it's just not sensible, and the voters seem to think that as well. All right, speaking of abundance, this next thing we're about to watch, which I don't know how much I'm going to be able to get through on this one, not gonna lie, it's a rough watch. This is a show that we have completely ignored, mostly because I find it to just be completely useless endeavor. Even more useless than, say, a Piers Morgan show. I know, that's saying a lot. I think people know my general views on the Piers Morgan podcast. It's certainly worse than Abby Martin's Roundtables, which I also have, as everyone knows, some serious problems with. Let's go to the burgeoning podcast, the right-wing attempt to...
I will call that
settle down.
MFR out.
Settle down, Jenny. Hey, you two. Hey, all of you need to settle down, okay? Got ahead of myself here. Let's go. I think some people may know where we're going. It's not Jubilee. Actually, I find Jubilee to be more Jubilee has more merit than all the things that I just listed. I know that's a shocking take, but it's true. That's my personal opinion. No. Let's go to the Republican, the right-wing attempt to create a ladies' podcast. Her take. It's for the women's.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Where they had on Ann Coulter to talk about welfare or something. The title of this video is, quote unquote, "Welfare is Warfare." Oh, really?
I will call that MFR out.
Girl, why were you raising money for Biden then?
Because I need to understand you.
I know you get real angry when people ask you that question, but you need to answer it. Don't yell at me.
No. Do you understand English? I just said
I do. You're lying though.
Do you understand English?
Yes.
You allow them to.
How rude.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we had
I don't trust Iran.
I know, but
Oh my God.
we deal with Saudi Arabia and their monsters. After 9/11, I wanted to bomb the crap out of Iraq.
Jesus
American
Christ.
policy no longer made in America. Why are we doing
because
this?
it's not, because it has no effect on any American's life. Who cares who the leader of
women
Syria
don't march
is?
either.
Who's the leader?
Naked and shot
Okay,
in the
Julian,
head.
why is the
Why is
leader?
every-
It doesn't affect
Why is everybody
any-
yelling
Actually,
over
I
each
agree
other?
with Dan. I agree with
We're
Dan,
all
and I
human here, guys.
Wait, but why is that our responsibility? Why do we need to be the
Oh
sheriff
my
of the entire
God.
world?
We're so overrun here in America due to the illegal immigration.
It is impossible to keep up with what any of them are saying because they're yelling. They're all just yelling over each other. It's out of control.
You meant to go police on another.
There's something else.
Welcome to Her Take. Guys, if you're liking the show, could you do us a favor? Like, comment, share, subscribe. It goes a long way for us with the algorithm.
Yeah,
and I'm
okay.
really excited to say that our guest today is the one and only Ann Coulter. And
The
welcome.
one and only.
Thank you. Good to be
Thank
here.
God there's only one.
For being here. All right, we're going to jump right in. We're going to begin with a bombshell in the news.
Jesus, I say
Former
that.
President Joe Biden has just been diagnosed with prostate cancer.
Okay.
Now, this drops just a few weeks after the Robert Hur audio, where Biden struggled to recall basic facts about his son.
Hold on. I cannot listen to all of this. I just got to find the place where they actually talk about how welfare is warfare. I can't remember where this is. Where is it? Oh, God. Where is it? It's toward the end. Right? Where is this shit? Fucking hell. Fuck it, let's go here. I cannot remember. All right.
Okay.
Closer to them.
Here is why I wonder about Ukraine and the regime change. Simply because, again, if I was to wrap myself in tinfoil, I don't know if any of you guys have ever read Confessions of an Economic Hitman. This book is crazy.
By whom?
Gosh, I can't remember his name. Will you pull it up for me, Nat? But it's a biography. So this guy essentially worked for these global countries, and he would go into parts of the developed world, and he would sell them on
This isn't it.
how we were going to help them
shut up.
develop their
no,
infrastructure
be quiet.
to access their raw material.
Settle down. Ann Coulter, the one and only Cruella de Vil. I don't know about one and only. I feel like there's a bunch of Cruella de Vils out there. Is this it? God damn it. Where does it start? Here?
So,
because their constituents rely on Medicaid,
but then
and it'll be
why
politically
are we?
unpopular.
And by the way, I'm so confused because I didn't find it. Where's the cut part? The only thing I see is
It's
you have to
work
work.
requirements.
How is that a cut?
Right.
I don't get it.
Right.
Where's the
Basically,
cut?
if it's
they're
not basic,
hoping.
you're right.
Am I a moron?
Well, they're hoping this is how they see it as a cut. Basically, some people are going to have difficulty, proving that they're working or logging on to whatever system they set up.
So that's the cut.
It's
a hypothetical cut.
That people are just going to have a difficult
I
time.
suppose
following
the
another
idea
cut.
is, and this did kind of work with welfare
Okay.
reform, to be fair to welfare reform. The reason you want people to work isn't just because you want to save money for the government. It's for dignity and
Wait, what?
showing the next
Dignity?
generation this is what you do. And spend a lot.
You take away people's welfare, in many cases, where welfare is the only thing providing their life any amount of dignity, and we take it away so that they can find a new version of dignity where they're working for a capitalist. That makes sense. If you're not making a capitalist money, there's something wrong with you and Ann Coulter's, and it's just making America worse, okay?
Showing the next generation this is what you do. And,
Absolutely.
And a lot of people got off welfare when they did put in welfare reform in 1996.
There's one
it actually
other,
did work.
There's one other part of this equation that I'm curious what
So
you all
she
think
likes
about, because
she likes Clinton, huh?
we don't know what the end result of Trump's trade wars will be, but if he does actually go through with astronomical tariffs on our trading partners, make no mistake about it, there will be job losses in this country. Companies will shut down, and if the unemployment rate goes up, and it's harder to qualify for Medicaid if you lose your job and you can't find work. Isn't that kind of messed up?
Okay, I see that.
See.
Ann Coulter giving 1800s Cotton Lord vibes. Hilarious. I'm fairly certain Anne has been alive since the 1800s. Somehow she's just been like preserved in like formaldehyde or something since then for the last 250 years. And, you know, she's right off the cotton farm, I'm pretty sure.
Well, wouldn't that inspire people to get off their butts and actually
I watch
work?
MSNBC all day, and it's all about what if. I
There's
think the
that.
tariffs are going to work. I think
Do you?
other countries are going to
They're
drop.
all these countries.
I think not going to war is going to be.
All these countries are going to drop their tariffs that they don't have. They're going to pretend to drop them. They're going to say, "But we dropped all the tariffs," and then they'll just do nothing, and it'll be the same.
For the world, and all I hear in let's see.
Can I on
maybe
on
I'm
tariffs,
right, maybe
I have
I'm wrong.
something to say about that. And as someone of Chinese descent, I think it's significant. Ever since China entered the WTO in 2001, it's been taking advantage of us. It's been exploiting the system. The system has been fundamentally unfair. They've been stealing our tech.
They've been stealing
our proprietary information.
Oh my
and
God.
building their economic engine.
And we've been exploiting.
What's this woman's name? Jenny something? Jenny Lee or something like that? Jenny, are you awake right now? Hey, stupid. Are you familiar with American history? I don't know when you came to this country or what your education was like, but the United States was built on copyright theft. Look it up. The United States government was directing Americans to go abroad, to especially places like Britain, to steal things like, all sorts of different technology. Lindy Lee, thank you, not Jenny Lee, Lindy, whatever the fuck her name is. I barely know who this woman is. But yeah, look it up, everybody. Take a moment, look it up. It's a fact. The United States stole all sorts of technology, especially things relating to textiles and a number of other different technological innovations that were being done in Britain that we stole. But now that we have all the IP, nobody can use it.
And Trump needed to do something.
Anna agrees. China's stealing all of our technology.
China! Brave enough, willing to bite the bullet and take on the panicans of, both the unicorn and phrase that you just used.
The panicans.
And he's willing to do it. Let's give him 90 days to sort it out. I actually have faith that something will be done.
It needs to be something done.
Fundamentally untenable. And
Is
God
it?
forbid, if we ever
This
go to war
podcast
with
is untenable.
East Asia, we cannot be dependent on them for raw earth minerals, for instance. We just can't. We need.
Raw earth minerals? What's a raw earth mineral? I've never heard of that before. I know what rare earth minerals are, but what's a raw earth mineral? Is that before you cook it? Is that like you take it out of the ground, but you haven't gotten the oven to 350 and baked it yet? What the fuck is that?
Under the Trump doctrine, we will not be going to war with them.
Well, let's hope. Let's hope.
This is. Oh, go ahead, Amy.
I was just.
We're
the
taking
other
it so
thing,
serious.
That I noticed that people were annoyed about this bill is that one of the mandates that Trump got in on, fixing the economy, catering to the average person, the American worker, no tax on tips, no tax on overtimes, no tax on Social Security. Those are only temporary as well.
Huh?
It's like all of the good things are only temporary, and then all of the cuts are meant to take effect like way later. I am Team Trump all the way. I don't
What
know
is the
if
deal
Trump
with
even
this
fully
show?
knows what's inside of this bill. Can he even count on all of the people around him to be completely transparent about why people would be objecting to this in the first place? I can understand why people are not down for this thing. And I really hope that Republicans are able to come together. They're able to make some adjustments, because you can't just tell people that we are going to take away all of these taxes, all of these tax cuts later on, and then increase all of this spending, and then say it's not going to affect inflation and standard of living, because it will. all of the benefits are backloaded.
I don't know who this woman is, but she's actually making a fair amount of sense right now. Anybody know? I honestly, I barely know any of these women. Aside from Ann Coulter and Anna Kasparian. Didn't even know Lindy's name. Thought she was Jenny. Whatever, it was close. It rhymes. Jenny, Lindy.
Well, this harkens back to what Nancy Pelosi said. We have to pass the bill in order to find out what's in it, right?
I don't think she even knows.
That
Yes.
sounds great
What is she,
and not
Australian?
dysfunctional at all.
Anybody? Please help me.
Right, right. Okay, are we ready to move on from this one?
Yes.
The one, I have one last.
I'm also ready to move on from this whole podcast. Sorry, everyone. I just can't take it anymore. It's just so nonsensical. Anna's really just spiraled down the toilet of online media. That woman talking is very right-wing. Is she? Fascinating. Okay. Anyone ever see Henry Rollins' letter to Ann Coulter? It's fucking hilarious. I haven't, Joshua. I'm unfamiliar. Might have to look that one up. Henry Rollins. Really? I've never seen Henry as being all that political. She's from New Zealand. Okay. All right. That's fair. Wait a second. Let me do the math here. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're at 7 right now. We are at... Right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think we're 7. We're getting really close to completing the goal already. We haven't even gotten to the first break. Appreciate all of you very much. All right, let's move on from this nonsense. Let's move on from the Birthing Persons podcast to talking college, where Hank Green, online personality science educator, went to the Michigan, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, also known as MIT, to address the MIT class of 2025. Oh, she is Australian. Okay. See, I thought so. That's why I went Australia first. Although sometimes I do struggle to distinguish between the two.
Hello. Hi. Well, it's so fun to see you doing this because I get to play a game called Who Ironed Their Stole? Just you. Right there in the front. Yes, good job. You are. Everybody else all got a crease all over. Everybody's looking at their stoles like, anybody? Yeah, good one. Pretty good. It's fun. It's fun for me. I hope you all also enjoy that game later when you're talking to each other. And you can be ashamed of your crinkles, every man. Hello. Oh, gosh. It's been really lovely to spend a little bit of time here and to see all of you on this very important day as you celebrate doing something really remarkable. I don't really do imposter syndrome, which is when you're in a place and you're like, I don't belong here. How did I get in this situation? I have a superior syndrome. It's called ha ha ha, I fooled them again syndrome, where you know you don't belong, but you're kind of pleased that you have once again convinced everyone cleverly that you do belong. So that's where I'm at right now. A man who some of you probably know as a TikToker, who recently blind ranked AI companies by how much they look like buttholes, am giving the commencement speech at MIT. And I can tell you this now because they can't take me off the stage. I've started already.
It's science.
So, I'm here though, so I'm going to try and do a good job. So thank you very much to everybody for welcoming me out, all of the lovely people up here, President, Governor, surprised to meet a governor today, and the alumni, class of the 75.
Oh my
Hello,
God.
Thank you for coming out. And also, of course, thank you.
Oh my God, Mo Nope is right, and it's making me hungry. My God, that is something. Look at that, Hanks. I think the professors wear the crunch wrap shaped caps, but now all I can think of is a crunch wrap. Might need to end the stream to go make some food. Just kidding. All right.
To the extremely impressive and charismatic and attractive students of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology graduating class of 2025. You know, is it 2005? Sometimes when you get older, you never really quite know. So
these kids were born in
to express my thanks. The average human skeleton has more than 25,000 calories.
What?
Which is not probably how you thought I was going to finish that sentence. Also, most of your bones are in your hands and feet. That's more than 50%, just the hands and feet. Also, skeletons, bones, are very oxygen dense. They have a lot of oxygen in them, a lot of oxygen atoms. If you took all those atoms out and freed them, you could actually create enough breathable air to breathe for more than 24 hours.
Wow.
Those are some of my best bone facts. And
those are
I
some
assume,
great bone facts.
That a good way for a normal human to express thanks is with bone facts.
I'm not going to lie, it's the first time I've ever heard it, Hank. But there's plenty of times where Hank tells me things that I've never heard before. He's a very interesting man. And if some people here aren't familiar with Hank, he is, like I said, a science educator / creator on the internets. I'm not familiar with his TikTok. I'm more familiar with his YouTube channel. Although I haven't been watching as much Hank lately, just because I've been so focused on my own podcast. But he's a great guy, and he's actually in remission. He had cancer. I can't remember what kind of cancer now. But apparently the treatment worked. At least, it seems to be doing pretty good.
To ask yourself...
Here's the end of the speech. Because, no, we don't have 20 minutes to watch this whole thing.
Where do value and meaning originate? Where do they come from? Because they don't come from banks or tech or cap tables. Value and meaning come from people. People things are the hardest work, but often the most important work. Orient yourself not just toward the construction and acquisition of new and powerful tools, but to the needs of people. And that includes you, and it includes people near you, your friends and your family. I think that we can sometimes feel like the world is so big that like throwing a birthday party or making a playlist for a friend is just like way too insignificant a task compared to the enormity of climate change or AI or the erosion of democracy. But those thoughts alienate you from the reality of human existence, from your place as a builder not just of tools but of meaning. And that's not just about impact and productivity. It's about sorry, I'm just going to take that from the top. And that is not just about impact and productivity and problem solving. It's about living a life. Do not forget this. It is so special and bizarre to get to live a human life. It took 3 billion years to go from the first single-celled organisms to this graduation ceremony. And that's, for clarity, more than a quarter of the life of the whole universe is how long that took. Something very special and strange is happening on this planet, and it is you. The greatest thing that you build in your life will be not just your bones, though those are amazing. It will be you, yourself. And trust me on this, you're not done yet, because I know I'm not. But what you will be building is not just a toolkit. You will be building a person, and you will be doing it for people. When I asked you what you did at MIT, you said you built. But when I asked you what was giving you hope, you did not say buildings. You said people. So, to the graduating class, 2025, go forth for yourself, for others, and for this beautiful, bizarre world. Thank you.
Joe4771 got the applause in almost perfectly just now at the end of his speech there. Yeah, there was Hank Green. I noticed somebody mentioned that Hank Green has brothers. Yeah, John Green or something, or Joe Green. And Al Green, of course. Love and happiness. Alright, just kidding. He's not actually related to that Green. I just like pretending that he is. Let's... I Let's go back to watching a little bit of this Democracy Now! Piece. We were watching a little bit of this yesterday with Amy Goodman and McCarthyism scholar Ellen Schrecker. Talk more about what's been happening on colleges and university campuses thanks to Donald Trump.
They showed real black and white footage of McCarthy, and test audiences thought he was too harsh, unrealistic, not realizing it was actual footage. And now you have Good Night and Good Luck on Broadway, George Clooney starring in it. And it is the financially most successful Broadway show we've seen. Is going to be now for free on CNN in a few days. But the significance of that what people feel today was a cartoon character was in fact much harsher and sharper than people ever dreamed.
Yeah. He was beyond the pale because, like the current president, he had no guardrails, as it were.
Not to mention Roy Cohen, his sidekick in the hearings, who would later go on to mentor Donald Trump until at the very end of his life, Donald Trump rejected him when he was dying of AIDS.
Exactly. So there are lots of similarities with the fact that there's this very aberrant character at the heart or at the sort of public heart of this repressive movement. But what we should have known in the 40s and 50s and should know now is it's not just a one-man show. It has been this moment of trying to crack down on dissent, constitutional dissent, free speech, the ability to say what Israel is doing in Gaza is a terrible thing. That is something that has been building up for decades. And that was the same thing during McCarthyism. There was a kind of network of right-wing activists, similar to groups today like the Heritage Society that brought us the 2025 Project blueprint for Trump's attack on the institutions of civil liberties and civil society that has come to fruition since he entered the White House.
So, I mean, you speak as a Jewish author, active member of the American Association of University Professors. Would you say that the McCarthyism of yesteryear is the charges that President Trump, with his sidekick Elon Musk giving the Heil Hitler salute, charging anti-Semitism for what he's doing?
Anti-Semitism is a pretext. We know that. Trump has been all his life a racist, clearly befriending these fascist individuals and groups for years.
Sorry, I'm not laughing at what she's saying. I'm laughing at this super chat from Narwhal. I'm sorry, Narwhal. The guitar riff from Love and Happiness is now stuck in your head, and it's my fault. And that, you know, that's my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
And what we're seeing is a kind of a melding of Trump's own right-wing proclivities, reactionary proclivities, pro-fascist proclivities, with a long-term attempt within some pro-Zionist organizations to eliminate all support for Palestinian freedom and Palestinian liberation from American universities in particular, but from within American society.
You have, earlier this month, a federal judge, Jeffrey Crawford, ordering the release of Columbia University graduate Palestinian activist Mohsen Madawi from prison in Vermont. He was picked up by masked, hooded ICE agents at his naturalization interview in Vermont. He was beyond holding a green card. The judge writing in his ruling, quote, "Our nation's seen times like this before, especially during the Red Scare and Palmer raids of 1919, 1920, and during the McCarthy period of the 1950s. And I wanted to take it beyond that. You know that we're not just talking about individual professors anymore. We're talking about current attacks being much broader. And you write that this interesting paradox, quote, "Despite higher education's much larger footprint within American society, today the academy is in a much weaker position to resist political intervention." Why is it weaker?
It's weaker for two reasons. One, because the state is stronger. The state does much more with regard to higher education than it did in the 1950s. You know, it supports most important basic scientific research. It regulates things on campus with regard to, shall we say, diversity, equity, and inclusion, with trying to ensure that all Americans have a good shot at higher education. That was a push by the federal government. So you can see that the government is much more involved. It funds student loans. Most smaller universities without huge endowments rely on students who have to get federal loans in order to pay tuitions. So what he's doing by withdrawing federal money from higher education is essentially threatening to destroy American higher education today.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Yep, Donald Trump doesn't like higher education. I mean, he wasn't exactly a super successful student. I'm not sure he's ever learned anything that he learned in school. I'm pretty sure he learned about, what's his fucking face? Oh, like tariffs. I can't think of who, why can't I think of who it was that also tried the tariffs back in the 1800s right now. My brain is broken. It's been a long weekend, people. But yeah, I'm fairly certain Donald Trump's never used anything he learned in school in real life. So it was not shocking to hear that, or to see him try and dismantle our education system from the ground up, really. Because he's not just going after colleges and universities, he's going after the Department of Education and fundings for, kids. Put the kids back in the coal factories. That's what we need. Gotta have textile factories where the kids come in and they use their little hands. Little hands, they get great. People don't know, but little kids are great at unclogging the spools. Alright. Speaking of colleges and Harvard, things like that, let's go directly to Harvard, where apparently there's some news. Has nothing to do with Donald Trump. Well, I mean, I guess he may object to this decision from Harvard, but they have released their ownership of early photos of slaves, which apparently Harvard's been holding on to for the last 150 years. Let's go here to the announcement, ceremony, if you will, Associated Press from Wednesday.
This is a moment in history when the sons and daughters of stolen ancestors can stand with pride and rightfully proclaim a victory for reparations. After 15 long years of struggle and strife, Harvard has at long last agreed to relinquish all 15 daguerreotypes in its possession, including the stolen images of my enslaved ancestors, Rinty and Delia. This pilfered property, images taken without dignity or consent, and used to promote a racist pseudoscience, will now be repatriated to a home where their stories can be told and their humanity can be restored. This victory reminds us that the meaning of such objects in museums can and should change. Tamara helped us understand they were objects stolen for a deeply racist project by my ancestor.
Illegal.
Woke pictures. I don't know about those pictures being woke. They're the opposite of woke, honestly. Like they just suggested or said. These photos were used for essentially like I'm fairly certain it was like the phrenologists who had these photos taken to prove race scientist ideas, if you can call it race science. I mean, pseudoscience, really, of course, and yeah, dark and terrible history now being, remembered in a different light. And I think it's about time, Harvard. I mean, it's maybe been a little too long that they've decided to retain ownership of these things rather than giving them back to the community. But finally, it's happened. Only took 150 years. All right. Speaking of science.
It's science.
Let's go and talk about Eric Weinstein. Went on to Piers Morgan to argue about physics. PB with a sweet, sweet super sticker. Look at that little fox practicing karate. Thank you, PB. That gets us to 9, even though it only says 4 on the goal. That's 9. We only need 1 more super chat, super sticker, 2 more YouTube memberships, or 500 bits on Twitch, or even just a regular $5 dono on Cash App or PayPal. That's right. I'm accepting all of those things for today. That's right. So many options in which to support the stream. All right, to the majority report. They sort of tried to break down this fascinating Eric Weinstein appearance on Piers Morgan.
All right, let's have a little more fun. This clip, this is from an hour-long interview on Piers Morgan.
That's too much.
I seriously contemplated dedicating the entire fun half to this. But this is a compilation. Was it put together by Piers Morgan?
It's put together by Twitter user that's really great on this stuff at TheBadStats, TheBadStats.
Now, just a little bit of background, and I only know so much because there's only so much
science.
Eric Weinstein that I can handle.
It's science.
And in science. But Eric Weinstein, he was doing this about a year or two ago, right? Or was it 3 years ago?
Up to like 4 years ago, he has a geometric unity theory with, some parts that aren't exactly filled in all the way about like the Shiab operator.
Well, let's not us editorialize on that. Because you're not a physics professor, nor am I.
No.
You're not a physics scientist, nor am I. You're not a researcher. You don't do anything like that. So we're not going to judge.
I'm an English major.
You're an English major. I did a little religion and political science.
After I finished my first degree, I actually started working on an engineering degree. So maybe I'm the closest person in this discussion to being a scientist, although I never finished it.
We are viewers. And so we have seen Eric Weinstein on countless podcasts going on talking about how he is an autodidact when it comes to physics. And he has figured out some grand theory about physics, and he is being completely neglected. No one will deal with his theory because it could be so revolutionary that in many ways probably embarrassed a lot of scientists.
He also has a theory about the distributed idea suppression complex, or DISC, which is, partially in why he's not, have the Nobel Prize.
Are you making up?
No, he made that.
Okay, I just want to make that clear.
He coined the distributed idea.
Okay, so
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
which is, partially in why he's not, have the Nobel
are
Prize.
you
for
making
this.
up?
No, he made that.
Okay, I just want to make that clear.
He coined the distributed idea suppression complex.
So there's a distributed idea suppression complex that we're
a part of
that
course.
we are a part of. We're like the we're like the pawns essentially.
Yeah, we're just tendrils.
And he's going out there. He's got this like incredible physics theory that nobody's showing any respect for. And so...
oh my God. How did I not notice this?
Piers Morgan had...
Whoa, Columbia Rican. Came in here. I was not paying any attention. I gotta pause this. Give you all... I should just move confetti over here. I should also add this to here, but it's okay. It's okay. We'll go right back. We need some celebrations. Confetti. Great job. Columbia Rican, New York, getting it done with that celebratory pear super sticker, ensuring that we get all the goddamn content tonight immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
It's beautiful, it's gorgeous, it's glorious, it's breathtaking. I am overwhelmed with excitement and appreciation for all of you. All right, all right, let's get back to it. Fantastic. We don't have to worry about that anymore. We can just go forward into the great beyond.
Numbers this.
Oh, it's let's see.
Piers Morgan brought Eric Weinstein on with 13. A guy named Sean Carroll. Sean Carroll is a physicist. And where is he affiliated with the university?
Sean Carroll, it looks like, is educated at Villanova and Harvard. I'm not sure. Or is at California State Institute of Technology right now.
Okay. Cal State Tech. Whatever.
In 2007, Carroll was named NSF National Science Foundation's Distinguished Lecturer by the National Science Foundation.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, probably the heart of the disc. But here he is talking to Eric Weinstein. And honestly... like the first time The Walking Dead came on, and you would say if someone had never seen it, you're like, this is going to be a little bit gory. This might make you feel uncomfortable. I would give you the same warning.
Can I make another analogy? This is like there's a TikTok thing where it's like we put a amateur professional basketball player to go join this like street ball match, and they cleaned up. That's sort of like what happens here.
I would like to let people out there know who might be working outside the academic physics community that it is 100% possible to have a good idea and have it have an impact on what physicists do. But it's not easy. You have to do a certain amount of work to show that your theory is worth the time, that it is respectable, that it is interesting, that it is promising. The first thing you got to do is make sure that your theory makes contact with modern physics as it is understood. If you have a new paper out, physicists are going to look at it. They're going to look.
Yeah. I mean, why does Eric look so uncomfortable? Like, why is he looking at the camera from this weird angle? It's like he's trying to dismiss what this man's saying with his face. He's like, if I turn my face, done the math, if I turn my face 9.5 degrees to the left, it'll show my disdain for what this man is saying right now.
How rude.
For, where's the Lagrangian? Where's the interactions? Is the proton stable? Is there dark matter? Like, how does it fit into what I already know?
Those are all
Eric's
different
theory,
levels of the stack, Sean.
Eric's paper has none of that. You would also ask, has the theory been shown to be viable in a very basic way? Is it stable? Is it free of anomalies? Is it finite in the sense of the quantum mechanical calculation that I already mentioned? Again, none of that is there. Are there any new predictions? Eric says, and completely correctly, string theory doesn't make any new predictions either. But also, I really don't want people to get the idea that string theory has some dominant picture. In my department at Johns Hopkins, we have... Let me just finish, and then you can talk.
He's already incredibly offended. This guy's barely said anything about Eric so far. It was like the first thing he actually said about Eric. Everything else he was talking about was just the scientific process. That was literally like the first minute and a half of everything that guy was saying. It was just describing how science is done.
It's science.
It's like if you have to be able to replicate your shit, you have to be able to point to some sort of evidentiary claims, or at least be making contact, as he put it, with physics as we understand it, meaning that, you know, certain laws that we have already established through the scientific process, you know, to some degree have to reinforce or, you know, be able to also exist within the parameters of your work, essentially.
In my department at Johns Hopkins, we have. Let me just finish, and then you can talk. I think it's a good system. In my department at Johns Hopkins, we have 6 professors in the theoretical physics group. One of them does string theory, and even he only does it sort of half-time. I wish we had more, honestly.
This guy's from Johns Hopkins, huh? I knew a guy by the name of Johns Hopkins. He was out back smoking weed with Sloan Kettering.
This is very typical. Even at the most stringy departments, it's maybe half.
It's a Step Brothers reference, by the way. Oh my god, I just realized that the Eric Weinstein photo, the Step Brothers one is on the thumbnail. It's perfect.
Honestly, this is very typical. Even at the most stringy departments, it's maybe half the people who do string theory. There are plenty of other approaches being advocated, and many of them do make different predictions, and we're looking for them.
Just to explain really briefly, Eric Weinstein says, well, if string theory can get away with some of this stuff, which he'll explain why string theory is valued, why can't mine? That's all this is about.
Right. And what the other thing that Sean Carroll is explaining is that we're not just dedicated to string theory. We have a lot of other people doing a lot of other, pursuing a lot of other theories.
Not that Eric would know anything about that.
No. Well, of course, because DISC inhibits that type of communication. We should also say that Carroll is now at Johns Hopkins.
All right, good.
And astrophysics and elsewhere. And finally, does your theory solve any interesting problems that we already thought we had? That's the reason why string theory became interesting, because we had this problem with quantum gravity, that it gave infinite answers, and string theory solved that problem. And again, I see none of that in Eric's paper. So it's very possible that somewhere in Eric's theory there are interesting ideas, but he has given us no reason to think that it is a promising theory. I encourage other people who would like to have an impact on the research agenda of modern physics.
Okay, I noticed some people in chat aren't familiar with this reference, so let me just show you what I'm talking about. Play, you bastard. Why are you doing this to me? Come on. There we go.
Where did he go to medical school?
He went to Northwestern and Johns Hopkins. Is that good enough for you?
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Well, Brennan, those are very prestigious schools.
I smoked pot with Johnny Hopkins.
You don't know anyone named Johnny Hopkins.
It was Johnny Hopkins and Sloan Kettering, and they were blazing that shit up every day.
I got the quote slightly wrong, but it's still hilarious.
Take these easy steps rather than going on podcasts and talking about their victimization.
I do all sorts of things that you have no idea of because your attitude, which you repeat in other podcasts, and I highly advise you to spend more time in your physics department and less time on YouTube, is that this is not a serious thing. Nobody's taking.
I mean, a little bit pot.
My God. This I just love the idea that like you would go on to a show and get indignant because it's quite clear the person I'm having a debate with is not aware of the other things I do when I'm not here.
Do your own research.
The guy most on YouTube is like, stay off of YouTube.
But it's just like The idea that like you don't know all the different things I do.
How much
I took a
of the
walk
Dark Horse
today
podcast
in the
have you
park.
watched?
Also, this weekend I saw a movie. I bet you didn't know that. Did you know that I bowl on occasion? No, you don't. You couldn't possibly know. You couldn't possibly know that I did paintball just 6 months ago. Nor were you aware of the fact that sometimes I do synchronized swimming. I do so many things that you have no idea about, sir.
Is that this is not a serious thing. Nobody's taking it seriously. And your misportrayal of this.
Go back to get that part from the reaction.
Of things that you have no idea of because your attitude, which you repeat in other podcasts, and I highly advise you to spend more time in your physics department and less time on YouTube.
From the guy who's constantly
nobody's taking it seriously, and your misportrayal of the situation.
If you spent less time on YouTube than I did and spent more time doing physics, you would know about all of my YouTube physics stuff that I'm doing.
Is nearly constant for reasons that completely elude me.
Pause it for a second. Pause it for a second. No, keep the image up there. Because I want you to look at Piers Morgan's face. Because Piers Morgan is going to himself, cannot believe I'm watching this complete meltdown. Like,
why am I
he's sitting
here?
there going like, the person who booked this on my show is going to get a fucking medal.
Popping bottles tonight.
Oh my God. Like, he is just like, this is fantastic. It is one of those moments where, and this is the thing that Piers Morgan's job I envy on some level, because all he does is he puts like people in there, and his whole job is to sometimes just like
instigate,
not smile. Like, I just have to pretend like I'm showing respect. And it's just, I'm going
well,
to...
I'm stirring shit.
I'm doing nothing.
I have to put on this
Watching
suit and sit here with
physics
a
professor.
with a straight face, and that will be good enough, and I'll make $1 million this month.
Got Eric Weinstein in front of me, and I'm just going to pretend like I am not like laughing. Like, I would imagine there was literally like tremors in his throat, where he's just turn my mic down, turn my mic down. My God.
The good news is I have read Eric's paper. Here it is. I actually have it here, right here. And
Interesting.
It's
Did you find
worse
that on
than
YouTube?
You think, you know, it just very quickly. It starts off by saying the author is not a physicist.
What?
Is no longer an active academician, but is an entertainer and host of a podcast. This work of entertainment is a draft work in progress, and it may not be built upon. So we're not allowed.
That is a cut by the Piers Morgan
Oh
people,
my God.
incidentally, to heighten how sort of like brutal this is. This is like
Eric is having a hard time
the
right now.
slow-mo close-up of like the actual, like, if this was Walking Dead, this is the slow-mo of like whatever the weapon crushing across somebody's face.
This is bullet time in the Matrix.
Starts off by saying the author. The good news is I have read Eric's.
The thing about not just physics but science in general, all of these things are. If you present a theory in any field, it's supposed to be, once it's been accepted, it's supposed to be able to be built on. That's kind of almost the entire point, is to further the scientific process essentially across the field and perhaps other fields if it's relevant, right? You need to be able to take that experiment, not only replicate it, but it should be also useful to the rest of the. If you can't build upon it, then what the fuck is the point exactly? It's not. Oh God,
it's science.
Not making a lot of sense.
Here it is. I actually have it here, right here, and it's worse than you would think. You know, it just very quickly. It starts off by saying the author is not a physicist and is no longer an active academician, but is an entertainer and host of a podcast. This work of entertainment is a draft work in progress, and it may not be built upon. So we're not allowed to think about Eric's theory and write a follow-up paper about it.
Oh, no, you're very much allowed, Sean.
To everything that is normally done in scientific discourse. You hope that people build upon your theories. You don't try to prevent them. And then later on,
it's my theory. No one else can take it. No one else can take it. No one. It is mine. No one's.
It's my gravity, not yours. Exactly, Narwhal. Exactly. That's basically what he's saying. I am presenting a unified theory of everything, but don't you dare use it for anything.
Come on!
Okay. Well, we just crossed over the first 2-hour mark in the show, which means it's time for a short space break. But don't worry, we'll be right back with the content after these brief messages. All right. Do hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, with the super chats and the super stickers and the memberships, Twitch, bits and subscriptions. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer. Every dollar that you donate go directly to funding the stream rather than funding the bottom line of YouTube and Twitch. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. Only $3 a month gives you access to a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So many great benefits, I'm not even going to list them right now. Just go onto the website. Link is in the chat and in my bio on YouTube and Twitch. Take you right there and show you all the great things in store. Anyway, that's enough for me, chat. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. everybody knows what that sound means. Of course, it means it's time for us to get back to the stream. So get back in your seat, Space Fams, lest you miss the latest galactic content.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, where do we leave off? That's right, we left off with Eric Weinstein on Piers Morgan making a fool of himself. Now, let's, oh god. Hate to do this to you people, but let's stay with Piers Morgan. I know, that seems probably shocking to everyone, since we don't do a lot of Piers Morgan stuff around here. Mostly after I decided that it was a completely idiotic place with very little, you know, evidence for its necessity on this planet. But, you know, it's Sunday Funday. It's fun to go and make fun of the people over there. Now here's a guy I don't think we've ever gone to before on this channel. A guy by the name of Adam Mockler, who apparently made an appearance on old Piers Morgan's show. He reposted it to his channel a few days ago. Let's see how this went. Piers Morgan after hours. Oh, wait. Adam said.
All right, check it out. This is going to be
an... Please hold. I noticed during the break we had more likes than we have emotional support characters, and that's a problem. We're at 60-something right now, so that means we need three more. Whoa, that was too far. Okay. Nope, not that one. Do we have... No, we got that one too. Okay.
All right, check it out. This is going to be an interesting video because I want to walk you all through my debate on Piers Morgan Uncensored, and it comes with a wild story because the circumstances surrounding my appearance are almost more interesting than the debate itself, but we will walk through both of them in a very concise and surgical way. So just to give you all the setting, just to set the stage here, Piers Morgan runs an online debate show, and on the panel with me, you see Benny Johnson, a right-wing commentator who took hundreds of thousands of dollars a month from Russia. You see Lindy Lee, a former Democrat who is on the campaign trail for Kamala Harris, but is now for some reason more Trump-aligned and hates the Democrats. And then you see Jillian Michaels, a fitness instructor who is now doing health podcasts. And you know, my mom used to always watch Jillian Michaels for her workout videos.
Can't forget the Birthing Person's podcast.
Like 12 years back. I remember my mom used to always work out with Jillian Michaels, so it was kind of a funny full circle moment. But to give you all like the circumstances surrounding this was Monday morning. On Sunday, I flew to New York City to do some media stuff. And then I flew back very, very early on Monday morning. I mean, like I woke up at 4 a.m. I got on my flight at 6. And when I was on my flight, I got invited onto Piers Morgan's panel, right? I got invited onto this panel. No other Democrat wanted to do the whole Biden age debate. And I was like, fine, I'll go on the panel. I'll do it. But my flight landed at 9. I needed to be on the show at 10:20. So my flight lands at 9 and I start speeding home and I realize, oh my God, my gas, I'm almost out of gas. So I have to pull off to the side. I have to fill up my gas. Then I take a wrong turn and it adds like 6 minutes. And that 6 minutes made me late for the show. So if you watch the full episode, I join late. And when I join, I then begin to realize this is kind of just like a 1v4. It's kind of like 4 MAGA aligned people talking about Biden and then me. So let's jump in. Before this segment, they interviewed Jake Tapper about his book regarding Biden's age. Now, here's the thing. If I wasn't on this panel, there would be no Democrat on it. So I didn't want to hop on and immediately start defending Biden as completely fine. I wanted to give a middle of the road take so I had some more credibility. I'm not just going to say that Biden was completely fine. Clearly he's old. Clearly there was some stuff going on there. But I think the important thing is to bring it back to Trump and show that there's a double standard at play. So that being said, make sure you drop a like. Make sure you subscribe to the channel below. And let me know what you think about this at the end.
My one question to you before I move to the others is, if it had been Donald Trump in the same position, would you have been honest, be honest now, would you have been leading the charge in the way you've just described?
Yes. The answer is absolutely yes. Because I am in a, because I'm in a, oh, absolutely. Oh, yes. I'm in a, first off, Piers, you're close friends with Donald Trump. Do you believe that Donald Trump has problems with his energy levels?
That's not even the question here. Piers Morgan was saying, if the Trump administration were lying and spreading lies, would you be leading the charge to call them out? And Benny Johnson says, of course I
don't want reality.
He's lying. He is absolutely lying. When it comes to election fraud, he wouldn't call them out. He couldn't name a single lie Trump has ever told if I asked him. I get a rebuttal in just 1 second, but watch how he tries to talk about Trump's health. It's very weird.
Answer that question.
No,
okay.
I'm not suggesting
anything
for a moment. No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm simply saying that
I'm telling you
it,
as a...
No, I'm simply saying if it was
as a matter of morality.
Okay, they just keep talking over each other, but then Piers throws a question over to me.
A lot of signs of cognitive disrepair and so on and so on. Surely the humane thing to do for any spouse in that position would have been to gently lead him off into the sunset and to persuade him that he could not continue. Not the complete opposite.
Yeah, listen, I'm not here to defend every single misstep or fault of the Democratic Party or the Biden admin. There are a lot of real conversations that we should be having about the incentive structures that allowed this to happen with people like Jill Biden and Hunter Biden and his close advisors. We could talk about the risk averseness of the Democratic Party and all of the flaws, but I don't know if this is the conversation we're about to have. I think when you have Lindy Lee on a panel with Benny Johnson and Jillian Michaels, it's going to be more of like a masturbatory partisan fest. And I really liked your question aimed at Benny. I think that was a good one. And you weren't trying to say that Trump has cognitive decline. You were asking if he would stay ideologically consistent when the admin is lying.
Right.
I guess the question to Benny is, do you think the 2020 election was stolen, or did Trump lie about that? Would you lead the charge and say that he lied about that? So, okay. My question gets to the core of what Benny claimed. Benny claimed he would call the Trump administration out if they were lying about anything, if they were trying to do a cover-up. Well, Trump lied about top-down election fraud. So I asked him that straight up. Do you think the election was stolen? And by the way, my point earlier about this being a masturbatory partisan fest, I wasn't just saying that to be cheeky. I was saying that because if you want to have a conversation about the incentive structures that allowed that to happen, that actually is okay. But you can't have that conversation with three MAGA folk in Piers Morgan. You can't have a MAGA panel and then invite me as a liberal and not even allow me to finish my full thoughts. You cannot say that it's a fair and balanced conversation when you're only talking about Biden. If you want to talk about the incentive structures at play, let's talk about Trump's cognitive decline. Let's talk about the cover-ups in the Trump admin with Signalgate. Let's talk about the Trump corruption. Let's talk about Trump's inability to even have a coherent economic policy that is ruining our alliances. If you want to talk about all of these things in one, that is different, but you can't just have a tilted MAGA panel. You guys see my point there, right? So going back to this, I just asked the question, was the election stolen? About the incentive structures that allowed this to happen with people like Jill Biden and Hunter Biden and his close advisors. We could talk about the risk averseness of the Democratic Party and all of the flaws, but I don't know if this is the conversation we're about to have. I think when you have Lindy Lee on a panel with Benny Johnson and Jillian Michaels, it's going to be more of a masturbatory partisan fest. And I really liked your question aimed at Benny. I think that was a good one. And you weren't trying to say that Trump has cognitive decline. You were asking if he would stay ideologically consistent when the admin is lying.
Right.
I guess the question to Benny is, do you think the 2020 election was stolen, or did Trump lie about that? Would you lead the charge and say that he lied about that?
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It was absolutely rigged and stolen, yeah. It was actually, yeah, absolutely. It was absolutely, it was absolutely stolen. Yeah. So no, actually, I think what he meant to say is no. I wouldn't stay ideologically consistent. I'm very partisan and have no real backbone or ideology whatsoever. My backbone is made out of Russian contributions, Mr. Tenet Media.
Like, I didn't want to what about and bring them down the 2020 election rabbit hole, but you see the double standards right there.
You guys buried the Hunter Biden laptop story.
Jesus Christ!
Well, I tell you what, I don't want to. I don't want to get into relitigating
Hunter Biden.
either the stolen.
What is it? How is it that they're still so obsessed with Hunter Biden and the laptop? The laptop, which I would point out, is still in the possession of one of the most right-wing freaks on the planet. Steve Bannon still has that fucking laptop. And he refuses to release it. It'd be probably because there's absolutely nothing on there but dick pics. And, whatever, like messages, like emails or whatever else. And it's got there's no real good bombshell on that fucking laptop. So now, I think, unfortunately, because of that, I'm fairly certain that Steve Bannon has made this calculation. But as long as he doesn't release it, people can continue to use it as this sort of amorphous claim of corruption in general, because they're really not prepared to make any legitimate, serious claims, especially in the midst of Donald Trump's just blatant public corruption.
Which I don't think was stolen, or the Hunter Biden laptop story, which was.
Benny Johnson would not.
Just to be clear, Donald Trump, as I said to Trump to his face in our last interview, I
didn't really get a chance to follow up or rebut, but the point was, how are you going to claim that you'd lead the charge calling out the admin when you just follow the admin's biggest lie, the big lie?
Had you told the world that the suppression of the Hunter Biden laptop story had cost you the election, I would agree with you and I would support you. I think they reckon it could have swung it by 10%, right? Because it was so damning, the stuff on that laptop. And
Was it?
By big tech.
It was so damning. It was so damning. Oh my God. That's what I love about Piers Morgan, is that he pretends to be sort of a middle of the road. I don't know how many times I've heard Piers get upset and correct people on his show that he's not a conservative, that he's, whatever, some sort of enlightened centrist, but the dude is a right-winger through and through. I mean, he's making some really unsubstantiated claims right now about some right-wing conspiracy theory. He's just the British Alex Jones, really. That's who I see Piers Morgan as. All right, let's move on. Let's move on to at least one news-based story here of seriousness. Okay, let's go to NBC News from yesterday. Decipher 10%. 10% of what? Did I miss something? 10% of who said? Oh, was it Piers who said they wouldn't even allow 10% of the laptop to be seen? I'm sorry, I'm sort of zoned out just now. But thank you, D. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. What was I doing? All right. Serious news. Let's talk about what's been going on in Colorado. Here's NBC from yesterday. CDC issues new travel warning. As measles cases surge.
Tonight, a new travel warning from the Centers for Disease Control as measles cases surge around the globe. The agency saying if you're traveling abroad, make sure you're vaccinated or consider postponing your trip.
The updated guidelines reflect that this is a global infection.
Cases popping up at airports, even on airplanes. Colorado health officials say 3 people with confirmed cases took a Turkish airline flight to Denver earlier this month. And there were other reported exposures at Newark, Chicago, and Seattle airports, raising alarms from health departments there.
This is the largest measles outbreak we've had since 2019.
Over 1,100 cases have been reported in the U.S. so far this year, according to our NBC News count. Common symptoms include rashes, runny noses, and fevers, which often pose a higher threat to young children and pregnant women.
Measles can be severe no matter what your age. You can have an infection of the lungs, swelling of the brain, known as encephalitis, and unfortunately death.
Measles spreads by someone infected coughing or sneezing.
If you have been exposed and you have been vaccinated, you should still present to a healthcare professional.
Okay, I just want to point something out to you. In 2024, according to the CDC, it would appear, there was less than 1/3 of the number of cases that we have already seen in the United States this year. There are 285 reported cases of measles in the United States, distributed across 33 jurisdictions and 16 outbreaks. So we're talking about going from 285 last year to over 1,000, and I think, what was it, 1,100 they said? It's fucking wild. But of course, the longer the anti-vaxxers continue to be, what's the word, sort of bolstered in the media by Republicans and whomever else, RFK Jr. comes to mind. The longer, the more kids that get born who don't get vaccinated, and the worse it gets, right? That's just a fact, right? Like, when you think about it, it just makes perfect sense, right? The longer that anti-vaxxers have, the more unvaccinated children exist, because they just keep on making babies.
To make sure that we can monitor you. If you have not had a vaccine, they can actually do what's called post-exposure vaccination.
The CDC says getting vaccinated is the best way to protect yourself. Maya Eaglin, NBC News.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and
Lester.
top stories on the NBC News.
Settle down. You settled down, pal. All right. Speaking of health, you know what you need to stay healthy? Food. It's true. I know, it's crazy. It's shocking.
What?
Yep, you do. No food, no healthy. You die if you don't eat. And in Hawaii, food banks are trying to spread that
The Hawaii
food
Food
to
Bank
people.
is stepping up to feed kids during the summer break. The programs Sun Meals and Kaukau for Keiki offer free meals for eligible kids during the months when school isn't in session. Sun Meals invites kids under 18 to gather at select locations on Oahu for a free meal, no registration required. Kaukau for Keiki provides weekly meal boxes for families. For more info on the two programs, head over to our website.
There you go. Food banks in Hawaii attempting to keep kids fed during the summer break when they don't have school.
Kevin Bacon continues.
Hey,
to
settle
find
down,
ways to
ma'am.
give back.
Ma'am, I need you to settle down. I'm not done. I'm not ready for you. Okay. Okay. No food, you die. It's true. It's true, Winston Sayer. That's exactly right. That is exactly right. Okay. Now, this one isn't technically a... You don't need this next thing to stay alive. In fact, some people say it's not so good for your health, but some people do enjoy drinking adult beverages from time to time. And this next adult beverage we're going to talk about is, well, it's 6 degrees away from something. I don't know if you've ever heard the theory that everyone is 6 degrees away from being related to Kevin Bacon, or having some sort of association with the man. Well, a new beverage has hit the market called 6 Degrees of Fermentation. Oh. Play.
Kevin Bacon continues to find ways to give back to his hometown of Philadelphia.
Yards Brewing Company on Spring Garden Street is hosting an event from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. tonight, benefiting Bacon's charity, 6degrees.org. Bacon is launching a brew called 6 Degrees of Fermentation. Very clever. Each can shows a different image of the actor, cowboy. What is he, like a wrestler there? Portions of sales will benefit.
I'm not going to lie. I think my favorite one of these has got to be
6degrees.org. Bacon is...
It's got to be this one. I mean, this is I'm a little biased, but if you just gave me the Kevin Bacon in a NASA astronaut uniform, I'd definitely I'd have at least one or two of those.
Launching a brew called 6 Degrees of Fermentation. Very clever. Each can shows a different image of the actor, cowboy. What is he, like a wrestler there?
Kraft
Portions
bacon.
of sales will benefit programs centered on youth empowerment, equality, and justice.
And
oh, God. I'm all for beer justice. Kraft bacon. Very funny, Decipher. Very funny. There we go. There's a little Sunday Funday action for you. Uh-oh. What just happened? Why is this... Why are you... Don't be a dick. Here we go. There we go. Alright, let's go to a place where they're often doing a bunch of drinking, trying to be as manly as possible with craft beverages, cigars. That's right, the goddamn Club Random podcast with Bill Maher, who had on Little Timmy Pool. By the way, I don't think I've ever watched one of these aside from clip vids of this thing. I cannot believe how many sponsored ads there are on this fucking thing. It's an hour and a half. There's got to be a half hour of fucking sponsorships in this goddamn thing. It is wild.
The way the world is going, everybody...
Alright, settle down. Hold on. Wait, the first like 10 minutes are like... Alright, not quite, but it's like the first 2 minutes are just him. Oh my god, doing...
I know you flew in.
Yeah.
Your own dime. I can't tell you what a compliment that is, and I appreciate it.
Oh, I appreciate you having me.
And
I'm excited.
Such a weird vibe.
They told me, not that they ever tell me much, and I like it that way, but that you don't drink. So
no, but I'll have a shot or two with you.
I don't drink, but I'll drink.
I can't tell you how I can't tell you how often this happens.
Yeah, I love that. Tim Pool showing how ideologically and just regularly consistent in his life. Yeah, I don't drink, but I'll drink. Such a weird thing. It's just such a weird thing to say. Why? What? Doesn't even make sense. Does not make sense.
Last week, I think, like somebody was here, and it's like, you know, the handlers are always like, well, you know, he's recovering and he doesn't want to be around smoke and he doesn't drink and and then they're like, hey bro, why aren't you passing?
Give me a stogie and a fucking whiskey, huh?
Yeah, I'm not like
come on.
I just don't really drink because it doesn't, you know.
It's smart. It's the worst thing for you.
I'm kind of health terrified, you know.
What does that mean?
I try to you know, every day I have a pretty intense schedule. I do a morning show. Yeah. Then I skate, and I'm filming skating with my crew. Yeah. And so I'm trying to make sure that every day...
That's a demanding schedule. That's what we're calling a demanding schedule. A 4-hour show in the morning, and then you go skating for the rest of the day. Aw. Poor Tim, his life is so hard. Oh, I don't even have to do research for my show. Oh god, and then I have to skate all day with my crew. It's so demanding. Skate videos that literally nobody but me and my wife, who I make watch them with me, watch them. I've never seen one of those skate videos online, and at one point I used to be like, you know, recommended skate videos all the time. Never seen this man skate before.
I'm gonna be at 100%.
You're like Brian Johnson without a perfect penis.
Oh, all right.
You know who he is?
Are you referring to the guy who did steroids, or the guy who's doing the weird medical treatments to?
The guy who wants to live forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know about Liver King too, right?
But who?
Liver King.
I've heard that. Who is that? What is
that?
Just
super ripped
He's a
guy.
Freak.
And
Liver
his name is
King.
also, I think his name is Brian Johnson as well.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the secret.
Doing steroids.
But what does the Liver King do? He does something with his liver to make him live forever?
Eats it.
He eats liver.
I think that's what his thing was. I didn't really follow him.
Not his own, you're saying?
No.
Oh.
Well, but I think his whole shtick was he eats like raw meat and claimed that would make you ripped and manly, but he was doing steroids, so.
Well, he was.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man.
Raw meat and steroids. That's a good combination.
Well, that'll make you ripped and not manly because it makes your arms bigger and shrinks your balls.
So I hear.
I mean, like, I never understood that kind of a trade-off. You know, like, okay, I want to excel at this, I assume, so I can get chicks.
Right. Okay, that's the only way. That's the only reason to take care of your body, is to get chicks, of course, according to Bill, who, you know, doesn't get chicks. And probably if he took steroids one time, his balls would disappear entirely. It's fascinating. This, by the way, this... He did say perfect penis, didn't he? Jesus Christ.
That's too much, man!
Oh, God. By the way, I listened to this whole thing. It was... Or at least I listened to most of it. I listened to like 45 minutes of it. It is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen.
But then when I get them,
my God,
my dick. Yeah, I've got a mushroom dick.
I've always wanted to know what it's like to be a 21-year-old girl, Bill Maher.
There's so much weird stuff now. Like I've had guys talking about like peptide things they take and HGH. And I'm just like, I don't know, man. I'll get old. That's what I'll do.
I agree.
You're already getting old.
I mean, I had this actual discussion
Isn't
with
Tim
Joe Rogan.
I think Tim's almost 40. He's like days away from turning 40.
On his show, and you know, he does the exogenous creams and stuff, and just I think he's pretty upfront about that, and it's legal. I mean, it's not. We're not talking about steroids. We're talking about
testosterone cream.
Yeah, but I mean, testosterone does decrease as you get older. That's a fact, and of course that makes you, especially if you're a male, only if you're a male, I guess, with testosterone, less healthy. Just ask Joe Biden. Oh no, too soon. Sorry, we wish you well, Joe. So, you know, I said, yeah, that stuff is scary to me, because when anything you do that the body isn't doing.
All right, I'm going to move away from some of this. The beginning, like I can't remember how long it takes them to start talking politics or anything of substance. But for like a good 10 minutes, they just talk about like steroids and, well, you've seen much of the context of this situation. Oh my fucking God.
Speaking of girlfriends, this one is.
Oh, here we go.
This one wasn't in that list, but they could have put it there. But somebody, they were out to dinner with a few people, and this person.
Bill Maher, quit pretending you have friends.
Said that I used to date Ann Coulter.
I've heard that.
Which
I have heard it.
Okay, well, it's not true, and both of us would say that. Now, am I friends with her? Yes, and anyone who doesn't like that can go fuck themselves. I'll be friends with whoever I want. I think I proved that over and over again, including with Donald Trump. You know, I
and you got a lot of heat for that.
But it's not like I've ever to either one of them given an inch on what my beliefs are. It's I'm taken in. I just think we need to talk to each other.
Oh, thank God. At least, you know, Bill Maher hangs out with a bunch of reprehensible, just despicable human beings. But at least when he's hanging out with them, he doesn't, in private, he doesn't let them change who he is. Weird centrist dickbag. Yeah, okay, great. That is refreshing. And, I am comforted to hear that. Oh, thank God. Bill doesn't. Oh, wow.
And anyone who doesn't want to do that, but you know, this idea that the image that people have of you is anywhere near what you really are. Yes, that got way worse in the internet age, but I think it was almost always thus.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It
goes both ways too. My fans think they know me based on seeing my face for, well, to be honest, I do like 5 hours of recording a day. But those that watch, they watch several hours a day, and they think this shows them everything about me.
Right.
And to be honest, the people who watch me are much better informed as to who I am than the people who don't. But they still have this probably, rose-colored glasses view of who I am and what I represent and stuff.
Oh, so you suck. Fascinating. So I love that. Tim basically saying, yeah, my viewers think I'm great, but I'm actually really, really shitty when I turn the camera off. Even worse than I am when the camera's on. Wow.
A what now?
You say rose-colored.
Yeah, they're fans. And so they...
But sometimes fans... I mean, about a month ago, during my monologue, this had never happened in over 600 tapings of Real Time, but during my monologue, I see a guy in the audience with his phone out taking a picture, and I stopped the monologue. I mean, I just went, I walked over, I was like, what the fuck are you doing?
What the fuck are you doing, Bill? What? How is this a real complaint of yours? Somebody took a phone out in 2025 to take a picture? Somehow that's
illegal.
Illegal in your world, and at the Bill Maher taping, the audience member pulls out their phone and you stop everything to walk all the way over to an audience member and chastise them. What? Jesus Christ, what's wrong with this guy? Fucking weirdo. Oh my God.
There's no taking pictures here. And then, you know, the audience laughed, and I said, it's so disappointing that even your own fans are assholes.
The audience laughed. I'll bet their producer told them to laugh. Laugh now. Please clap. Please clap right now.
You know, because like it takes a lot to get tickets to real time. People write in, and and he was a fan, and it's just, but like people can be assholes even your own. You can't ever be so purist as to think, well, you know, the good people. I mean, that's one of our big problems, I think.
This is one of the most unnecessary conversations of all time. I'm not going to lie. By the way, does anybody think that Tim Pool showers with the beanie on? Sometimes I wonder. It's like, you know, like what does he... I've never seen him without... I've seen one picture of him without the beanie on. Some people think it's fused to his scalp, perhaps surgically attached to his head in some form or fashion. It's very strange. I mean, why is he so afraid of showing people his bald head? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna skip ahead of this. There's a fucking hour and a half. They just sat around talking about fuck all. But there was like I said, there's like at least 20 minutes of paid promotions in here too. God damn it. Where do I want to go? Let's skip over here. Skechers ads. Jesus Christ. Shame, Skechers. Shame.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Okay. Well, at least Skechers knows their audience. Hands-free slip-ins for the elderly. Are you too old to tie your shoes? Get a Skechers hands-free slip-ins.
So how does your wife like West Virginia?
I think she likes it. You know, I think...
You like Green Acres? She wishes,
she wants to be in Montana.
Wow.
Yeah.
Why Montana?
Anywhere. She actually probably Wyoming, and she loves skiing, and I would love to go there as well. In fact, we looked there before coming to Western Maryland, but it's impractical to try and do an in-person news show from Wyoming or Montana. So,
well, why is it any more impractical than West Virginia?
Because we're an hour.
I'm sorry if I've offended anybody who loves Skechers.
Yeah, you land at Dulles, and you're an hour and a half, and you're in the studio ready to go.
Right.
Yep, I looked at Maine too.
Oh.
You know, because we were like far away, middle of nowhere, safer, more secure, and we need the internet.
Do you?
So East Coast is best.
I'm confused.
Half the country lives on the East Coast.
Right.
So
I forgot just how terrible. I think I blacked out while I was watching this. I forgot how unnecessary this fucking show was. I don't even know if I have the energy to go through this whole thing. When do they talk about literally anything of substance? I cannot.
Competing in women's sports and like
it's all like fused together in my brain now. Like Tim's beanie is fused to his head. I'm just like, I can't even remember when I heard this or that thing. I'm just like guessing now. I'm like, oh my God, when was it that they said this thing?
Too much indoctrination of children.
Oh God,
sexual ideas that they're too young to understand.
This is where it is. We're indoctrinating the kids, according to Bill Maher. Oh my God. Remember when this guy used to pretend to be like edgy when he was doing like the what's it called? I can't remember the name of his goddamn show. Because there was a time like when I like thought that Bill Maher was like maybe, you know, a decent commentator. It was like during, I want to call it Idiocracy, but what was it called? There was that show that he did, Religiosity, right? Wasn't that called? What it was called? But now he's finger wagging like some like Christian mom at a fucking school board meeting. We're indoctrinating the kids with sexual imagery.
Men competing in women's sports and like just too much indoctrination of children with sexual ideas that they're too young to understand. Like when you add up all these things that get in the media a lot, it paints a picture,
constantly
not
in the media.
A wrong picture. in the mind of the average voter that, yeah, maybe policy-wise I would do better under the Democrats or Bernie Sanders, but these other people just seem
Religulous,
fucking crazy.
thank you.
They seem
Religulous.
like committed to just.
You seem committed to just doing fuck all, dude. I am so done with this. I'm sorry, people. I hope nobody was too excited about watching this. I just don't have it. I just cannot deal with this anymore. They're just like two fucking idiots who don't deserve all of the money and fame that they have, talking to one another about how they probably don't deserve to be here. Okay. Religiosity? Yeah, it seems like everybody's on the yeah, okay. Well, it's been a long time since I saw that show. All right, but they started off this show talking about manliness. One thing supposedly that encourages manliness is athletics, getting out there, doing some physical activities. Let's go to some sporting news. Well, I don't know if they call this sporting, but all the way in the Bay Area, the 25th annual race of the Escape from Alcatraz competition happened. Here's Cron 4 from 3 days ago. Oh shit, Decipher gifting a Galactic membership. Who got it? Chris Salustro. Alright. Thank you, D. Very generous. Hopefully Chris appreciates your generosity.
Escape from Alcatraz Triathlon is back this weekend. Brave athletes are going to be jumping into the frigid bay, swimming to the shore, then they have to bike and run about 25 miles before they finish at Marina Green. And one of the competitors has done this before. This will be his 25th consecutive race. And we have with us here 75-year-old Jerry Mandello. You've done this race 25 times. This will be your 25th time, Jerry.
Got to finish to get the 25th to be in the quarter century
You get like
club.
a special prize or something? Special medal?
Maybe they'll give me free entry for the rest of my life, what's left of it.
Why have you done this race so many years in a row? Why do you love it so much?
It was very unique race and very challenging. I mean, you got to add it to your bucket list if you're a triathlete, because it's different. I mean, it's an iconic race. I mean, you get to swim in the San Francisco Bay, Alcatraz is behind you, the Golden Gate's on your right, the Oakland Bay Bridge is on your left, and San Francisco's in the front of you.
And it doesn't get old after all these years?
Well, now I'm at the point, can I still do it?
Yeah.
That's the thing. Can I still do it?
We'll find out this weekend.
That's right.
Between the swim, the bike, and the run, which is the most challenging for you, that you struggle with the most? Or you could say which is the easiest?
I think the bike is, because it's very steep climbs, and it's scary coming down because you have potholes and speed bumps. I think the swim's the easiest. If you're used to the 50-degree water, I have to come out here 4 days in advance to get used to the water.
So you've already done the swim a couple times?
I did.
Probably did it today?
I did a 20-minute swim with a wetsuit and 10 without.
Okay.
Get the shock out of my system.
It's like a cold plunge.
Yeah, it's
really
it's a fountain of youth.
Winter is coming. Yeah, the icy waters of the bay. early summer. All right. Isn't there sharks in those waters? Yes, I'm fairly certain there's at least a few sharks hanging out in there, but that old guy, a 75-year-old man, staying in the race.
I'm staying in the race.
25 times and is a 75-year-old man. Truly incredible stamina. And, hey. Certainly an example of manhood. But yeah, we should all strive to continue to be physically active into our older, not older, what's it called? Later years, I guess you might say. I try to stay active, although I'm not old, but you know, you gotta stay active through your whole life to be able to be doing stuff like that in your 70s. All right, now let's go up to Canada, where 29 people rolled into the Midland area for a good cause on a very strange piece of technology. I've certainly never seen one this big before.
Midland was on the move today, turning wheels and turning heads as the megabike rolled into town.
Look at this thing, dude. It's insane.
That's right, a 29-person human-powered bicycle took over the streets as people raised money for Big Brothers Big Sisters of North Simcoe. Teams of co-workers, families, and friends pedaled a 2-kilometer route to support local youth, and what a comeback it was. After a one-year hiatus, the event brought the energy back in a big way with a goal to raise $40,000.
It's really nice getting to connect with the mentors, the families, and getting to hear what Big Brothers Big Sisters has done for them. We get to hear stories from mentors being like, I didn't know I would get so much from this, like this.
This is wild. A 29-person bicycle. I didn't even know that it existed. I've never heard of such a thing. I mean, I've heard of a 2-person bike, maybe a 3-person bike, but 29.
That's too much, man!
That is too much, man. Okay. Now, let's go down to New York, where in Rochester, the Erie Canal Bicentennial is being celebrated. People enjoying the outdoors as things get warmer.
Several groups joined together to celebrate plans to make sure everyone who wants to can enjoy the Erie Canal with the help of inclusive recreation resources.
So these would make outdoor activities more accessible for individuals with disabilities. Outdoor recreation, something that should be accessible, of course, to everyone, but barriers still exist, making it difficult in many places. The new resources would include adaptive equipment such as bikes and kayaks.
It's something that she enjoys, and it's hard to find something that's adaptive for special needs people that is available. And this is one of those things, and we're very blessed and lucky to have that here in Fairport.
So it's one thing to be able to see people out engaging in adaptive and accessible recreation opportunities, but it's a whole nother thing to be there with them, beside them in those opportunities.
Was somebody being attacked in the background?
No, that was a bird. There you go. You can go kayaking down the goddamn Erie Canal. Now that it's opened back up. How many likes do we have right now? Are we over 70? I feel like we are. I think I saw somebody suggest we were over 70 at one point. Oh boy. I can still see the number. Okay, great. That's a bacula. We got all dudes right now for the emotional support characters. All right. Let's go. While we're talking water sports, let's go to Hawaii. Hawaii news now. After 24 days, and we've been covering this story since the very beginning. After 24 days, that man who's been sailing from Oregon has finally made it.
A man and his cat are now in Hawaii after sailing from Oregon 24 days ago and documenting the trip on social media. A big celebration was held at the Waikiki Yacht Club. Oliver Whitker and his cat Phoenix started the journey over the Pacific with no open ocean experience. Whitker was diagnosed with a rare spinal condition, which prompted him to quit his job, buy a boat, and learn how to sail. His social media posts went viral, with many online supporters following his progress. And yesterday, he had the chance to finally meet some of the people that followed his journey.
I never felt like truly.
I gotta say, it is pretty insane to do what he did, and it's equally as impressive that without having ever sailed, making it across the Pacific Ocean. managed to survive on a boat for an entire month, let alone the fact that he also had a cat on board with him. It's pretty amazing, I gotta say.
To finally meet some of the people that followed his journey.
I never felt like truly alone, you know? Yeah, I felt, because I would also like FaceTime like friends and stuff, so I didn't get the full experience, which in a way, like I wish I did, because all of like the legends, you know, that have crossed oceans before have never had Starlink and stuff, and they all like go insane in a way, and I kind of like, I wanted to experience that, but, yeah.
His bravery, not just becoming a superstar and facing off with all you guys in the world, which is something, but to be out at the sea, and people of Hawaii see the sea as sacred, as you know, but it's sacred also that you would settle here as your first stop, and we're grateful to you. So we have just a little something. We have a lot of cat food, I think.
We have a lot of cat food.
I'm glad. Cat's okay.
Pirate kitty. Arg. Or should I say, meow. Pretty incredible journey, and I don't know if everyone here is familiar with this, but we did cover this a few Sundays back. And this dude, he found out he had a very rare back condition, quit his job, took all of his savings, and bought that boat. And it's a wild story. It's like, it's truly incredible. I'm still sort of blown away by it. He fought pirates, storms, and the Kraken. That's right. That's right. Now there's another boating situation happening, also Hawaii-based, which we've also talked about in the past. Let's go here. Talk about the arrival of the Losipa voyaging canoe.
The Valley Isle is set to welcome voyaging canoe Iosepa next week with a free community show in Lahaina. It's happening on Wednesday, June 4th at the Lahaina Civic Center at 7 o'clock. Now, the hour-long event, hosted by Oahu's Polynesian Cultural Center, is meant to mahalo the local community and will feature traditional mele and dance from across Polynesia. Iosepa is set to dock on Molokai tomorrow and stay for several days before heading to Maui.
Now, this boat trip, which these guys are taking, and the native Hawaiians are taking, is intended to essentially like remind people and sort of the history of native Hawaiian people, and as well as sort of instill a community spirit and to get young native Hawaiians to, participate in this activity. They are doing it in a replica of an ancient Hawaiian canoe, which I thought is also super cool. I gotta say, I love the high seas. What can I say? A pirate at heart. Sasha G, I almost missed you. Oh my god, gifting 5 more Galactic gift memberships to the community. Your generosity knows no bounds. Who got him? April Christman, Cody Culp, Nathan Nelson, Bald Pab, and Pinkerbell. Incredibly generous. Thank you. I do love when people gift memberships, because I feel like in a way it brings everybody together. It gives people benefits that they may not have had or may not have been able to get themselves. Brings more people back to the stream, and it's also, of course, very helpful, because it's also still contributing to the stream. So many benefits from gifting those Galactic membies. All right, let's talk skating. Go back to Rochester, New York. News 8 WROC from 3 days ago, where in the town of Greece they are unveiling a new skate park. That's right. We sort of jumped around here during this. We'll just pretend like it didn't happen, okay?
In the town of Greece, folks celebrating the official opening of the brand new skate park right at the town hall campus.
Greece got to work in 2021 creating a modern skate park and the town's first inclusive playground. Greece officials say they felt it was important to engage community on all aspects of the design of the park. They also brought in nationally recognized skate park designers to work on the project. It's 27,000 square feet, and the new space includes customized ramps, and they welcome a bike rack that welcomes all types of wheels, so like rollerblades, scooters, and bikes. Police town officials, including town supervisor Bill Rylick, were all there to cut the ribbon.
You'll notice beautifully some stone columns, Mediterranean-inspired landscaping, and details that reflect.
Okay, now we got another skating story. This one was in Canada. Where one skating hero and celebrity, perhaps the biggest on the planet, made a surprise visit all the way in British Columbia. Let's go to CBC News for the story.
What'd you think of it?
I think it was pretty hype.
It was awesome, man.
It was awesome. Definitely a good event.
It's so cool that a town like this, you know, relatively small town, would build a world-class skate facility. Basically, they said, hey, do you want to come check out the new expansion of the Smithers Skate Park? Timing worked, and I got some of my team together, and you know, got on a plane and ended up here. When I started skating, it was my salvation. I mean, that's where I found my sense of belonging, my sense of community. I mean, if you go to a skate park, almost any town, you'll find people from all walks of life. They are enjoying the space all at the same time.
My favorite skater is Tony Hawk.
No way, the Birdman.
I never imagined it would be like this, where it's encouraged by parents, where communities will support it. And so to live in this time, to actually witness it, and then to be able to participate, it's beyond any dream that I could have.
How old is Tony now? Oh my God! Wow.
Huge move, huge
That was
park,
sweet.
huge crowd, and that is a very big deal. Tony Hawk told the organizers that when he was a kid, he would have to hide his skateboard to make sure he wasn't bullied. How times have changed, and largely thanks to him.
Yeah, it is. I mean, he certainly, in many ways, popularized the sport with his incredible moves. First man to ever do a 900 on a vert ramp. But he's getting old now, isn't he? He's like he's gotta be like in his like mid-50s, right? He's getting up there, still skating perfectly well. He's still got it. That's right, Bad Lefty. He's still got it. He's 57. Oh my God, he's even older than I thought. Dude is getting up there. Still shredding it up at the skate park. Now, one man, now this is not in the United States, but it felt right to do it here. Why not? Let's go all the way across oceans to Singapore, where one man who's in charge of the Department of Defense was working out with the troops. That's right, Pete Hegseth.
You are the ones that hold the line. You spend the best years of your life, your young years of your life, in uniform, staying fit, staying ready, putting yourself willingly in harm's way.
Why is he doing this?
For 330 million people who are.
How is this keeping America safe? I don't understand. Why is he here doing this right now? I mean, I know he was in the area. He was making some very inflammatory sort of statements while in Asia, but I just don't understand why we needed this. How is this keeping America safe?
Yourself willingly in harm's way for 330 million people who are a long way away. And I'm here to tell you that it matters a lot.
Does it? Okay.
We see it. We understand the challenges you face. I also pass a message from the president every time he wants me to let all of you know that from the Oval Office, from the White House, he has your back. He supports you, loves and appreciates what you do. He's charged me with taking care of you and your families. We're seeking peace. You can see that from President Trump. He seeks peace. He wants peace for us and our families at home.
Was he talking that whole time? he was just standing there talking for hours until the sun came up. Oh my god, he was just dude, you just need to settle down, okay?
Pathway to peace is strength right here. Got 3, 1, 2, 3. Now I gotta go put a tie on. Have a lot of meetings. That's the.
I gotta go put a tie on and yell about China a whole lot. Okay. Yeah, okay.
China!
Well, everybody is trying to stay in shape out there, including little Petey Hegseth. Alright. Speaking of things that go boom, let's talk about the state of American aviation more broadly. With the channel that we often go to on Sunday Fundays, Good Work with Dan Toomey.
Here in the United States of America, me and my countrymen absolutely love flying. We fly planes over the top of our most important societal rituals to bless the proceedings. Our most talented artists signal their ascension to the top of the cultural mountaintop by taking to the skies. And of course, our national symbol combines flying with our other favorite pastime, being white. The bald eagle. But over the last few months, my country's long-standing relationship with flying has descended rapidly, with horrible tragedies, repeated communication failures, and various other terrifying things dominating the headlines and our social media feeds. So is American aviation going down in flames? Or will we once again take to the skies like soaring bald eagles, pop megastars, and glorious warplanes, buzzing low over a bunch of jacked up big boys in tights about to concuss themselves in front of an audience of rabid Budweiser Vikings? It's been rough times in American skies lately, and if you haven't heard about it, I will now reenact exactly what it feels like my social media feed has turned into. We had the worst commercial air accident since 2009, killing 67 people. 2 days later, the Federal Aviation Administration, or
I get these notifications all the goddamn time. Holy fuck, there's even more news.
FAA's nationwide safety notification system went out, causing delays and cancellations. Then the Trump administration started firing FAA employees, including air traffic controllers, before being like, never mind, we will keep the air traffic controllers. Planes caught fire on the runways at Orlando and Denver. A plane bound for Edmonton got a bunny wabbit sucked into its engine, causing it to emit, quote, giant fireballs. A plane aborted its landing after a close call at Chicago's Midway Airport. A DoorDash driver accidentally drove into restricted areas at Chicago's O'Hare Airport. A flight from San Diego got evacuated after a passenger said the person next to him had a bomb. This plane come from Minnesota got to Toronto and then flipped over. There was a full radio communications blackout at Denver's air traffic control tower. There were multiple similar blackouts at Newark's air traffic control tower, which currently employs only 22 of the 38 controllers that the FAA says it should have working, leading 5 Newark controllers to take trauma leave and 1 Newark controller to do a steamy photo shoot and interview with the Wall Street Journal, where he said he doesn't want to be responsible for killing 400 people. And all of this is happening in the midst of a nationwide shortage of air traffic controllers. Only 2 of our 313 air traffic control towers have met the staffing targets set by the FAA. This means 98% of our air traffic control towers are currently understaffed. So
that is not great. That's not great. Not gonna lie. It's not great. Those are a lot of bad statistics. Alright, we're not gonna watch this whole thing. I just had to make a stop with Dan. Find him to be a very funny YouTube journalist. But yeah, the state of our air traffic is not good. We've been underfunding it for a very long time, and as Trump came in, we underfunded even more. Seems wise. If only we had Continental Rail that was efficient, this would be much. Yeah, well, you know, that's a it's a fair point to make, Narwhally. It's a fair point. It's a fact. All right. Enough of airplanes exploding. Let's go to something less explodey, hopefully. Hey, what are we doing here? What the fuck? Hey, stop that. What? No, no. Do not do that.
Don't even play.
You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me. Fuck it. Let's talk about something else that needs to be structurally sound. Buildings. But these buildings, well, they're made out of cardboard by one man.
Want to be responsible?
No, Dan. No, not. God damn it.
Come on!
There we go. Did it. I fixed it. Yay.
Local artist is taking a very simple material and creating masterpieces.
We first brought you his story 6 years ago when this artist initially gained attention for his incredible work highlighting Philadelphia landmarks. Now we're catching back up with him at his newest exhibit.
And as CBS News Philadelphia's Jan Carabeo shows us, he is quickly becoming known as the cardboard genius.
It's amazing.
One look around and it is easy to see why those words are what many use to describe Campbell Smith's art. Take his recreation of Philly's Chinatown Friendship Gate or the former Philadelphia Police Roundhouse. About a dozen of his sculptures are on display at historic Germantown, and they're all constructed mostly from humble cardboard.
My best one, I'll choose the Sydney Opera House. It's a cool looking shape.
What makes his art even more remarkable, Campbell is self-taught and creates through sight alone. He doesn't use any measurement tools.
And you can see him like running like programs in his head almost on how to put
that part of it is truly the most incredible, is the fact that this guy is just doing it. He's you know, he's not drawing up plans, he's not taking measurements, he's not out here with a fucking caliper. Just whipping out a bunch of cardboard boxes and just going to work. Truly incredible.
And you can see him like running like programs in his head almost on how to put stuff together.
His father, Lonnie, calls it a superpower derived from autism. Campbell was diagnosed as a child. We profiled his work in 2019 after his first New York City art show. Since then, Lonnie says Campbell has only gotten faster and stronger. His new exhibit, Cardboard Genius, has drawn praise from artists and architects alike.
The trains amaze me. And I saw him do the trains, and it took him maybe 20 minutes to do the trains.
Beyond the exhibit, Campbell's art is also reaching new heights. That's the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building in Dubai. Campbell's is 27 feet tall.
Huge.
People always ask about him being able to go from, two-dimensional to three-dimensional. And that's kind of brilliant, too.
Sometimes he says he sees buildings in his dreams. I like to hear that.
More importantly for
He's
Lonnie,
the Michelangelo.
art has opened the line.
He's the Michelangelo of cardboard. Yeah, that's a good description of this guy. Yeah, and his flat top is. I think he must also be doing his own hair because that thing also seems pretty perfect as well.
His dreams. I like to hear that.
More importantly for Lonnie, art has opened the lines of communication for Campbell. And not only with his father, but also with those interested in his creation.
He communicates with people about his art better than he communicates about anything.
Proving, Lonnie says, there is a gift to be found inside every person with autism.
His work is something that you have to see to believe.
Well, this savant's gift powered by autism, as Decipher says. Yes, indeed. Truly an incredible story of one Philadelphia artist. Neurodivergent man with superpowers. All right. Let's talk more art. This time in Hawaii, where you can find exclusive artwork and explore the Artist in Residence program at the Park West Gallery. Here's Hawaii news now from 3 days ago.
Aloha and welcome back to High Now Daily. We're here back live at Park West Gallery in Waikiki, and I just have to show you something cool that they just showed me. So they have this really interactive guess to win the prize. So one of these artworks, you come in, you know, it's a very accepting place. If you know art or if you don't know art, you kind of come in, guess the price of the artwork, and on a monthly basis, if you're closest to choosing how much these costed, you get it. And guess what? The minimum price is $30,000 and it goes up to $100,000 per art piece. That's absolutely insane. But you know what's really great here at Park West Gallery? They have their staples. They have their Picasso. They have their Salvador Dali, and they have the Pierre to tell us all about also, you know, these wonderful pieces and also the unique collection of different types of artwork.
And Natalie, it's so glad you highlighted that because we have our collection of contemporary artists that's going to always be changing. As soon as an artwork gets collected, we will replace it with something else. And then, of course, we have our feature. This is the ultimate famous surrealist artist, Salvador Dali. And it's one of his most famous series as well, known as the Divine Comedy. One of the most epic love stories ever told over 600 years ago. It took him 10 years to do this series, and it's an absolute masterpiece in printmaking technique.
It's absolutely phenomenal. You know, it's not just one piece, but it's a whole collection and series. You get to see kind of the thought process between the artists and seeing how that lays out. So I know these are staple pieces that people could always come and view, and all the other art pieces kind of cycle within 4 months. So anytime you come back, there's something new, especially for Kama'aina, which Kama'aina also gets those discounts. If you come here to Park West Gallery, you can always see new and different pieces, but you guys got to see this. I know we're all raving about the Lilo and Stitch movie. You have to check out this piece right here that's available for sale. So who painted this piece right here?
She is Alison Lefcourt. She's the heir apparent to the pop art throne, probably, as far as I'm concerned, the world's biggest.
Of course, she gravitates to the Stitch painting. Well, there you go. There you go. You have a chance to get in and get yourself some art potentially over here. Pierre is a hedge art fund manager. How do you know that? Like, I'm not aware of anything about this guy. I spent almost no time on this thing. Still cool. Still cool. Keeping it light, you know, trying to at least. Now, while we're talking art, I figured we'd switch over to the performing arts. As the Tony Awards are right around the corner. I believe they're going to be on next Sunday, Funday. Here's CBS New York on all of that.
Broadway's biggest night is coming up on Sunday, June 8th. It all caps a season with the highest grossing box office total in Broadway history. Dave Carlin covers arts and entertainment and shows us some other firsts.
Some nominated actors are making history, blazing new trails at the Tonys.
Marcus is mixed race Asian.
Daniel Day Kim is the first ever Asian nominee in the Tony category of Best Performance by a Leading Actor in a Play for his work in Yellowface.
I love the fact that we are being recognized as Asian Americans on Broadway. I yearn for the day when it's so commonplace and understood that anyone of any race or religion or gender identification can be nominated for these things.
Another history maker is Carrie Young. Her work in the play Purpose propels her to a four-peat.
The first black person nominated consecutively 4 times with a win last year in any category.
But you are playing these roles so beautifully that you get to because you knock it out of the park each time.
What an honor to be a part of an incredible community. The world is being forced to believe that we should be divided, and we're doing art, and that's what brings people together.
The play English has 2 actresses earning nominations and marking a first for their category.
I'm Tala Ash. I play Elham in English, and I'm nominated for Tony for Featured Actress. I and Marjan Nishat are the first Middle Eastern actors to ever be nominated in this category. Yes, if you're an Iranian, you get something from it. If you've ever tried to learn a second language, you certainly do. As an immigrant,
how dare you! Kola Skola is the creator of Oh Mary and the first non-binary nominee for Best Play and leading actor in a play.
It's really overwhelming that it's come this far, and now I'm here with my little Tony's pins, 2 nomination pins.
And that brings us to Audra McDonald. She's won 6 Tonys, more than any other performer. She's nominated for an 11th time for Gypsy, and that sets another record. Dave Carlin, CBS News, New York.
And we are highlighting.
There we go. Maybe we'll watch some the Tonys on next Sunday Funday. I think I have day plans for Sunday Funday. Don't worry, I'll still do the show. Okay, while we're talking performances on stage, one group of performers, I think in Tennessee, are performing a different sort of performance, a show featuring actors with disabilities.
Life is imitating art in a pretty great way. One of the most famous cartoon friendships is headed to the stage this weekend.
But what we especially love is the real-life friendships it's creating. News Channel 5's Forrest Sanders heads to dress rehearsal.
It's a show set under the sea, where we got no troubles, life is the bubbles. Wait, no, that's the wrong musical. This trip under the sea isn't with a mermaid, but you'll find a sponge.
Hello, sky. Hello, flowers. Hello, Bikini Bell.
Ben Summers is SpongeBob SquarePants. Nick Watson is
SpongeBob #2.
Brady Sullivan is also SpongeBob. And Zach Craig?
I'm playing SpongeBob #4.
There's 4 of you guys.
Yes. Are there?
Yes.
News to me.
Do all you SpongeBobs get along pretty well?
We do.
This is dress rehearsals for the SpongeBob musical put on by Backlight Productions. What are those called?
Those are called Krabby Patties. $1 each.
Not a bad deal. Now, Backlight does theater productions where people with disabilities perform alongside professional actors. Joshua Waldrop is playing Starfish Patrick, the best friend of all 4 SpongeBobs.
Because we're a BFF. BFF? Business forever.
That is the thing about this company and their mission. It doesn't matter.
F is for friends who do stuff together. U is for you and me.
Your abilities are, you have a place.
The show's coming to the Soleil Deo Center at Christ Presbyterian Academy in Nashville. Now, I'm not going to spoil the show, but the residents of Bikini Bottom tend to fear the worst.
Breaking news. Okay. That is something we should worry about.
Maybe if we all close our eyes, nothing will happen.
Wait for it.
Well, there we go, people. A group of talented individuals performing a SpongeBob musical for people in Tennessee. All right. Now, one thing you cannot go without when you're doing stage performances is makeup, and there is news in the world of makeup, as Hailey Bieber is apparently selling her makeup company for big bucks. Here's CBS News from 3 days ago.
Model Hailey Bieber joins the ranks of billion-dollar beauty brands. Cosmetics giant e.l.f. Beauty acquired her makeup and skincare brand Rhode. The deal estimated to be worth up to $1 billion. CBS News correspondent Carter Evans joins us now to break down the facts and figures of this huge sale. Carter, what makes this acquisition so notable?
I mean, first of all, it's just a ton of money. Hailey Bieber
launched Rode in 2022, and they only had a couple of products in her line, and it became wildly popular with Instagram and TikTok influencers. So in just 3 years, she's netted more than $212 million in sales. Now, Rode still only has about 10 products, and it's exclusively direct-to-consumer, and that appealed to e.l.f. CEO, who called Bieber an industry disruptor. Now, e.l.f. brings a lot to the table. They're in practically every single drugstore around the country, and this is a company that's constantly pushing out new items to keep up with quickly evolving trends. So now, with the star power of Hailey Bieber and plans to majorly expand Rode's product line, e.l.f. is making a play into the higher-end realm of the beauty industry, with a powerhouse founder as the face. And for that, Hailey Bieber will get almost $1 billion. She is now far more wealthy than her husband, Justin Bieber, who recently, by the way, sold his music catalog for around $200 million.
Yeah, he needed the cash, and maybe not so much anymore, Carter. But
Oh, there we go. Hailey Bieber making the big bucks selling her makeup brand to e.l.f. Isn't she like Lebanese or something? I honestly know like almost nothing about Hailey Bieber aside from the fact that she's married to Justin Bieber. Not gonna lie. Don't know anything about her. Oh god. All right. You know what else you need for a good performance? Fashion. All right, let's go to Keihan 2 News in Hawaii, where there is a fashion exhibit going on. Wait, is she... Wait, I'm looking at chat. Is Hailey Bieber the daughter of Alec Baldwin? Is that true? Weird.
You may be familiar with the Met Gala, but have you ever heard of the Mod Gala?
Nope.
It was the inaugural fundraiser event for the Capitol Modern, where fashion remains on display.
Kamaka Pili visited the art museum for more.
Here in Honolulu, the Capitol Modern had just celebrated the first ever Mod Gala. You may be familiar with the Met Gala. Well, this is Hawaii's own version of that, here again at the Capitol Modern, being a very big signature fundraiser event for them. And just by looking at the pictures and hearing some of their stories, this event was a ball. It's so much so where they had to capture all of the fashion and everything that was expressed that evening and turn it into its own art exhibit to live on through the middle of June. And to find out more about that, we're here with the president of the Friends of Capitol Modern. Jonathan, thank you very much for taking the time. I have to say, the art pieces in just this room alone, along with the rest of is amazing. But what was so significant about this Mod Gala, and how successful to you was it?
So Mod Gala was the inaugural fundraiser of the Friends of Capitol Modern. So we celebrated fashion and food, and actually indigenous food and artists, and gave them the theme of Botanical Rhapsody.
And what does that mean, Botanical Rhapsody?
That's what we looked to all the artists to tell us and to show through their work what that meant. So we kind of left it wide open.
Oh, well, thanks for at least teasing us with that, Jonathan, because we have one of the fashion designers. There were 8 that were part of the fashion part of this, but again, music and so much more expressions of art. But we're here with Amos Kotomori, who has created some amazing pieces. Thank you very much for taking some of your time.
Thank you very much for being here and helping promote the arts. I can't imagine Hawaii without any of the arts. And it was an opportunity for 8 artists, designers, to express, and each of us had their own.
Whoa. Hey.
Their own story. And so like this outfit here is really, I entitled it Paradise Chained. And it's made out of chains and rhinestones. Wow. And the flowers were made in Bali, and it's traditionally used for weddings, for uniting. And so what happened was that the question I asked was, what did we do to sell paradise? What have we done? So this was the hula skirt.
Wow. A piece of clothing with a message. Truly cool. It's a great question. What did we do? And yeah, I think this is all mostly America's fault. But yeah, there we go. That's enough fashion. Where are we at on time right now? Okay, we're 3.5 hours in, so we're gonna keep this going. Let's go here. This one I just stuck in here as a segue. Got nothing to do with the previous one, but let's go and see who won the 2025 National Spelling Bee. All right, Associated Press from 2 days ago. Yeah, now I'm thinking about it. Hawaii has been sold off to the highest bidder time and time again, whether it's Zuckerberg or Ellison or Oprah. Yeah, it's kind of fucked. All right, let's see some talented kids try and spell some words.
Look at me, but you can say it too. So. Hello, Dr. Bailey.
Hi, Faison. So if you spell this next word correctly, we will declare you the champion of the historic 100th year of the Scripps National Spelling Bee.
Immediately, if not
Now,
sooner.
let's all of us take a deep breath.
Yes.
And let's...
That did not help at all.
Bro.
Smile.
Well, a certain pacing would help to follow.
Yeah.
Okay. Your word is éclaircissement.
Éclaircissement. E-C-L-A-I-R-C-I-S-S-E-M-E-N-T. Éclaircissement. That is correct.
Incredible.
Congratulations, Faison Zaki. You are the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee
This fucking kid.
Somebody peel him off the floor. We have a winner, a champion, and Scripps CEO Adam Simpson will now present the trophy to Faison.
Faison Zaki, you are the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee champion. And on behalf of the EW Scripps Company, I'm pleased, really pleased to present to you with the Scripps Cup.
There you go. One genius child spelling éclaircissement to win the National Spelling Bee. Great job, kid. Speaking of bees, there was a fucking bee catastrophe which happened in Washington state, specifically, not DC. That's right. I segued from spelling bee to bee disaster. Sue me. I don't know. Sometimes my segues aren't the best. All right, let's do it. 14 million bees escaped after truck overturns in Washington state. Oh my god. That's too many bees.
Too much, man!
Let's talk about those goddamn bees. Oh my god.
Recovery
Holy
operations
shit,
are complete
dude.
tonight in Whatcom County after a semi-truck carrying millions of honeybees crashed near Linden yesterday, releasing the insects into the wild. Thank you for joining us tonight on King 5. I'm Madison Wade. Check out this new video we got of the massive swarm happening.
Fucking beemonium. My god. This footage from inside the swarm is wild.
Releasing the insects into the wild. Thank you for joining us tonight on King 5. I'm Madison Wade. Check out this new video we got of the massive swarm happening where this crash occurred. Beekeepers who were on scene estimate about 14 million bees escaped during this rollover crash early yesterday morning. They say hundreds of hives slipped off the truck and broke apart. 20% of the bees sadly died in the crash. That's nearly 3 million bees. Teams had to rebuild every single hive and move them off of the road where most of the bees rejoined their colonies. We spoke with beekeeper Derek Condit, who has been helping with the recovery, about what comes next.
They're going to swarm in the nearby farm fields, the local forest, the trees, and they'll either depending if the queen bees survived, start their colony out there in nature and become wild bees, or a percentage will join local native colonies as well.
Condit is confident that nearly all of the bees will survive thanks to the location and
aside from the 3 million dead bees
of year. He says neighbors should not be alarmed about bees swarming in the area.
Leave the swarms alone, and if you see bees, don't swat at them, and especially if it's a swarm, they will move on. They're just getting oriented or acclimated. We'll say they're not going to stay under that eave of your house or on that tree branch. Don't spray them with hoses or anything like that. And bees don't want to sting us or attack. That's only if they feel in danger. So really, just give them their space.
That's right. Give those bees their space. Now, in my estimation, I could be wrong about this because there's very little information about it, but there's been a lot of talk recently about farms whose hives have collapsed. We've been talking about colony collapse happening all over the place. And I'm fairly certain that this was probably an effort to send bees to a number of different places that needed them. And then this happened, and this seems... unintended consequence, which is only going to further make the situation worse. Someone should have been driving that truck a little safer. It's a straight road. I don't even understand how this happened. Oh God, the poor bees. We need the bees. Killing 3 million, probably not good. All right. Now, while we're in Seattle, I figured we'd also check this out, happening at Point Defiance Zoo and Aquarium. People are on agave watch, whatever that means. King 5 Seattle, from 3 days ago.
A transplant with roots to Mexico. This artichoke agave that looks like asparagus is getting more attention than the animals at Point Defiance Zoo.
I'm fascinated by it.
Also attracting fans online, it's shot up several feet the past few weeks and is worth seeing again.
So you might come back in a couple weeks.
Oh yeah. I'm on agave bloom watch.
When its stalk branches out, it'll explode with flowers, crimson and yellow.
Interesting.
A 17-year wait for horticulturalist Brian Jones.
This is an incredible event going on because this is a once in a lifetime.
Brian's watched it grow ever since it was sourced from a local nursery after it was salvaged from a Lakewood home. The Southwest native plant can handle the cold Pacific Northwest as long as it can stay dry.
Fortunately, the agave doesn't take as much work being a desert type of plant.
Because of its rocky bedding, Brian can stand back and brag about it and its family tree.
Agaves themselves, over the last several thousand years, were connected to ancient civilizations down in the Southwest. When the plant flowers, you can actually cut the leaves off, and on certain agaves, you can roast it, and then you can eat that, and it tastes like sweet potatoes or molasses.
Weird.
After flowering, this isn't the kind of agave that they'll turn into tequila. Instead, the main rosette will leave behind pups or offshoots, which may bloom again.
All right. Well, you can't drink it, but apparently you can eat the flowers. Fascinating. Pretty cool horticultural news. All right. These are the stories we need right now. Hey, look, that's the point of Sunday Funday. Try and lift our spirits before the week starts again and everything goes to shit. Which I'm certain will be happening any minute now. Try to avoid looking at my feed while I'm doing these ones, just so I'm not distracted by terrible news. Oh God, we need it, right? We need to pick up our spirits before they're crushed once again. Okay, all right. Now this was sort of out of order, as we usually do these from west to east, but let's go to something that we missed last week. And I totally forgot. I mean, honestly, I haven't been doing it as much as I was last year, which, it's on me. I've been sort of overwhelmed by just the actual news this year. But it was actually Asian American Heritage Month last month, and That month being May, because it is now officially June. And yeah, the Shinnyo Lantern Festival happened in Hawaii. I think it was last Sunday, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go here to Keihan 2 News to learn a little bit about that festival.
Final preparations are underway for the Shinnyo Lantern floating ceremony. Tens of thousands of lanterns will be set afloat in waters off of Ala Moana Beach Park, etched with messages to loved ones that we've lost. Nikki Schenfeld has more on.
What does this mean? Oi, GSL quiero un poco de tequila y un poco de cerveza. Esta vida, ay Dios, está todo yendo mal. I'm not sure what I just said. Something about a bit of tequila and a bit of beer is life, I think. And Lord, God damn it. I'm sorry, my Spanish was really bad. I did not take Spanish in school. As many people probably here know, I took French. I tried. I don't know how bad my pronunciation was either. I'm sorry.
Etched with messages to loved ones that we've lost. Nikki Schenfeld has more on what you need to know if you plan on going.
This year marks 26 years of the Shinnyo Lantern floating ceremony in Hawaii, and those who plan on attending should consider getting there early.
It is going to be crowded. There's about 30,000 people that end up coming.
There will be no parking allowed at Magic Island parking lot. A free shuttle will take people from Olomehane Street in Kaka'ako to Magic Island starting at 7 a.m. And the last one will leave the Ala Moana area at 9 p.m. Large items like strollers, carts, and wheelchairs are not allowed on the shuttle.
There's parking, 50% off parking at Ala Moana Shopping Center. If you check the website, they will have a code there for you that you can use.
There will be no food or drink vendors on site, and organizers are urging people to bring plenty of water, food, and shade.
It's going to be crazy in the front because it won't even be walking space, right? When the time comes and the show really goes on, you can't even see the sand, right? So these back sections are really awesome, you know what I mean? For the lantern showing, if you can get it out there, front stage is always good, right? And if you come early enough, you might be able to get into those spots.
Lanterns are first come, first serve at the tents, and there will be 6,000 available. Unlike recent years, this time there will be a halau opening the ceremony.
This is the very, very beginning. So as soon as you hear that kanikapu, the sound of the pool, that is the first call that goes out, and then we will open the lantern floating Hawaii 2025.
All right, well, this was just the warm-up, because I have the whole live stream prepared for us. Let's go to that. I did a good job with the pronunciation. Nice, thank you. I'm sorry. What did it mean? Oh, we need to drink because life is bad. Okay. Okay. I get it. Hold on, let me scoop ahead to the actual... There we go.
Paddlers with Alapahoe Canoe Club launched double-hulled canoes carrying hundreds of collective remembrance lanterns. These lanterns carry messages to loved ones from people who have sent in their messages online and by those who are unable to be here to float their lantern.
The volume is super quiet.
As they paddle to their staging area toward the Eva end of the water, we draw your attention to the Jumbotron to meet some of them and hear more about the important roles and why they continue to participate.
It's so beautiful.
There's a deep sense of gratifying feeling, and that is why we keep doing this and who we're doing it for. I joined Shinnyo in 2002, and I've been part of the canoe since then. So this year would be 23 years. I myself am not the only one that keeps returning. The canoe crew was our original from day one.
When Shinnyo in their quest to find a canoe club that could help with the lantern floating, they met my parents. And my parents been doing this since the very beginning when they had it at Kehi Lagoon. over the years that we've worked with shinnyo, and it's become a big part of not only the club, but our family.
I've been volunteering with this canoe, we call it Kohoshi, for well over 20 years now. I think that's very special that we are tasked to handle these lanterns on behalf of everyone else.
Something about this just is so
That
magical.
lantern is hope. That lantern is a recognition of those we loved and those who have passed, who have come before us. We're all there for one purpose, to work together in unity. For the process of preparing for the ceremony, it does start a couple months ahead of time.
To make this happen on the canoe side is roughly about 200 people total.
I'm one of the lead steersmen, so we kind of keep the canoes in formation, make sure everything is running smoothly. For our clubs, volunteers, a lot of them jump at the opportunity to do it.
Once we have the 16 canoes that we need for the double haul, 2 nights before the ceremony, all of our club will go there, start offloading the canoes off the trailers. Then we gotta start drilling it and rigging it. I think because we've been doing it for so long, we kind of have set up down to a science. There are so many moving parts and people that make this happen. I wouldn't say any one job is more important than the other. Once we launch off the shore, we're kind of like a family, taking this journey together.
Okay, hold on. I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but I'm going to move it a little bit ahead here. Catch some of the important moments, I suppose you might say. I see somebody asking about what the meaning of this is. The Shinnyo Lantern Festival ceremony is a tradition rooted in Japanese practice of Toro Nagashi, but with a unique twist in Hawaii. And it's a ceremony where people release lanterns on the water, often the ocean, to honor loved ones who have passed away, and to send prayers and wishes for peace and well-being. Okay, hold on. We can't watch the whole thing because it's 2 hours long, but I am going to try and get us all of this stuff in here. Just gonna skip a little bit ahead. Probably like 20 minutes ahead, actually. But yeah, keep this going. Oh shit, this is super quiet. The volume is super low on this. Hold on, we can't listen to nothing. Okay, hold on. We can't watch this whole thing. I kind of wish I could, because it's just so awe-inspiring and peaceful and just, but we just don't have. Actually, maybe we'll watch a tiny bit more before I move it forward. But this is just, I mean, it's just so incredible, and how many people come together for this to honor the memories of their lost, loved ones, friends, and family. And it's just a beautiful tradition. Okay, that's actually a perfect spot. Okay, great. We lost. It's just paused. Okay, all right, great. Let's go further out. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's happening? Oh, shit. Don't tell me. What the fuck is happening to my internet? Do not do this. Do not play me. Do not play me, sir.
Don't even play.
What is going on? Oh my god, is YouTube having a fucking breakdown right now? What is happening? I have internet. I have internet, so that's not the problem. Okay, huh. I might have to refresh this. Because I've completely... I can't even... Oh my god. Okay, please hold. Okay, I think I solved it. Great. Good. I don't know what the problem was. Just watch it from where we ended, actually, because it's getting darker. For some reason I thought I was further back. I must have gotten distracted.
We now invite you, the public, to release your lanterns.
Are we being hypnotized? Very funny. Very funny.
As we turn from the sun before the night, one tiniest light far in the heavens, not easy to see, is there, you see. And as we turn into the dark night, we see a tapestry, a comforting many, showing the way to awe, to wonder, to know we are one, but never just one. And still we turn, and as they fade, give way to day, your brilliance remains, and still until we see you again.
Production value on this thing is wild. They have like 17,000 cameras going or something. Constantly switching angles. I'm sort of blown away by it. You got the drone footage. The lantern cam. Supposedly people write messages. You can kind of see one of them here. Hard to see. But people write messages on the lanterns. Perhaps messages to your loved one. Hopes for the future. Things like that. Truly magical ceremony. I almost don't want to stop, but I gotta keep it going. Because we definitely just crossed over the 4 hour mark. I want to catch it when it gets really dark. Yeah, you can see somebody wrote something there. I can barely read it. No idea. Wow. Crane cam too? Oh my god. Look at them all. Gorgeous. All right, chat, that's going to be enough. All of our coverage of the Shinnyo Lantern Festival. I hope you enjoyed it, truly. I did. I know I did. I feel sort of overtaken by it. Incredible. Seems like all of Hawaii came out for this thing. Alright, chat. Well, we gotta take another break, but don't worry, we'll be right back after these brief space messages. Alright, I hope everybody is enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. While you're at it, of course, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as your support is what keeps us afloat in low Earth orbit. Without you, we would cease to exist and go hurtling off into space, never to be seen again. Of course, we got a bunch of great ways for you to support the stream. YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. Only $3 a month will get you access to a cornucopia of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Stuff like getting an avatar on these break screens, like the pool or the bar, the lake or the street. It is up to you what your avatar is and where it is put, generally speaking. Shoutouts, secret Discord channel, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, that's enough from me. Enjoy your break, grab the drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. I think everybody knows what that sound means. Of course, it means that it's time for us to get back to the stream immediately.
If not sooner.
So, get back in those seat space, fams. Otherwise, you're going to miss out on all the galactic content in the third half of the show. All right. Hope everybody enjoyed that short break. All right, moving on from the Shinnyo Lantern Festival in Hawaii. Let's move on to some other Hawaii-related things. Staying with Hawaii news now. Apparently, people in Hawaii are being asked to help name some new baby sharks. Baby shark do 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 do, baby shark do 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 do. Baby shark. Daddy shark. All right, I'm done.
To name shark pups, you can choose from Bluey, Charizard, Koa, or Shadow for the smaller shark.
I'm naming Charizard is gonna win. There is no way Charizard doesn't win. I'm sorry. Try that again.
He's open at Sea Life Park to name shark pups. You can choose from Bluey, Charizard, Koa, or Shadow for the smaller shark. Pearl, Maili, Midnight Mooney. Students from Pearl Harbor Kai Elementary came up with those names. You can go to their Instagram, the Sea Life.
Although I think you're missing an opportunity. You could have called it Sharkazard. But whatever. All right, great job. All right, yeah, it sounds fun. I mean, you could get yourself naming shark pups. Voting is open. Charizard can be a name for shark. I think so. Yeah, I agree. I think it would be a great name for a shark. All right, now there's a mystery afoot in Hawaii as well. What is that mystery? Well, it's a mystery animal, which has been sighted on a number of occasions, or not sighted. What's the word? Oh, I can't think. I can't think of words right now. All right, whatever. Mystery animal has been seen in Hawaii. What is it? Let's find out.
Well, a cat, a dog.
What is that thing?
It's the question many are asking after photos emerged of a mysterious animal above UH Manoa. State agencies spent hours searching on Friday, and
It's
more
the chupacabra.
this morning. Nikki Schanfeld follows up.
The man who took the photos.
You're right, Columbia Rican. It could be the chupacabra.
More returned this morning. Nikki Schanfeld follows up.
The man who took the photos came back again today to try and catch another glimpse, and it also drew the attention from others from across the island who wanted to see it, to believe it.
Everybody going to say what they say, but like, hey.
Donovan Louise was back at UH Manoa on Saturday.
I like see him again, you know, everybody is like commenting, it's a dog, and I just like really know what it is.
After the photos he took went viral on social media.
What caught your eye? Was it the color?
The color, yeah, it's like orange. After my pictures, I saw it stand up,
weird.
shake,
The
walk right.
The head shape is a little strange too. It does have like feline and canine characteristics. It's very strange. I'm honestly a bit thrown off. I am struggling to, try and figure it out myself.
That area into that, it looks like a den kind of thing.
He says he sent the pictures to state agencies on Monday.
Right here.
When he saw it again on Friday, he wasn't the only one, and he sent the photos to the Department of Land and Natural Resources.
As soon as they saw the picture, they were here. So, I mean, that says something, right?
Officers were seen looking above the area where he last spotted the large animal.
The LNR guys was throwing rocks because they was right above it. Like, I guess throwing rocks to see if the thing was going to come out, right?
This morning, he saw state agencies heading up to the area to place trail cameras, and people stopped by to try and spot the animal themselves.
I'm a believer, yeah. Especially the different angles of the photo.
One was facing this way, and you can see the other photo of it turning its head.
Luis admits he'd be skeptical too if he didn't see it with his own eyes.
There you go. A mystery of the forest in Hawaii here. Some strange animal. Could be a liger, could be a chupacabra, could be anything. Who the fuck knows what that animal is? But the state's taking it seriously, putting trail cams up, hoping to catch a more inclusive glimpse of this thing. I'll try and keep you veiled of any, progress in the identification of this animal. I am personally quite interested to find out what the fuck that thing is. Anyways, let's go to Alaska. To the mainland, where one man was rescued by his wife after a 700-pound boulder fell on top of him. This is quite a story, not gonna lie. Pretty crazy as well. It's Sunday, funny people. We're doing everything.
In a dramatic rescue of a hiker trapped for 3 hours under a 700-pound boulder in Alaska. His wife, a former state trooper, helping to save his life. Here's ABC's Melissa Adon.
Tonight, a terrifying ordeal after a 61-year-old hiker was trapped under a 700-pound boulder for 3 hours. Cal Morris was hiking near a glacier south of Anchorage with his wife over Memorial Day weekend when suddenly the rocky terrain slid out from under him.
I ended up face down in the water, and the boulder that pinned me rolled down and rolled on top of me. There was space to keep me from being just completely crushed flat.
His wife, Jo Roop, a retired Alaska state trooper, holding her husband's head above the rising glacial waters.
I cannot
and
imagine.
Rushing to get cell signal to call for help.
Somehow I've got to figure out the best way to save his life.
The Seward Fire Department.
This guy is lucky that he is alive, and that the story of this didn't wind up turning into an Ashton Kutcher film where he had to cut off his own arm or whatever. Like, holy shit. Getting crushed by a nearly 1,000-pound rock. Stuck there for hours. He's lucky his wife was so quick thinking, helping him out.
A private helicopter company jumping in to save Morris. Crews using airbags, ropes, and brute force to lift the boulder off Morris.
Jesus. He's lucky he wasn't claustrophobic. Holy cow. Just wild. When I saw this news earlier this week, I was like, holy fucking shit. 700 pounds. You're just lucky to be alive. By the grace of Gary, this dude managed to survive. Praise Gary. Alright. Let's go now further south from Alaska all the way down to California. Alright, one sad story, but this is something that we have to keep our eyes on. James Franco, sorry. Was it James Franco who did it? That's my bad. Why did I think that it was Ashton Kutcher?
Just west.
Probably because I never actually saw that movie. I just am aware of that movie. Thank you. Thank you, Donald James and PB. You're right. I think it is James Franco, and I'm just forgetting things. That's my bad. It's my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Alright, to the Bay Area, where a disturbing trend has been going on with the whales.
Just west of the Golden Gate Bridge, a young male gray whale washed up dead in the Marin Headlands.
I saw a beautiful beach and a dead whale.
Quite the surprise for tourists hiking down the trail.
It really stank, like the smell was crazy.
A team of scientists performed a necropsy on it earlier today, but have not determined the cause of death. A staggering sight that's becoming more common this year.
The real concern is around some of the gray whales that are there in the bay right now. And those are many that are showing up here in our graph that are turning up dead.
This whale is one of 5 dead gray whales found in or close to the San Francisco Bay just in the past week. More whales are being spotted alive here too. Last year, only 4 gray whales were seen in the area. This year, there have been 33 so far.
that is the open question, the why. Why not only are there so many deceased whales in the region, but why has it been a banner year of having more sightings in San Francisco Bay of live whales than we have seen in at least 2+ decades, if ever?
Scientists are looking for the why. These gray whales migrate from the Arctic and Alaska down to Mexico and back, traveling past California. From 2019 to 2023, around 45% of their population died off. Back then, scientists found climate change disrupted their food supply in the Arctic, leaving them undersupplied.
Stories like this really piss me off, you know.
Supplied by the time they passed San Francisco.
They're running low on gas, coming into the bay, searching for food, and many are starving.
The Marine Mammal Center says something similar may be happening again. While researchers race to get answers, the public is encouraged to report any whale sightings to the Marine Mammal Center or the whale.
Yeah, these stories really piss me off. You know, because you got all these people still pretending like climate change doesn't exist, but we have, you know, whales have been in the oceans longer than we've been like an actual modern society. You know, and the fact is they need a shit ton of tiny food and all of those you know, the krill and stuff, like they are you know, they're their main source of whales' food, and that's being disrupted, which disrupts the whales being able to feed themselves properly. And it seems so obvious, like we just, there's so many things, so many signs, and it's like, what does it take for people to just accept facts and science, you know? It's so frustrating to me. But unfortunately, these whales are showing up in record numbers, dying, and, you know, all due to just them basically starving. And it's horrifying. All right. Let's go to some other California environmental news. This stuff is more fun. Don't worry. First to KTLA 5, to the Big Bear Eagle Cam.
Of Big Bear and really,
where one eagle, one of those newly born eagles, attempted to take its first flight.
of Big Bear, and really they're getting worldwide attention. Sunny and Gizmo, they are getting close to reaching the biggest milestone of their young lives, their first flight.
Yeah, countless people around the world are eagerly watching for the eaglets to fledge. KTLA Shelby Nelson waiting right alongside everyone else. She's live from Fawnskin on the north shore of Big Bear Lake with the story. Hi, Shelby.
Hi, Court and Micah. We are all patiently waiting to see when Sunny and Gizmo will take flight. Now, the good news, it's not all sad, you know, because we are sad that they're going to be flying away. But we're told from experts that they will be sticking around because mom and dad still have to teach them the ropes and teach them how to hunt. From babies to budding frequent flyers. It's the first time we get to witness one of the two juvenile bald eagles that grew up right before our eyes, spreading their wings and attempting to fly.
Sunny looked afraid. When he went back, you know, he let the wind carry him back to the nest, and then he laid down for over 2 hours.
Exhausting, terrifying, yes, but it's one of the first steps in taking flight. And Sandy Steers with Friends of Big Bear Valley says that could happen any time now. But to know how far they've come, we look back to October when Jackie and Shadow first started rebuilding their nest.
And bringing in big sticks and tugging back and forth on them and, you know, making sure they're all in the right place and doing their beaky kisses that they do to bond.
In January, Jackie laid her 3 eggs. The devoted parents mischievously battled over who would warm them.
It's amazing how much they want to take care of their eggs.
And by March, all 3 eggs had hatched successfully. But it was a late winter storm that would test their resolve. One eaglet sadly died.
We think it was the
oldest
one.
We watched that.
It might have gotten, you know, been big enough that it got out from under Jackie during the storm and got wet.
I remember watching that. I remember being very sad when it turned out there was one egg that didn't make it.
But Jackie and Shadow kept going. They had a family to take care of after all. The resilient eagles captivated the hearts of tens of thousands of people from all over the world who, rather than turning to National Geographic, could just switch on the live cam and watch their favorite eagle family.
Were there 30,000 people watching yesterday? Wow. Yeah, that makes sense. It's Big Bear, big news.
To what's
See what
next.
I did there?
What were you thinking when you watched that?
I was impressed and excited.
Gizmo might need a little bit more time. After all, she's 4 days younger.
Gizmo likes to eat and likes to lay in bed and likes to be fed by mom. And
what this family has taught us all.
First of all, resilience. No matter what's going on, Jackie and Shadow just keep coming and bringing food, and they take care of these chicks no matter what is going on. To me, it's like the signs of what real love is about.
All right. Now let's go from Big Bear Eagles to talking about big bears coming out of hibernation. That's right. The bears have come out of hibernation and they are being spotted all over California. Here's KTLA5 from 3 days ago.
Some scary moments for a group of hikers on an evening walk. It happened earlier this week. They spotted a bear on a popular trail. The encounters, you can see, caught on camera. They say they have been hiking a lot recently, but this was the first time they've seen a bear.
Rachel Menitoff live in Claremont. It's a story you'll see only on 5. Rachel.
Micah, Sandy, multiple black bears call this place home, and you typically see them foraging for food. Now, a couple of people saw this bear in particular. Everyone told me they kept their distance, and then they took out their phones and started recording. Ulysses Hernandez, his son Isaac, and girlfriend Stephanie Munoz hike the Claremont Wilderness Loop 2 to 3 times per week. Never before had they encountered any of the wildlife. That is, until Tuesday night around 5 o'clock. Isaac was the first one to lay eyes on this beautiful creature, a black bear, seemingly unbothered by the crowd of people up ahead.
Scary, but cool at the same time.
What was cool about it?
Yeah, because I've never seen a bear like live action.
Isaac and his
Like
family
live
did
action.
exactly what you're supposed to
Like
do.
IRL.
They slowly backed up, didn't run, held on tight to the kids, and allowed the
Oh, this fucking generation is like, you know, like IRL, like live action. Fucking hell. There we go. Bear spotted while hiking by this family. Yeah, I've run into some bears too in the past, and boy oh boy, they are big. They look, you know, they look big enough on camera, but when you see them in real life up close, it's like, oh boy, you're kind of scary, huh? Now, it's getting hot in California right now as the summer comes up. And bears need to cool off too. One family of bears was spotted in someone's backyard pool in LA.
An adorable baby bear and his mom dropped by a home in Monrovia today to cool off in their pool. Mama bear knows all about staying cool as the temperature started to climb. She does laps in the pool, then tries to coax her cub into the water. This video comes from Dave and Becky Page, who say the bears dropped by around noon. Doesn't seem like baby bear really wants to go in the water just yet, but give it time.
So cute.
He'll be pro, I'm sure, like his
Oh my
mama.
god.
The Pages say bear sightings happen all the time in their neighborhood, especially as things start to heat up. Every time I meet someone who lives in Monrovia or Sierra Madre, I'm like, oh, you got the bears, so send us the video.
This is
of the
swimming
bears.
lessons for the cub.
Thank you for the Pages.
We need
for
more
sending
bear
us.
footage.
I love it. Okay, by the way, is that bear tagged?
Yes,
In both
it
ears?
is. It is.
Hard to say.
What do you mean hard to say? It's absolutely tagged, idiots. It's so freaking obvious. Is that even a question? It's so obviously tagged. It's very much tagged. Okay. All right, well, there you go. Bears hanging out in the pool, trying to cool off in the summer heat in LA. Now, some more wildlife was spotted in a California backyard. Here's NBC Bay Area from 3 days ago.
A North Bay neighborhood is reeling and squealing after getting some unwelcome visitors overnight. Check that video out. A sow and her pack of piglets went on a late-night stroll through a Fairfield neighborhood, tearing up several yards along the way. Now neighbors are trying to figure out where they came from.
It's a gang of bears. I mean, bears. Why am I saying bears and bees? They're pigs. The pig gang.
Figure out where they came from. Here's NBC Bears' Jody Hernandez.
That one mama pig is humongous.
I woke up this morning, looked out the front door, and this is what happened to the grass.
Probably looking for truffles, I guess.
David Gordon and his wife woke up to this morning. Their front yard lawn ripped apart.
It was something I'd never seen before, and big chunks of grass was just everywhere.
A neighbor's surveillance camera captured the culprits. A pack of porkers, a mama and her babies foraging for food.
It was clearly a pig, a large pig with a few piglets alongside of it.
It's more than a few. There's like it's more than a half a dozen pigs I'm seeing over there.
Leaving their muddy prints everywhere. Now neighbors are worried it could happen again.
My concern is, will they come back? Will they cause more damage? Will they come back during the day when my kids are playing outside? And I'm thinking,
will they come back and ruin your lawn some more? Yeah, well, guess what? Your house is in their home. All right, buddy. All right. Let's move on from pigs in California yards. Wait, I have this in the wrong fucking order, don't I? Whatever. Let's go north. I think this one's from British Columbia, where scientists have discovered fossils rewriting ancient history. Really, prehistory.
The evolution of spiders, crabs, and early insects can be examined by ancient fossils. A search in BC by Manitoba Museum researcher has uncovered a new fossil species that's estimated to be more than 500 million years old. Joining us now to tell us more about this fascinating discovery is Manitoba Museum curator of paleontology and geology, Joe Moisiak. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for joining us. Now, you've done some searches on site, but you also did some searches at the Manitoba Museum vaults, basically looking at specimens that have been collected for years that have never been examined before, right?
That's right. So some of these fossils that were found were actually discovered many decades ago, and they've rested in museum collections, and particularly at the Royal Ontario Museum, which is where I was based previously.
Okay.
And then other specimens were found more recently. So some work that I've done with collaborators at the Burgess Shale uncovered specimens at new sites at the Burgess Shale since about 2014.
Okay, so the Burgess Shale is in BC.
Okay, I was right.
And what is shale? What is it exactly, and why is it prime and filled with specimens and fossils?
So shale is a rock that's made up of sediment, so little grains of minerals, like clays.
Okay.
And so you can find it forming at the bottom of oceans and lakes. And it's a great place to find fossils because all sorts of organisms live in those environments.
So this would have been an ancient clay bottom of either an ocean or a river in the past.
That's right. So even though these fossils are now found high in the Rocky Mountains in BC, they were once deposited at the bottom of a deep ocean.
That is so cool. Okay, so you did look at these. They're called arthropods. They look like shrimp, right? Is that what they're like? Explain to me what they're like.
So this new species, we call it Mosura fentani. And it's a member of the larger group of animals that we call the arthropods that today includes shrimp and spiders and insects.
Okay.
So they're actually the most diverse group of animals on Earth today. They make up something like 80% of known species.
Okay, so they would have to have sort of a protective shield, right? That's
right.
What they...
You can imagine it like wearing a suit of armor. So it's made up of jointed pieces of armor.
So you found some in BC, and then you found some in the drawers at the Manitoba Museum, and they're the same species to each other, right?
That's right. So some of these collections were made a long time ago. Some of the first specimens that were found were probably viewed sort of as enigmatic, weird one-offs that couldn't necessarily be categorized at that time. And so it's only later and through further research and understanding of other related forms of fossils that we've understood the significance of these ones.
You think they're about 500 million years old?
That's right. So the Burgess Shale is about 506 million years old, which puts it at a time called the Cambrian period. And that's a very significant period in Earth's history because it's actually the time when we see the emergence of essentially all of the major animal body plans that are still with us today.
Okay, and so when you look at this, what makes it different from other specimens? Why is it something you've never seen before?
So this organism is a member of a group that we call the radiodonts. The name basically means radial teeth because they have this very unique mouth part that looks nothing like anything that we have today. And these organisms, they are totally extinct, and they...
Come on, buddy.
We know that there is quite a diversity of them in the Cambrian period from prior fossil finds, but this particular species is unique in that it has a body that's broken up into multiple different groups of segments that are specialized for forming different functions.
That is so fascinating. So this is quite a discovery for you, so congratulations on that. And there is going to be a paper that is going to be released.
They didn't have time to figure out why this was an important find because this dude took so long trying to get the words out. But there we go. Prehistoric find from archaeologists in BC. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right. Now let's go way south. Down to Mexico City, where an unlikely place is the home of a hummingbird sanctuary.
Katia Latouf gently scoops a sick hummingbird into her hand and begins feeding. It's a regular occurrence for the 75-year-old who runs a hummingbird sanctuary from her bedroom in Mexico City. The unusual arrangement came out of a favor for a friend. In 2009, Latouf was grieving the death of her husband and had been diagnosed with cancer when she was asked to help care for an abandoned baby hummingbird. Latouf had experience with nursing birds and found solace in her newfound companion, a hummingbird she named Gucci.
She's got like a dozen freaking hummingbirds just like living free in her freaking apartment, just chilling, no cage, just hanging out.
A hummingbird she named Gucci.
He was my first hummingbird. I've always loved animals, but after that, every time Gucci saw I was sad, he flew towards me and stood on my neck. He would get inside my clothes as if saying, "Cheer up, what's going on?" If I responded, "Gucci, I don't want to play right now," he would stand on my computer screen.
Latouf decided to open up her own sanctuary in 2012, and it now releases between 200 and 300 hummingbirds each year.
Oh my God.
According to Latouf, factors such as extreme heat or heavy rainfall affect the survival rate of these delicate creatures, as do predators like cats and grackles. She examines each bird, which is usually brought over by people who find them injured on the street. From there, they receive a diagnosis, and treatment begins. When the birds are strong enough, they're released back into the wild. The sanctuary also includes a special enclosure for injured birds and a nursery for babies who are hand-fed every 15 minutes by Latouf's assistant, Cecilia.
If 30 minutes have gone by and they haven't been fed, they come and stand on Ceci's shoulder or my head or hand, as if they're saying, "It's my time to eat."
In addition to running the...
This is freaking cool. This woman is running a hummingbird sanctuary out of her apartment, in her bedroom of all places. I mean, it's pretty crazy, but it's amazing. Oh God, so cool. All right. Let's go back north. Yeah, I know. Don't ask me why I did it this way. I don't have a lot of reason for how this happened. All right, let's go back north. CTV News Canada from 3 days ago, where university students are uncovering the history of Calgary.
They're digging up one of Calgary's parks, and uncovering some of the city's history. University of Calgary students are learning out in the field, but they also hope to give Calgarians a glimpse into a past that exists right under our feet. Here's Jordan Canigan.
Bit by bit, layer by layer, they're looking for pieces of Calgary's past. For 2 weeks, University of Calgary students have been digging, sifting, and sweeping through areas of Edworthy Park.
Archaeological resources are part of a cultural landscape, and they tell a story that most citizens and visitors are unaware of.
In what's now an off-leash dog park, students are mapping a stone circle, a potential ceremonial or homestead site.
I've grown up here, and just knowing that my roots come directly from the past, and just it's really intriguing and cool.
So far,
What just happened?
They've uncovered what's believed to be a bison bone and pieces of old stone tools.
And the city of Calgary, it has a lot of sites actually. There's tons of sites. We're right near Medicine Hill. That area has some of the densest archaeology known in the province of Alberta. Right? So we know there's a lot here, but the average public doesn't.
Edworthy Park was settled in the 1880s, and markets, quarries, and farming took over the area. But the history goes far beyond that, with Indigenous people using the area for bison hunting and camping.
I have a really big love for archaeology, and just everything that this does is just intriguing. It helped me see my history and the past and just everything about Alberta.
It's slow, methodical work, offering a glimpse into the past.
Right now, we don't know how old this site is, but we do know that within the city of Calgary, there are sites that stretch back from, the contact period, Fort Calgary, all the way back 8, even 9,000 years.
Jordan Canigan.
Pretty sweet. Canadian history being dug up. Trying to identify Indigenous people's sites from long, long ago. Those glasses are... Yeah, you're right. The kids' glasses were pretty sick. Alright. Now, let's quickly talk about the Canadian wildfires. I don't have a ton of footage of it right now. Intentionally so, just because of how disturbing what's happening right now in Saskatchewan and Alberta. But I figured we would just talk about the air quality concerns that are coming along with it, not just for Canada, but also for the United States. Multiple states across the Midwest are getting hit by all of this smoke traveling across the border. With over 1 million acres currently burning in both Alberta and Saskatchewan. That's a lot of smoke.
Tonight, smoky skies still threatening air quality for millions in the upper Midwest.
That wildfire smoke continues to hover over the state.
We do have an air quality alert out for the entire state of Minnesota until Monday.
Warnings going out to primarily people with sensitive breathing conditions as smoke and haze are carried across the border from Canada's Manitoba province. More than a dozen wildfires have been burning there for days. The smoke coming from Canada reaching...
Did I say Alberta? I'm sorry. Wait, I thought Alberta... Wait, isn't Alberta... Did he misspeak or am I misspeaking? What? I thought it was Alberta and Saskatchewan that are... Is it Manitoba? Are we right? Who's right?
Way to the Georgia-Florida border. North Dakota environmental officials warning residents as forecasts show their air could hit the very unhealthy range, dangerous for all groups.
And so when there's wildfires burning there, we feel it here. It just makes life more difficult.
Also this weekend, 14 million people in the West under heat alerts. Temps could reach 110 degrees, possibly hitting records in places like Las Vegas, Reno, and Sacramento. And tonight, 4 million people in the nation's midsection at risk for severe weather, including Kansas and Oklahoma, with forecasters expecting thunderstorms, hail, and potentially tornadoes. This following Friday night's storms in the east, setting off tornado warnings from North Carolina all the way up to the D.C. region. A Maryland man capturing time-lapse video of a funnel cloud forming in the eastern part of the state.
Oh, that's right. Somebody was talking about, what's her name? Danielle Smith yesterday. And I think that threw me off, and I'm like thinking of her still. But yeah, no, he was right. It's Manitoba and Saskatchewan. Although he didn't even mention Saskatchewan. I don't know what his problem is, but that's also on fire.
Capturing time-lapse video of a funnel cloud forming in the eastern part of the state. Meanwhile, in Kentucky, a massive cleanup effort moves forward after an EF2 surprise tornado Friday morning. Winds up to 125 miles an hour, demolishing homes and killing one person in Washington County. That as the peak.
Okay, all right, that's enough of this video. Let's go further south to Colorado. Wait, this should have been in a different order. Yeah, I'll just do it this way. Yeah, let's go to Minnesota. Since we were just talking about Minnesota being under threat from the smoke, people in Minnesota are using a somewhat unorthodox way of mowing the grass around a solar farm in Minnesota.
Forget lawnmowers. The newest ground crew in central Minnesota is four-legged, fluffy, and full of energy. The Sherco solar array near St. Cloud is getting a helping hand, or rather hoof, from a few hundred sheep. WCCO's Jeff Wagner and photojournalist Ray Campos show us how this unusual team is keeping the lights on and the grass down.
In a quiet corner of central Minnesota, where the wind smells like grass and the sun gets straight to work, an unlikely crew punches in for their shift. At the Sherco solar array in Clear Lake, they're not using mowers, they're using mouths, hundreds of them.
Today we have 600 ewes, and all of them are with lambs. By the end of the summer, we'll have around 1,500 adult sheep, but by the end of the project, there will be several thousand sheep.
Turns out sheep make excellent groundskeepers and great for keeping Minnesota prairies healthy.
It's really important for the health of the prairie to get rid of that vegetation buildup, and also on solar sites for fire mitigation.
Beneath those solar panels, a whole prairie being reborn. Wildflowers, bees, and butterflies.
If you can see the purple flowers anywhere back there, that's lupin. It is the only known host plant for the Karner blue butterfly, which is an endangered species.
Life quietly coming back with Mother Nature's guidance.
We're really pairing a renewable resource with a renewable resource.
While the sheep handle the ground level, Nick Molis is looking at the bigger picture.
Sherco Solar 1 is the first of 3 phases of the Sherco Solar project. XL is building to replace the Sherburne County coal plant.
Moving away from coal and towards cleaner, renewable energy. It's a big shift, but one that's already taking roots in fields like this.
With, our fossil generation going away, coal and gas going away, solar, battery, wind is kind of the way that the state is trending. And
Molis worked at the Sherburne coal factory, and now
it's a different change of pace from working in a power plant. It's a very different feel, and it's very exciting just to be out here and kind of enjoy.
It's got to be way better than working in a goddamn coal plant. I mean, my God, just hanging out outside. Hanging out with sheep? I mean, come on. Come on! That's what's up. Combining renewable resources with renewable resources. I think that's the best way to go. Why use gas-powered mowers when you could unleash the sheep? Now let's go further south from Minnesota down to Colorado, where volunteers are working to conserve a prairie dog colony in a place called Longmont.
Months of efforts by neighbors to save our prairie dog colony has paid off. In January, your reporter Olivia Young spoke to neighbors in Harvest Junction Village, where the HOA was considering removing or exterminating a colony of prairie dogs there, citing concerns over destruction of plants and the animals encroaching on their homes.
You're encroaching on their homes, okay?
Relocation and exterminate the colony if unsuccessful. Now a new
If they exterminate this colony, I swear to God, I'm going to unleash... I don't know what I was going to say. But seriously, go fuck yourself, Colorado. You're in their homes. Quit complaining about prairie dogs. You're in the prairie, stupid. How dare they even suggest exterminating these lovable creatures?
Agreement has been reached, and Olivia reports.
4 months ago, these prairie dogs were headed towards extermination, but after months of their neighbors fighting for them, they've now successfully changed their fate.
Someone should teach the prairie dogs
to really to try and just show that humans in close proximity can live at peace without conflict with local wildlife.
Neighbors building bridges and pulling weeds, all to convince their HOA not to evict the prairie dogs living on a plot of open space near their home.
Yeah, just let them hang out. What is the deal?
I don't want to spend several $1,000s just to come out with poison gas trucks and kill everything here.
Seriously.
We can do this a better way.
After a community survey found most neighbors did not want to kill the prairie dogs,
Yeah, no kidding.
or spend
Look at how
HOA money
cute they
on
are.
mitigation, the board agreed to allow these neighbors
Let
to
them
propose
live.
a long-term conservation plan.
Basically, our two options now are relocation down to Pueblo or the conservation option.
These neighbors say keeping the prairie dogs around will be a win-win and won't cost the HOA a cent.
We're out here doing the work.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Whose idea was it to kill the prairie dogs? Maybe we should... You, huh? Maybe we should shoot you with lasers. How would you like that? Alright, let's go back north to Ontario, Canada. Where this footage was pretty crazy. A dust devil, which is like a tornado, but comes from the ground up rather than from the top down, was caught on camera. Let's go here to CTV News from Wednesday.
A Timmins business owner says a dust devil blew through her property yesterday, causing havoc. This video was captured by Sarah Popovich as
Holy
the swirling wind struck the freshly planted garden area at Northern Florista on Airport Road. She says the dust devil lifted the landscape fabric up off the peony field. There was damage to some of the plants. A dust devil is a swirling wind that can develop when a land surface is heating up.
It's wild. It is wild. That sucks. You spend all that time trying to plant, flowers. You do all that effort, and then suddenly, that's all over. And have to start from square one. It looks like. All right. Now let's go south of Ontario down to Mendon, New York. I think, yeah, it's near the Finger Lakes region, where amphibian lovers are working to protect a species of newts, I believe, if I recall correctly.
As a child, I was fascinated with life. I want future generations to be able to have that connection to wildlife that I did as a child. And at this point with amphibians, about 2 out of 3 of them are vulnerable to going extinct. Salamander, the wood frogs, they're
Salamanders.
going back to the same pond where they were born, and they're going to go there year after year after year to reproduce, sometimes entering that body of water at the same spot. So unfortunately, with urban sprawl and development, a lot of the forests, especially in this part of New York, are being cleared for new housing developments.
It's amazing how few people really know that frogs are endangered. Amphibians often need cooler temperatures, so as the planet warms, say there's a frog that lives in the mountains, it will go higher and higher in the mountaintop, but eventually it gets to the top and it can no longer survive.
if people don't take action, I think that future generations are absolutely going to be at a loss because of that.
Yeah. Salamanders are super cute. Gotta save the salamanders. She turned me into a newt. I got better. Alright.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Alright, okay. Now, let's quickly talk about this situation. Donald Trump, of course, has been cutting all sorts of funds to all sorts of different things. And some of those Trump cuts are threatening safety training for some of the most dangerous jobs in the United States. Let's go here to Reuters from yesterday.
United States Coast Guard, United States Coast Guard.
This is the actual Mayday call Robbie Roberge made last August, when he spotted a fire on his fishing vessel Three Girls, named for his daughters.
This is the fishing vessel Three Girls. We are on fire.
He simultaneously tapped into training he received just months earlier, setting up a life raft and helping his crew into safety suits, leading to a successful rescue with no injuries.
They sit there and tell you it happened so fast and it happened so fast.
Just realized these are out of order.
I would have never thought it happened that fast.
Roberge learned these skills from Fishing Partnership Support Services, a nonprofit that has trained thousands of East Coast fishermen in safety practices. The organization is now in jeopardy of losing funding from the federal government. John Roberts is its director.
Commercial fishermen work incredibly hard and sometimes put safety second because they're trying to make money. They're trying to run a small business. They're trying to feed us. And so these kind of trainings are really important.
All right, we got a leak, we got a leak.
Earlier this month, Roberge cut a fishing trip short to bring the 6-man crew from his remaining boat to another training in Newburyport, Massachusetts. But future trainings like these, which help workers in some of America's most dangerous jobs, could be scaled back or wound down entirely as soon as July, as a result of President Donald Trump's drive to slash the size and cost of the federal government.
Illegal.
That's according to Reuters' interviews with a dozen health and safety experts and organizations. The nation...
Hey, what are we doing?
The nation's 442,000 fishing, farming, and logging workers make up just a fraction of America's workforce. But they have the highest fatal injury.
I love how Donald Trump is trying to get people to go back to doing, jobs kind of like this, and is cutting all of the money that goes to the safety of those workers. For the love of God. We live in a nonsense timeline right now. Alright, now let's go to something less terrible. In fact, I would say this is one of the cooler videos. This is much further south of where, I think this was in Massachusetts, I think. I could be wrong. I don't think they ever said where this was. But yeah, let's go way south to a rare site. Only seen by some. And only for a short period of time. Can you view it? Here's the Today Show from Thursday.
If you've ever needed proof that good things come to those who wait, look no further.
Don't see anything down there?
Yeah, just a few. Just a couple.
Yeah, a little early. A carefully choreographed dance of twinkling twilight, reserved for those willing to just watch. Like an orchestra warming up, slow to start, but then crescendos into the night, illuminating the forest courtesy of nature's nightlight.
As a first time, that was spectacular.
The architects behind this soiree under the stars, fireflies that around this time each year create displays that draw thousands of visitors to Congaree National Park in South Carolina, where for about 8 days, the dark, damp, and swamp-like conditions are perfect for the phenomenon.
Neat, though, that they start,
look at that.
Lighting here, lighting there, and then they start syncing up.
In addition to South Carolina, a firefly viewing event also occurs each year at the Great Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. They're fireflies to some, lightning bugs to others, but are actually neither. They're beetles, one of 3 species in North America where the males seemingly flash to a beat to attract females down on the forest floor.
So we're doing this, like,
Yeah. Every 3/4 of a second, just on a very steady beat.
John Manchester is chief of visitor service at Congaree and has watched the fireflies for more than a decade.
Not a bad gig. Not a bad gig at all.
Some years, more vibrant than others, and as we saw, not always easily captured on camera.
Does it compare seeing it on video?
Guys like this are in trouble, not in trouble, but, you know, in peril right now. You know, National Forest Service jobs getting cut, getting funds taken away, you know. Maybe we should try and protect nature. Just an idea. I know that's crazy.
That's too much, man!
Yeah. Experiencing it in real life. No. Photos, video are a great way to get the word out and share it with other people, but it doesn't compare to seeing it live and in person.
Fireflies.
You could say park officials captured lightning in a bottle when years ago they came up with a lottery for visitors to see the spectacle up close. In recent years, fireflies have seen declining numbers from things like light pollution to pesticide use.
What was this like before the lottery? It was crazy. In a good way. In a good way. I mean, people were coming out because they wanted to see the fireflies. After a few years, we did notice that the number of fireflies were dropping off a little bit.
Populations at Congaree are bouncing back, but there's still a strict no cell phone policy to keep light sources out. The exception are lights with red filters, which have proven to be the least disruptive.
There's nothing else out there like a firefly.
Bernie Conklin and Linda Work waited 6 years for this stroll down memory lane and were among the 1,200 winners out of 24,000 that entered the Firefly Lottery this year.
What is it about fireflies that you think is just so magical that you have to share this with everyone that you can?
I mean, who doesn't remember back to their childhood and summers with fireflies?
Right.
To be able to share that with our children, that's the magical part.
A rare radiance, bonding generations.
It was the best part of my day.
Growing up with fireflies in the Northeast was special to me, so getting to do it down here, especially at a national park, which is something we really enjoy doing as a family, made it that much more special.
And sparking hopes of a brighter future.
It's one of the wonders of the national parks that, you know, if you know about it and you get a chance to come out and see it, get out there and see it. Because it's pretty magical.
Yeah, it is pretty magical. Gotta love fireflies. Yeah. All right. Here we go. A little natural beauty for us on this Sunday Fun Day. Felt like a decent Sunday Fun Day video. Not necessarily what I'd call breaking news, but certainly something that's filled with wonder. Alright, now let's go to something horrible. If you missed it, sorry. Well, actually, to those who've already seen it, I'm sorry. But let's watch this. I'm sure some of the people in this chat have seen this already, and those are the people I'm sorry to. But hey, this is important news. We're talking about glacier collapse, which happened in Switzerland, in the Alps, where essentially almost an entire Swiss town was left under the rubble and ice. Let's go here.
Most of the Swiss village of Blatten was seen submerged under water, mud, and rock on Thursday. It comes a day after a large chunk of a glacier came crashing down a mountain, engulfing some 90% of the village. Blatten's 300 residents had already been evacuated earlier in May, after part of the mountain behind the Birk Glacier began to crumble. Rescue teams have continued looking for a missing 64-year-old man, but have so far found nothing. A spokesperson for local authorities said that buildings which had emerged intact from the landslide are now flooded, and that some residents of neighboring villages had been evacuated as a precaution. Some experts have warned of the risks of flooding, as vast mounds of debris are clogging the path of the river Lonza, causing a huge lake to swell amid the wreckage.
The images are just really, really shocking.
Mylene Jack-Maher is a glaciologist.
Over the course of the past 2 weeks or so, there was a large rock instability that developed above the glacier. So there's a mountain and, rock started falling off the mountain and depositing on the glacier.
While Jacques Maher cannot say for certain whether climate change was the underlying cause of this event, she said it's one of the main drivers behind big changes in the mountains.
What we know is that, climate change at high elevations is not favorable for rock slope stability. So with increasing temperatures, more water available through ice and snow melt, maybe precipitation falling even at high elevations more often.
The size of this freaking chasm, which was carved into the mountainside by this landslide, is just fucking wild. Jesus, look how deep it is.
Melt, maybe precipitation falling even at high elevations more often as rain than as snow. So those are factors that are not beneficial to mountain stability.
Yeah. Yeah, and the scientists are just erring on the side of caution more than anything else, right? Like, they can't say 100% that this massive glacier collapse was caused directly by climate change, but they can point to all the reasons why it probably was. Melting ice, increased, water flowing around rocks. All these other sorts of factors absolutely played into this. Yeah, we gotta start thinking about how we completely change the way that we interact with our environment, how we sustain our civilization without destroying the planet. We already know the reasons. We don't need AI to figure it out. We've had solutions to these things, and those solutions keep becoming more and more evident. Technology continues to advance, and yet we have people like Donald Trump demanding that we start drilling for more oil. And we've got plenty of ways to stop doing that at the scale that we're doing it. We have to stop just spitting out greenhouse gases into the atmosphere without any consideration for the implications of all of that and the consequences.
Consequences.
All right, one more on glaciers. And yes, we watched this yesterday. Like I said, glaciers are important. So let's go to the United Nations.
When glaciers melt at an accelerated rate due to climate change, it disrupts the entire natural water cycle. This not only impacts the water availability, but also intensifies the risk such as floods, landslides, and these disruptions pose significant threat to ecosystems, economies, the livelihood of countless people around the world. We have about 275,000 glaciers worldwide and holding up to 70% of the global freshwater. So that's massive. Since 1975, we have seen that 9,000 gigatons of freshwater has been lost. So to put this into perspective, this is the size of Germany and the height of 25 meters. In Switzerland, for example, in the last 2 years, in 2022 and 2023 alone, 10% of the Swiss glaciers melted away. Melting glaciers also directly impact the sea level rise. It's the second largest contributor to the rising levels of sea.
It's science.
And with every millimeter of sea level that's rising, somewhere between 200 and 300,000 people are exposed to annual flooding. It's a global problem and hence need a global solution because these problems are of shared natural resources. This dedicated high-level conference on glaciers that is happening in Dushanbe, it will serve as a platform to create awareness about the alarming consequences of glacier loss that we are seeing at the moment. But at the same time, we also hope that this will generate massive political momentum. At the end of the conference, there will also be an adoption of a final comprehensive declaration, and the declaration will outline actionable commitments, partnerships, initiatives to implement. This document will be formally presented in the UN General Assembly later this year. So this is going to be one of the major outcomes of this conference.
Now that conference just wrapped up yesterday. I don't have footage of it, but I'm going to try and get some of that By yesterday I mean Sunday, actually. Just today, a Sunday Funday. So I will try and get you some information on how that conference turned out this week, hopefully, if I can manage it. All right. Let's go to, I think this is South Korea. The Not Just Bikes channel released this video around this time last week. Let's talk about infrastructure changes made here in South Korea. That's not what Charlie Kirk told you, I'm sorry. Speaking of Charlie Kirk, we'll be getting to him in a little bit, actually. Fucking idiot.
In the 1950s and 60s, the city of Seoul built an elevated highway through the middle of the city. We know in retrospect that highways don't belong in city centers, but at the time, Seoul was rapidly modernizing and cars were the future. Plus, the Korean government was being advised, financed, and heavily influenced by Americans at the time, and you know they wouldn't suggest building anything other than car infrastructure. Over the next few decades, Seoul experienced extremely rapid growth, but downtown was struggling. There was serious traffic congestion on and around the highway, making the area polluted and unpleasant, and the population downtown dropped in half during the 1990s. The number of businesses decreased by over 20%, and the number of people working downtown also dropped in half. Because, as it turns out, the majority of people don't enjoy living, working, or shopping next to a car sewer. The freeway itself was also crumbling and had become unsafe, so a decision had to be made. Rebuild it or tear it down, and they made the correct decision to tear it down. But they didn't just remove the highway, they turned it into a river, and I'll get to that in a bit.
Sweet.
I first heard about this project in the context of induced demand. This is the well-studied effect where building more highways and roads encourages more people to drive, which makes traffic worse. And I made a previous video about that if you'd like to learn more.
Cool.
The opposite of induced demand is known as traffic evaporation, the counterintuitive effect where removing roads or highways can actually make traffic better, not worse, and that is exactly what happened in Seoul.
So
Before the highway was removed, the media, special interest groups,
you're saying
and
that
even the traffic
if we don't encourage driving, people drive less. If we create infrastructure that's more conducive to humans, say, walking or biking or using public transit, and somehow that decreases traffic and also, therefore, emissions too? Huh. Fascinating. Please keep going.
Made by the engineers claimed that there was going to be a traffic disaster. But when the Cheonggyechong Expressway was removed, none of that happened. Within 3 years, motor vehicle traffic decreased by 45%. Metro ridership was up 3% and bus ridership up 15%. And there was no increase in travel time for drivers.
It also looks awesome.
Even though this data really just validated decades of urban planning research, it's still an incredible result. So I can see why this example is so often used by advocates, urban planners, and transportation engineers. But after visiting Cheonggyechong myself, I actually think all that traffic stuff is literally the least interesting aspect of this project. And I believe that building this beautiful addition to the city would have been completely justified, even if it made car traffic significantly worse. Plus, I morally object to municipal projects constantly being framed through the lens of how much it might inconvenience drivers.
Illegal.
To me, that is the least important metric to consider when designing great urban places. Because they didn't just remove this highway, they made it into a beautiful linear park that has become a major attraction. The river has brought back life to downtown. Significantly more people are walking here now. There's been a massive drop in air pollution and noise pollution. Nitrogen dioxide levels dropped 35% and average summer temperatures dropped 3.5 degrees compared to neighboring streets. Business activity increased for the first time in years, and it spurred new residential and commercial developments. Wildlife diversity and populations increased significantly, and it has become one of the top tourist destinations in the city. The Cheonggyechong...
You just referenced ducks. Where's Donald Duck? I haven't seen him around very much lately.
And it has become one of the top tourist destinations in the city. The Chongqing Regeneration Project was so successful that Seoul has closed many more elevated highways, including this one that I also visited while I was there. So let me share my experiences visiting these great highway removal projects so you can see what's possible when a city removes cars to make places better for people.
Do it. Honestly, I love this channel. Not gonna lie.
Before Chongqing was...
We don't go to Not Just Bikes enough. I feel like I should do more. But, like, we definitely have gone to this channel on a number of occasions. I don't know if anybody's figured out that this is one of my great loves. But seriously, this guy gets it.
Elevated expressway, it used to be a river. So in a sense, this river project is returning the area back to what it was before. The river had been an important place for centuries, but after decades of Japanese occupation and the Korean War, it was not doing well. By the 1950s, the river was heavily polluted and prone to flooding, and many informal settlements and shacks had been built along it. Seoul was rapidly urbanizing to accommodate a growing population, and even though very few people owned cars at the time, they wanted to build for the future and project an image of progress, and cars were the future. So replacing the polluted river with a modern elevated expressway probably seemed like a pretty good idea at the time. And it is wild how fast this place modernized. This is a picture of Chongqing in the early 1960s.
God damn.
And this is a picture from the late 1970s.
Immediately,
That's crazy.
if not sooner.
But today it looks like this, and technically it is not a river. It's usually translated from Korean to English as a stream, and if you want to get pedantic, it's a tributary that flows into the Han River.
I love getting pedantic.
But whatever you call it, it's a hell of a lot nicer than an elevated highway, expressway. To get to Chongqing River, stream, I took the metro to Gwanhwamon Square, part of which was also recently pedestrianized. This part here used to be a busy road, but they closed it and made it a car-free plaza. It's much nicer with all the trees and a direct connection to what used to be an island stranded in the middle of the road. You can see in this stock footage what it looked like before, with the statues sandwiched between 10 lanes of car traffic. It's crazy to me how many cities have these big open areas with parks or culturally significant landmarks, and then they make them so unpleasant to be there because they're in the middle of the f***ing road. Closing one side of a boulevard like this is the first step to repairing these kinds of places, and more cities should be doing this. I still think the remaining road is...
This guy gets it. Gotta love that Not Just Bikes channel. He really does get infrastructure and has a genuinely, what do you call it? He's got a certain style of video editing that I truly appreciate, and we also, I think, generally agree on a lot of stuff. Because, let's be real. How much cooler is it to have a freaking stream and, natural vibe inside of the city, rather than just having just an ocean of cars around you constantly beeping and releasing pollution into your freaking air that you breathe, having to hear squealy brakes and all these other fucking things that come along with it. Alright, we're not going to watch this whole thing. It's like 30 minutes long. But let's go to this part of it, talk about accessibility.
To overflowing. If I had to be critical of this project, the biggest thing I would complain about is...
That's what I got to start doing, is adding chapters to the live streams. I just keep not doing it. I need to find more time in the day. I still haven't figured out time travel yet. Still been working on that, or at least finding a way to increase the number of hours in a day, at least for me personally. And I'm on the cusp. Okay, I'm sure at any time now I'm gonna figure out how to add another 6 hours to the day.
Flowing. If I had to be critical of this project, the biggest thing I would complain about is accessibility. Because it's sunken down below street level, it feels disconnected from the rest of the neighborhood, which also means that the benefits of the stream don't overflow into the surrounding areas. Most of the access is by stairs, usually wherever a road crosses the stream. There are a few places that are accessible by wheelchair via extremely long ramps, but there are sometimes long distances between them. And every time you enter it from a metro station, you have to go up to ground level, cross the street, and then walk down into the river. It would be so great if there were some elevators or exits directly from the metro at the level of the stream, but I suspect these would be impossible to build while still allowing the stream to be flooded in the case of a major rainstorm.
That would
I think what
complicate it.
surprised me the most, though, was just how nice this all was. I had heard about this project for years, and I had seen photos of it, but it was still way nicer than I expected.
Just over here taking a nap.
I was enjoying myself so much that I totally lost track of time and only managed to walk along about half of the 6-kilometer stream before it started to get dark. So I never got to see the spot where they left a few of the elevated highway pillars up as a reminder of what used to be here. I can understand now why this was such an expensive project. It cost 386 billion won to build, which was about 250 million euros at the time, which is not cheap. And before and during its construction, the project definitely had its detractors, but today, you'd be hard-pressed to find anybody in Seoul who would rather have this place turned back into a highway. And that's the thing, right? Whenever a great urban project is proposed, there are so many people who aggressively fight it. But once it's built, people love it and can't possibly imagine going back, because urban places are fundamentally better when they're designed for people instead of cars. I've seen this in cities all over the world, which is...
Yeah, the fact is we gotta stop. We have to stop it. It's one of the things, in terms of the things that FDR did, I feel like was a big mistake, is making our entire society just centered around the car and getting cars to wherever you want to go. But cars don't have feelings. Cars don't need clean air to breathe. Humans do, though, and I think we need to start working on a more human-centric society. And unfortunately, especially in the United States, we seem to be going in the wrong direction on so much of this stuff. You gotta go. My streaming schedule is anti-German. Wow. Not intentionally.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Anti-German. What time is it in Germany? Like 10 p.m. or something like that? Maybe you just need to change your schedule, okay? Don't blame me. I stream for like 12 hours. Well, not quite, but 8 to 12 hours of freaking stream. All right, Frislaw. God.
Come on!
I'm sorry though. I wish I could, have my stream be 24 hours a day, so everybody on the planet could tune in. Is it 10 a.m.? Is it? That can't be right. It's 10 a.m. in Britain, isn't it? Am I doing the math wrong right now? You were just joking. Oh, okay. Thank God. All right. All right, we're gonna move on from Seoul. It's a super sweet project, though. We should try and do stuff like this in the United States more. Get rid of the roads. Give me streams. Give me public transit, please. All right, now let's go to Japan, where a rare seahorse is drawing visitors to Minamata. Here's NHK World Japan from 5 days ago. It is 10 a.m. though? Okay, all right, well, that's my bad.
Seahorses like this pair forming a heart shape are drawing many people to the city of Minamata to see the romantic image with their own eyes. Visitors can dive into the local waters once polluted by an industrial disaster. NHK World's Morishita Erika went to see Minamata's efforts to promote its thriving marine life.
Now, I don't know if you know this, but seahorses are very, very woke. All right, write that down.
The waters of Minamata, Kumamoto Prefecture, are a treasure trove of fish. These divers drove 6 hours from Hiroshima to get a look at the local sea life.
Now you might be asking yourself, why are seahorses so woke? Well, you know, male seahorses are the ones that give birth. You know, they're like, hey, lady's got enough going on. Why don't we do it? I mean, it's probably not a conscious choice. I just like making that joke. What can I say?
These divers drove 6 hours from Hiroshima to get a look at the local sea life. The himetatsu is a species of seahorse about 10 centimeters long. Lucky divers may get to watch himetatsu couples during breeding season. The city has made the seahorses a kind of mascot. They can be found in this rose garden and at this inn. They're making quite a presence around town.
Spring has returned, and so too has this clean and rich environment here in Minamata City. But despite this beauty, some people feel there can still be prejudice at times.
Minamata disease was officially recognized in 1956. It's a chronic neurological disorder caused by eating fish contaminated by methylmercury. The highly toxic chemical was drained into Minamata Bay by a nearby factory.
Illegal.
Morishita Makoto leads diving tours in Minamata. He thinks the himetatsu can serve as a symbol of the city's restored marine environment. As a child, he witnessed the city's efforts to revitalize the area. But it's heard some people say they have a negative impression of the water.
Yeah, no kidding. I wouldn't be shocked by that. I mean, you grow up with your bay being just filled with mercury. I too might have grown up with something of a negative view of it. Not shocking whatsoever.
Frustrated that not many people knew the sea here was safe again. I knew I had to dive in, see it with my own eyes, and let people know what's down there.
This day, he starts his tours at the Minamata Disease Cenotaph. The only time it's possible to enter at this point is at high tide. Divers can enter directly from the coast and get a great view in the clear water.
Looks fun. Seahorse diving. I could get into some of that, that's for sure. Okay, one last environmental video of the day. Let's go all the way to Australia, where social media is fueling conservation efforts for the quokka. Here's CBS News from yesterday. What the heck is a quokka, CBS? Tell us more.
Time now to take you to an island off the coast of Australia, which has become a popular destination for a selfie with a quokka. These small marsupials, about the size of a domestic cat, are a vulnerable species, but efforts to conserve them are going well, in part thanks to how photogenic they are. Holly Williams visited the island, but is back on the mainland now with the story.
Just off Australia's west coast in the Indian Ocean lies Rottnest Island, home to unspoiled wilderness, pristine beaches, and the quokka.
Look at them.
Around 10,000 of these furry creatures live on the tiny island. They're cousins of the kangaroo, but stand only around 20 inches tall. And because they seem to be smiling, quokkas have become a sensation, known as the world's happiest animals. Quokka selfies have gone viral, including snaps by celebrities like Roger Federer, Margot Robbie, and Logan Paul.
Oh, go fuck yourself, Logan.
And as we found, you don't need to be a wildlife photographer to get up close and personal with a quokka.
Thank you.
Scientists say quokkas are naturally curious and have adapted to being around tourists.
They're so cute. They're adorable. I mean, they look like they're smiling.
Casey Wellington is from California and told us the quokkas are so trusting it made her nervous.
We see inside.
Janice Ong came all the way from Singapore to meet the quokkas.
First impression for this quokka is very, very cute. Yeah.
And they come right up to you?
Yes, correct. Yeah, it's very friendly. I think I love this place. Maybe I will come back again.
On the Australian mainland, quokkas are threatened by wildfires and feral cats. But on the island, they're almost ridiculously relaxed. Even falling asleep outside this cafe.
Is that how they sleep? Oh my God.
Now, the truth is the quokkas are not actually smiling. That's just...
They just curl up into little balls to sleep. It's so cute.
Shopping street.
Now...
Okay.
Truth is the quokkas are not actually smiling. That's just a quirk of nature. But they have no natural predators on the island. And that's why they're so fearless and so friendly with humans.
Their front teeth are sort of permanently, almost permanently exposed, and their lips are just shaped like that. So it looks like they're smiling. And if
Arvid Hogstrom is in charge of conservation on the island.
They're just a very chilled animal to start off with.
Are they happy?
The quokkas on Rottnest are pretty stress-free. They live a pretty easygoing life.
The quokkas do lead a privileged existence. It's forbidden to feed or touch them, and they even have right-of-way on the roads. They're a conservation success story, with demand for selfies fueling the tourism that helps fund their protection.
There we go. Save the quokka. Although it seems like there's not a lot that they need to be saved from, aside from human development. As there's, like Jay said, no natural predators of the quokka. Yeah, don't let CBS tell you what they are. They're happy. Why wouldn't they be happy? They're living the life. Living the dream. Alright. I saw somebody mention that we need another emotional support character. I'm gonna trust you. Ah, oh, damn, we already have that one. No, we have that one too. God damn it. Okay. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? Is now a good time to break? No. No, we're 5.5 hours. Alright, let's do some space news. What do you say? It's time. It's time. We always put space news between environmental and Earth news. Got a couple of different pieces of space news here. This one's from Wednesday. Watch out, people. Space disease is coming for us. Alright, I'm kidding. But a new space-adapted bacteria has been discovered on China's space station.
China! I have to have my China.
Hello, I'm Matt Galloway, and this is the Current Podcast. The search for life in outer space.
Wait, did they say that cats eat quokkas? I didn't hear that part. I'm sorry. I was also reading chats. It's my bad. It's my bad. Save the quokka from the cat.
Astronomers to look everywhere, from the surface of the moon to distant planets light years away. We have not found any aliens yet, at least officially, as far as we know. But recently, scientists discovered a bacteria that has never been seen on Earth, living inside a Chinese space station. This mysterious bacteria has evolved special abilities that can help it survive in the extreme conditions of space. Jamie Foster is a professor in the Department of Microbiology and Cell Science at the University of Florida. Jamie, good morning.
Good morning.
What exactly is this new mysterious bacteria?
Well, it's actually, this type of bacterium is kind of, close relatives are found in the soil. They can be found in water and sewer systems. So it's not a complete alien. We recognize it as being closely related to microbes that we find very commonly on Earth.
Tell me more about that and what it might be comparable to here.
Well, it's if you've ever heard of an organism called bacillus, bacillus form these spore-like structures that are in the soil, they're in water, and they have a tendency to form biofilms and can grow under very extreme environments. And so that's probably why this microbe became more adapted to living in the space station.
So you said it's not a complete alien. Tell me more about why you use that phrase.
Well, I just want people to not realize that it's DNA based. You know, it's a cousin to another microbe that probably started here on Earth and hitched a ride up on the rocket to the space station, or hitched a ride on a piece of equipment. So when I say that, that means that it evolved, it changed. The extreme environment of living in space probably caused the microbe to adapt in a way that was completely novel and to survive in that extreme environment. And that resulted over time in a new organism. That's evolution at work.
So that's important. I mean, it's not something that is...
It's science.
Well, there you go. A terrestrial bacteria somehow got onto a Chinese space station and did some space evolution right in front of our very eyes. Pretty crazy.
Space. It's something that you believe.
Okay, all right. We don't need to watch this whole thing. Pretty cool, though. Pretty cool. All right, now, scientists have captured the sharpest ever view of the sun's outer atmosphere in recent days. Let's go to NBC News from yesterday for this story.
All right, in tonight's Future of Everything, you know how they tell you not to look straight at the sun? Well, a team of scientists are figuring out new and amazing ways to stare straight into that big ball of fire. We are now seeing some new images of the sun's outer layer that are clearer than ever. The corona that's been so frustratingly hard to see in the past, that usually most of our studying comes during a total eclipse. Well, now, using a telescope here in California, the researchers have a system to produce images while getting rid of the blur caused by the Earth's atmosphere, and that is opening up ways to look at the extreme temperatures, the towering eruptions on the sun's corona. In other words, very, very hot stuff. Let's bring in Philip Agudi, one of the lead scientists and professor at the New Jersey Institute of Technology. Professor, thanks for being with us. Like, in the simplest terms possible here, what are we seeing, and how did you guys achieve this?
Well, it took a number of years, and so the issue of adaptive optics has been around for a long time because, you know, stars twinkle, and they twinkle because the Earth's atmosphere is turbulent, and you need to correct for changes that are happening hundreds of times a second. And 25 years ago, the problem was solved for the surface of the sun, but we've solved the problem for off surface of the sun into the corona. The problem that you need is some point of reference, and you have this ethereal corona, which just nothing wants to stay still, and there's not much light there. But finally, after years of this and that, back and forth, we were able to solve the problem. And lo and behold, we got these images that we can't understand all of them, but they are simply amazing to us. And
they're beautiful.
We're really pleased with this.
Yeah, it's incredible to look at. And I don't want to take this into a dark place with such a bright subject here, but coronal mass ejections, they are something that kind of keeps me up at night. God forbid we like have a Harrington event where you have a big, huge eruption on the surface of the sun, and it knocks out like our grid here on Earth. Is this helping you guys understand or possibly prepare us for that kind of event?
Well, we don't understand the driving origin, and even on the small scale where things start, this is revealing things that we didn't know. And it's going to take some time to explain them. But yes, you worry about Carrington events like in 1859 when telegraphs ran on their own in the UK and in the US, or in 1989 when the Northeast was blacked out because of a similar kind of event in Quebec. So it's something to worry about. And if you're Elon Musk and you want to go to Mars, you have to worry about one of these things occurring while you're on the path. Or how do you make a base to live on the moon? How do you make places to live on Mars? You need to worry about space weather. We're mostly protected by our atmosphere, but not fully.
And now you guys got that atmosphere at least out of the way for the pictures, and we can just stare at this mesmerizing dance of flame.
That's hot.
It is hot. It's the surface, oh, well, not quite this, the outer atmosphere of the sun, but still, probably very hot. And also super cool. Scientists capturing new images, which may bring us closer to understanding things about the sun that we have been trying to figure out for a very long time. Yes, I do believe it is a Carrington, not a Harrington event. Did he say Harrington? I didn't quite hear that. I could be wrong. Here, I'll look it up, just to be sure. Just to be sure. Yep, it's a C. Carrington. Yeah, you were right, and if he said it that way, he was wrong. So, great job for you. Okie dokie. I think that's a great spot for us to take a quick... Whoa, wait, what is this doing here? Oh, we'll cover this one later. God damn it, how did I do this? This is stupid. Who's in charge of this stream exactly? Whose job is it to organize the programming for this spacecast exactly? Alright, no, but this is a perfect time for us to take a quick break. But don't worry, we'll be right back with more space news after these brief messages. Alrighty, I do hope that everybody has been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal. But the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Only $3 a month. That's right, count them. 1, 2, 3. 3 Earth dollars will get you an incredible number of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Stuff like getting an avatar on the stream. Doesn't have to be you, could be anything. Could be your kitty cat, or your puppy dog, or your favorite fictional character. Shoutouts at the end of the stream, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, go on to Patreon, find out for yourself. Link not in the chat, but it is in my bio on YouTube and Twitch. So go over there and find out what it is you've been missing all along. Anyway, enjoy this break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Okay. I do believe everybody here knows in the space spams what the hell that sound means. That's right. It's time for us to get back to the show. Time for the fourth half of this here spacecast to begin. So you better get back to those speeds. Better get back to those seats, space fams, otherwise you're gonna miss it. Okay, well, we ended the third half talking space news, and we're going to begin the fourth half with the Earth news, where we've got plenty of things to talk about here. Mostly fun, but not entirely. There's a few things that we didn't cover yesterday, which I'm going to try and cover, but don't worry. We'll still try and bring the valuetainment regardless of some of the strife, which we're going to have to see with our own eyes. Now, let's start it off in South America, where a festival is going on down in Peru. Here's the AP archive from 2 days ago. Clowns. They're taking it over.
Immediately, if not sooner.
It's something wonderful. It's something we were born to do. To improve the joy of children and of the parents. But for me, it's the greatest satisfaction there is as an artist, as a clown that I am. Being a clown in Peru is a job that really requires caring, because we ensure to make people laugh, making sure that people have fun, and it's being good medicine for everyone, because you really shouldn't be so bitter. It's not really going to make you better, and laughter will give you lots of life. Yeah, Peruvian clowns taking to the streets, trying to bring joy to everyone. How dare you? This is terrifying. So, are you scared of clowns, Zolife? Okay, now speaking of clowns, one clown went to the United Kingdom recently. Alright, maybe I shouldn't call him. Well, after that, it feels unfair, really, to the clowns. But one egg-shaped idiot boy by the name of Charlie Kirk went to Cambridge University, to the Cambridge Union, for a Q&A and a debate. Ahem. What are we doing? The fuck? Is it recognizing the text? It is, you piece of shit. Sorry to all you clowns for comparing Charlie Kirk to you.
Hi everyone, and thank you for joining us tonight. Our speaker tonight is Charlie Kirk, a prominent conservative commentator. He's founder and CEO of Turning Point USA.
I'm fairly certain she didn't do that on purpose, but when she says Kirk with her British accents, it sounds like she called him Charlie Cuck. That was satisfying.
which has a presence on over 3,000 high school and college campuses. It is the largest and fastest growing youth activist organization in USA, and he's written 4 books. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Brilliant. So I'll start with some questions from me, and then we're going to move to the questions from the audience, from the people who've submitted them, and who'll be asking them at the dispatch box. My first question is about Turning Point USA's Professor Watch List. Its mission is described as exposing college professors who discriminate against conservative students and advance leftist propaganda in the classroom, with examples including feminism, abortion, and socialism. How would you respond to critics, such as PEN America, who see it as supporting what it claims to deride, which is the intimidation and ostracization of those who express controversial views on campus?
Well, we're getting right into it, aren't we? Thank you. So yeah,
what do you...
just by background...
You fucking idiot. What do you think they're gonna do? Sit around and glaze you up for the first 10 minutes? Fucking weirdo. Oh, we're really getting right into it, aren't we? Yeah. You're at the Cambridge Union, stupid. My god. What a great way to start.
Campus.
Yeah, I mean... The claim that he's a youth activist is also hilarious. I mean, he's certainly not a youth, but he hangs out with the youths.
We're getting right into it, aren't we? Thank you. So yeah, just by background, Turning Point USA has now grown to be the largest campus conservative organization.
That wasn't
in the
the question.
I come from a view that...
That was not the question.
Conservatism is widely underrepresented in American campuses. And by conservatism, I literally mean the defense of Western values, free markets, rule of law, individual initiative, entrepreneurship, the Constitution, so on and so forth. And in American college campuses in particular, and I don't know, I'm guessing that this campus is... I don't even want to guess. We'll see what happens when we have dialogue. But I do know that there are some great professors that do teach the Western canon, which is far too missing from American universities, is that American college campuses have become a place where they strive to have everyone look different but think the same. And in America, university and college tuition is through the roof. And students and parents have a moral obligation to know who is teaching their kids.
What?
And for these professors that have such a major objection for being on our professor watch list, if they don't say obscene things, then they will not.
It's a moral obligation God has handed from down on, from on high. The 11th commandment. All parents must know every single one of their educators. Okay, Charlie.
On our watch list. I'm talking about professors that were excited about what happened on October 7th. I'm sorry, if you're excited about what happened on October 7th, then you deserve to be on a professor watch list, and people should know all about you. And if people want to fire you as...
Huh? My Cousin Vinny references? Yeah, that's what I was saying. Ute. These Utes right here. That's what I was making the My Cousin Vinny reference, intentionally.
Then you deserve to be on a professor watch list, and people should know all about you. And if people want to fire you as a consequence of that, or if people don't want to go to that school as a consequence of that, then so be it. And so, what was the criticism exactly?
That's what I was saying. Charlie Kirk clearly didn't listen to the question, just answered whatever question he was hoping they were going to ask him. And then he's like, wait, what was I supposed to be talking about?
A what now?
Supports what it claims to deride, which is the intimidation and ostracization.
Oh, yeah, I mean, if the publicizing of certain ideas is intimidation, then I think that's just laughable.
Is it?
Is using our own free speech to expose professors who...
Using our free speech to tell professors that they don't have free speech. I love that. I'm 58 years old. Yeah, not even close. Not even close. I'm a little older than Charlie is.
Is making America a worse country, and in fact, I believe in America, higher education has largely posed a threat to Western values, and I think we need more students and more parents to realize the moral rot that universities have become in the Western world.
So, Turning Point Academy mentions the importance of promoting intellectual growth. How would you respond to critics that such an education system stifles intellectual growth through establishing a fixed set of values, for example, regarding God, life beginning at conception, and two genders, rather than promoting intellectual diversity?
Sure. I mean, at some point, you're going to have to get to a truth claim. So
that was a truth
say
claim.
That you want intellectual diversity means that you think intellectual diversity matters, but by what standard? So you have to actually at some...
It's like, oh my god, I love this argument that the right keeps making. Because, you know, for so long, they've been complaining that free speech wasn't allowed on campuses. Now they are promoting the destruction of free speech on campuses. And, you know, for so many years, they were decrying, oh, there's not... Republicans can't say anything they want. They can't go out and have Klan rallies at the quad, and they can't say racist things to their fellow students, and that is repression.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Also, we need to kick students off of campus for saying pro-Palestinian things, and for there not being enough anti-science from the professors. You know, why is the biology professors refuse to promote phrenology and whatever else? It's like, it's just so nonsensical. And I'm sorry for Charlie, but, you know, science has a left-wing bias, not because of who does it, but because facts. Because facts. That's why.
It's science.
Say that something is good. So if someone says, well, the criticism that you're going to tell a kid that something is good, something else, you should have intellectual diversity. Okay, why? By what standard? By what book? By what scholar? By what author? By what worldview? We believe, as a organization.
He's doing what's it called? What is Jordan Peterson always call it? Oh my god. No, I cannot think of that fucking word. What does he call it? It's just so nonsensical. But the claim that they're, you know, like liberals are always asking for the definitions of things, or trying to find some sort of amorphous definition, or I cannot think of what does he call it? God damn it. It's like moral relativism or whatever.
That
like define it for me, please.
This is the best for many reasons. In particular, my own personal views. I'm a Christian. I'm not ashamed of it. And Christianity brought to the world things that we all take for granted. Tom Holland, who actually was educated here.
By the way, one thing Charlie does over and over through this thing is bring up shit that's happening in Britain, and then on multiple occasions you'll see. Well, maybe you won't see because we're definitely not watching this whole goddamn thing. But throughout this whole thing, he talks about Britain and then says, actually, I don't know a lot about Britain, over and over again. He like does a bunch of references that he's like, but actually, I'm not that educated on what's happening in the UK. Oh, good Charlie.
He brought to the world things that we all take for granted. Tom Holland, who actually was educated here and is one of the great classicists and taught himself ancient Greek, he wrote in his book Dominion that even if you hate Christianity, your critique of Christianity is actually using Christianity itself. And so,
yeah, how are you supposed to criticize Christianity without talking about Christianity, Charlie? I don't understand what you mean. All right, I'm gonna move from the Q&A because it's just so stupid. He's such an idiot. But there's a few good spots in here for us to check out. I'm trying to remember where they are. It's been a few days since I actually watched this. Yeah, this week I punished myself by watching the entire thing. It was painful. Cultural Marxism? No, that's not the one I'm thinking of. Postmodernist? Yeah, that's closer to what I was thinking, but I think there's another one that Jordan's always pulling out, and I cannot think of it.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Our next question is from Kai Bevan at Trinity Hall.
Right, so thank you for coming, Charlie. My question to you, I mean, I'm a medical student, and so I'm going to throw out the big A word. I know you get asked about it a lot, but I want to hear from you what your opinion is on abortion.
Life begins at conception.
But about abortion specifically, why do you think abortion's wrong specifically?
Well, you agree murder is wrong?
Oh my God.
Okay, so this is where we get to the question, right? Because what is it about murder you say is wrong? Like, why is murder wrong?
He is such a
Because
fucking loser.
Not just because it has consciousness or because it's of a certain age, because it's a human.
And what is it that gives human being this moral worth?
Not its consciousness necessarily.
I didn't say it's consciousness.
I know that. I can imagine it because it is a human being.
I'm responding to the argument you didn't use. I love that. That's a great debate style. You know, debating the thing that the guy didn't say. Oh, but you could, yeah, but I am Nostradamus, Charlie Damus. I know you're gonna say consciousness. You're gonna do it, okay? So I'm gonna get ahead of that and say it's not, okay?
I know that. I can imagine.
He's imagining.
It is
His
a
imagination.
And what is this soul? Where does this come from? This idea that it's...
Exactly. I mean, again, the Greeks postulated that it is the entirety of your being. Okay, you guys can laugh. I mean, it's true. I mean, every civilization has had a different belief, but agreed upon ethical monotheism, which is the creed of the West and what the birth certificate of my country articulates, is that every human being is more than just matter. It's more than just a clump of cells, but it also has an invisible element to you that will live beyond.
Huh? I'm sorry, Charlie, but we don't give out birth certificates before children are born. You know, I don't know I don't think Charlie has any kids, but you don't. Yeah, the second you're born, that's when you get a birth certificate. Your mom doesn't get a birth certificate for her unborn child. Okay, pal. It's not like, you know, there's like somebody from the state waiting outside of your bedroom. It's like, hey, you're pregnant. Time to give you a birth certificate.
Come on! Fine, so, I mean, can you say that comes from the Bible, or where else do you get that from?
Ethical monotheism, which is the creed of the West.
Ethical
monotheism. Again,
the creed of the West.
4 times.
Ethical monotheism. First off, never heard that term before. I don't understand how. What does that mean? Monotheism. What does that have to do with ethics? I don't understand how those two things link up. But it's fast. This is a fascinating take from Charlie here.
Which is the creed of the West.
The creed of the West.
The Declaration of Independence.
How is that the creed of the West? Can anybody explain to me? I've never heard of this, and I've lived in the West, quote unquote, as long as I can remember, aside from when I'm up here in space. I'm very confused why I have never heard of this as a Westerner. The creed
God 4 times.
Of the whole
the founders were explicitly believed,
West
not in a
society.
secular morality, but a divinely given one, of at least this idea that there is a God and you are not him. And let me ask you, what is the first stage of human development?
You don't know.
So the first, I mean, this is the thing, right? We can take it from the sperm being generated in the father and the oocyte being generated in the mother, right? They fuse at birth, conception, sorry. The only thing that happens at conception is these 2 cells fuse.
Right? No, DNA is created. A zygote.
DNA is not created.
A DNA, no, that's not true. The DNA, DNA coding at the zygote. Hold on, time out.
I'll let you finish.
Does a zygote have a unique marker?
Charlie,
does a zygote have a unique marker?
You have to let me speak. You have to
answer it, yes or no. Does a zygote have a unique marker?
Define a unique marker.
Meaning, can you differentiate the DNA coding between the mother and the zygote if you examine it under a deoxyribonucleic acid?
I love how Charlie's bringing out as many words as he possibly can that sound scientific. But there's plenty of things that are unique. It doesn't mean that destroying it is murder, right? Like, you know, like we could differentiate between all sorts of stuff. Being able to differentiate between one thing and another thing doesn't make it, you know, like special and like give it necessity to be, you know, and it's just so weird. These people are so pathetic.
Can you?
Only purely because the addition comes from the father.
Oh, so it is something different.
Charlie, DNA is not created. DNA is not created. You have the father has his own genome, the mother has her own genome. They fuse. This is why you have the same characteristics, similar ones to your mother, similar ones to your father. That's why you have similar characteristics to your siblings. DNA is not created, right? So when you ask me, where does a human being come from? I can say to you, it starts at conception, but all conception is these 2 cells joining, right? But these 2 cells were created, the mother cells were created long before, they were created when she was a fetus. So there's none of this DNA being produced, right? So we can't establish. The only thing that happens at conception is these two cells fuse. Now this idea that means that for some reason suddenly that moral worth comes in, but it wasn't there before when you had these 2 cells who had half the DNA. But suddenly there's a
correct. Yes, something magical happens at that.
It's not magical, Charlie. We know about it.
It's magic.
Hold on. Charlie, time out. Hold on.
It's magic.
I'm not trying to score points.
I love how Charlie's making the argument that that magic is involved in the creation of humans, even though it's clearly a scientific process. No, actually, aloha mora, avada kedavra. How dare you avada kedavra, my baby?
I promise you, I'm not trying to score points. I'm not trying to score points on you. This is genuinely...
We call it the miracle of life for a reason. We've not been able to yet replicate human life development outside of the womb.
We call it the miracle of life because yes, it's something beautiful. The ability to form a new...
Magical.
It's not... You say magical as in, oh, it's beautiful, it's an incredible thing that happens, of course.
Oh.
But it's not incredible in the sense we don't know what's going on. There's no new DNA coming out of nowhere.
Hold on, but time out. Isn't there a separate DNA, though, than the mother? Like,
yes, from the father.
Okay, yes, but it's not the father's DNA either. A new coding is created.
Every time you, you know, that is a freaking genocide, okay, Charlie? Every time that you jerk off, you know, that's a goddamn human atrocity.
From the father.
Okay, yes, but it's not the father's DNA either. A new coding is created.
Charlie,
you are a blend of the two.
Oh.
So when did your life begin?
Okay, so
newness. So newness and the ability to differentiate are somehow inherent characteristics that must be protected at all costs, according to Charlie. Also, I love the fact that he's wearing sneakers with a suit. That's a great job.
When did your life...
I think someone compared it to Ellen DeGeneres, and I like that comparison.
I mean, again, this comes from what you define as where life starts. You can say life starts at conception, but I'm telling you, I believe that's just an arbitrary point, right? That's just the moment these two cells fuse. Now, you say about this mother thing. So the way DNA is arranged in a cell is it's arranged in chromosomes. Chromosomes are paired up, so you have one from the mother, one from the father, typically, in a healthy individual, right?
It's science.
Now, you can take those maternal chromosomes out, and you can find that this is who the person's mother is, and you can do the same with the father. Now, the reason you are different to your mother and father is because some of those chromosomes express genes that are different from each other, and so those genes interact, and that's what gives rise to you, right? But there's no space for any kind of moral framework to come into that until you consider that a human being is capable of consciousness and of suffering. But if you take that out of the equation, the fact that these two DNA, you know, whatever they call molecules, right? These two DNA molecules are fusing. That does not suddenly flip a switch that attributes moral worth to that individual.
Look at Charlie's little, well, actually not little brain. Oh, there's probably little inside of his massive skull, but look at Charlie's brain trying to figure out how to respond to this. Anybody in there, Charlie? But yeah, all right. Like I said, we can't watch this whole goddamn debate. All right, let's move on. Got one more I want to hit up. There was honestly, there was a bunch of good ones in here, but we just don't have time for all of them. So let's go to here. By the way, look at this awkward stance that Charlie's taking right here. He's just like staring at his shoes. Oh, Charlie. What are we going to do with you, pal?
Our next question is from Tilly Middlehurst at Fitzwilliam College.
So I'm a feminist. My question is about the role of women, though. What should women's role in public and private life look like, and what are the material benefits of that?
Well, thank you for that. Can I take it? I don't even want to take this detour, but can we both agree on what a woman is?
Oh, you don't want to take this detour?
An adult human female. It's a biological.
I love how he qualifies this. He's like, I don't even want to do this. This is like not my thing at all, asking people what a woman is, even though it definitely is my favorite thing to ask people. I don't want to do it. I'm being forced to do it by society. Society's making me ask you to define a woman.
Benefits of that.
Well, thank you for that. Can I take it? I don't even want to take this detour, but can we both agree on what a woman is?
Yes. An
What is a
adult
woman?
human female, it's a biological state of being that is also socially experienced. Can I please elucidate just one example of that social experience?
Yeah, I was going to answer your question, but sure, go ahead.
Okay. So let's say you're a member of a tribe, and that in that tribe, you have the biological female anatomy, and in order to become a woman in that tribe, you have to also get a tattoo. That's a social experience that's mapped onto biological reality.
So can a woman have a prostate?
Can a woman have a prostate? Biologically speaking, a woman is an adult human female that has a biological reality, but it's also social experience, right? So I don't.
Yeah, it's super easy. Like, can a woman have a prostate?
So as per my definition of woman, I would say that people who have a prostate are biologically male, but they can sometimes be socially treated as women.
Okay, got it. So women can have prostates. Got it. Okay.
Can a man not have a prostate, Charlie? I mean, that's one thing I was wondering when he says this. Like, so does not having a prostate make you not a man? I just, what about women without uteruses, right? Or ovaries or whatever? Like, is a prostate the only thing that defines a man? Every morning I wake up, I check my prostate, make sure it's still there, and then I say, all right, I'm still a man.
Got it. So women can have prostates. Got it. Okay. So you're a feminist that actually isn't just fighting for women, you're also fighting for men.
So yes, men also experience harms from
He finds that
patriarchy,
hilarious.
but I argue,
How dare feminists care about men? I thought that the whole thing that you were upset about is that the feminists hated the men. But now you're saying that they care about men, and that seems okay. I don't understand.
also experience harms from patriarchy, but I argue...
We're talking about the same feminism, though, just make sure. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
So men also experience harm from patriarchal domination, but I would argue that those harms come from that system of domination itself. In the same way, for example, this isn't a threat, but if I reached across and punched you in the face, then my hand might hurt. Right? So are we understanding that there are patterns of power? So I would also fight for the rights of men as a feminist, just as I would fight for the rights of women.
Sure. You think women are happier than they were 40 years ago?
I think I would have a...
I'm not gonna lie, I really wish that after this debate, we could have gotten her to punch Charlie in the face. I think that would have been a beautiful sight. Not gonna lie, he probably deserves a good punch in the face.
You think women are happier than they were 40 years ago?
I think I would have a few responses to that. I think that women report more stress and dissatisfaction today because, not because they have more rights or because of feminism, but because they're under dual pressure to both excel professionally and also because of the domestic labor in homes that is structured around outdated expectations. So, for example, studies like the OECD's Better Life Index show that women's life expectancy, education levels, professional achievements have risen in countries with higher gender inequality. So I would argue that what you're calling unhappiness is actually visibility, because now we hear women expressing dissatisfaction, whereas in the 50s, we prescribed them Valium and we lobotomized.
By the way, I know Charlie isn't a mathematician, but multiple times he refers to the 50s as being like 40 years ago, and it's clearly 70 plus years ago. But Charlie is not exactly a genius.
Satisfaction, whereas in the...
By the way, this skinny turd back here, he's constantly making weird faces.
We prescribed them Valium and we lobotomized.
Yeah. That's really rich. I didn't know women not to complain 50 years ago. That's funny. No, hold on a second. Why are suicide rates going up?
See, there he went. 50 years ago. The 50s were 70 years ago, Charlie. I know math is tough. But when women complained back in the day, we did all sorts of stuff. She mentioned one of them, lobotomies, right? Have you seen Mad Men? I mean, that's a perfect example of and it's just, it's great for Charlie because he can just watch it on TV. But what's his name? Don Draper. pays for his wife to go to a therapist, and that therapist reports back to Don. All right, literally, like this therapist just sits around taking notes on his wife, and then calls him and tells him how his wife is doing, which is something that in these days, no psychologist or therapist would ever fucking do, right? Or you would hope so. Because it's a clear breach of patient-doctor confidentiality. We put women on all sorts of drugs to get them to stop complaining. It was just, it was a thing that happened constantly back then.
50 years ago. That's funny. So, no, hold on a second. Why are suicide rates going up more for women?
I think that
Forget
encourages...
complaining. Materially, women are killing themselves more. Why is that?
I think that even if both men and women have become unhappier, men's suicide rates have risen as well, and that's also been exponential. Can you at least concede that feminism offers only one potential explanation? There could be also other explanations.
Of course, obviously, but feminism is the glaring thing in front of us where we have fertility rates down, we have marriage rates down, we have unhappiness up.
Fertility rates aren't down, from my understanding. Birth rates are down a little bit, but that's pretty easily explained through capitalism. In the current state of the world.
And we did something in the 1960s out of the universities of Betty Friedan and Gloria Steinem and all these feminists that basically said, you're trapped in a home, go get a job, freeze your eggs, take birth control. And all of a sudden, women are way unhappier than they were 40 years ago. And I just have to ask the question,
in the 80s?
Why is that? Is it working? And maybe there are biological differences between men and women that we should...
Women are so much less happy than they were in the 80s? Is that what he's trying to claim right now? If we just go back to when Reagan was president.
Why is that? Is it working? And maybe there are biological differences between men and women that we should respect, and that deep down a lot of women want to get married and have children. In fact, we should applaud it and we should support it.
Some women
and
don't. We should support that
if you're
too.
Be a CEO of some shoe company or be some banker in London. What matters if you raise children and you have something to pass down long after you're gone.
I think I would bring 2 points to that. The first one is just really simple, which is that you can ascribe liberalism all you want as the cause of the unhappiness. I would argue something else. I would say that it's certain economic policy that has very little to do with the social acceptance of alternative lifestyles. I would say that we can recognize that income inequality across a vast swathe of Western countries has increased, which causes all kinds of social ills, a lack of social cohesion, housing price growth doesn't correspond with wage growth, monopolies increasingly become kind of emboldened to interfere with politics, and monopolies don't prioritize social health either. I think that those offer more compelling reasons for a decline in happiness than an increase in freedoms, because just one more thing, on an intuitive basis, generally speaking, people want more freedom, not less.
Okay, so if that's true, why is it, do you agree that the happiest women of the West are married with kids?
I would have to look into it. There are certain
Every study,
objectively, we know that.
Every study shows that. All moms are super happy. All the moms. That is wild. That is a wild claim. Not all moms are more happier than they were when they were single. It's just, he's picking a few studies he likes. Like, yeah.
The women with kids are not the ones tearing down statues, right? They're the ones that actually have obligations.
Tearing down statues correspond to some kind of...
Are we saying he's like claiming that no moms engage in activism? I love that. All moms are at home. They're too busy making meatloaf for their husbands to go tear down statues.
So if that's true, why is it? Do you agree that the happiest women of the West are married with kids?
I would have to look into it, but I think there are certain
and objectively we know that, right? The women with kids are not the ones tearing down statues, right? They're the ones that actually have obligations.
Tearing down statues correspond to some kind of smiles per capita data set that I wasn't aware of.
Again, it's like it's a little bit of a one-liner. The happy and the grateful. The happy and the grateful usually don't go burn down Wendy's in their spare time, of which we saw in our country all throughout a single summer. But as a side note, you would agree, objectively, study after study, survey after survey, that the women of the West that are married and have children, especially a lot of children, are far happier than even the ones that earn more money correlated at the same age.
So I also don't think that happiness is a very good metric, and neither do you, because you think gay people shouldn't just pursue happiness by being gay. They have other moralistic considerations to be making. So I don't think smiles per capita is a particularly convincing way to measure whether or not we should encourage women to be autonomous. I think we should maximize agency within a fair system that has reasonable parameters because it's expedient, it's good for the economy, it's logical, it's the moral thing, because if we can't prove the material harms, we shouldn't discourage it. And also self-reported studies is a really flawed way to do psychology. It's the week before my university exams right now, and I'm standing here explaining the basic methodology behind survey collection in sociology, which you don't even think is a real subject, to Charlie Kirk. If I took one of those surveys right now, I'd check extremely miserable, but so would a Palestinian child who's been taunted to smithereens. How are we going to measure
I would say extremely miserable?
No, I'm kind of making a joke.
No, I mean, but seriously, like.
Charlie doesn't get what just happened because Charlie never went to college. Well, I think he spent like a couple of months at a community college and then decided he was very unhappy and he left. But then he went back to colleges to yell at other college students who are actually trying to get degrees. But I think he completely missed what she was making the point of. This is the end of the school year. So this woman is having, as a sociologist, to go and take finals. Finals are incredibly stressful, okay? Because you have to memorize a lot of information that perhaps you didn't memorize during the year, or get caught up on whatever reading that maybe you didn't do, or just generally, maybe if you did all that, but you still feel like you're not prepared for the fucking finals and you want to get a good grade, and you're spending every fucking moment, every waking minute of your life with a goddamn book in your hand or the computer in front of you and poring over tedious texts and whatever else, and as a, you know, and he's like, why are you so unhappy? Well, that's because of feminism, not because you're in the middle of an incredibly stressful scenario that all college students have to go through. Look at this guy. Look, what did I say? Every time that the camera goes in, he's giving some weird fucking look. I don't get what his problem is.
Just miserenes. How are we going to measure?
You would say extremely miserable?
No, I'm kind of making a joke.
No, I mean, but seriously, like, but hold on. I mean, like, that's an important point, though, is that the women in the West have it the best in the world, and yet they're way unhappier than women of sub-Saharan Africa. There's something fundamentally.
According to what? According to what? What the fuck is that supposed to mean? What? Wow, yes, women in Sudan are incredibly happy. You know, women in Nigeria who don't have rights are incredibly happy right now, or you're being repressed by. Yeah, that's great. That's hilarious. But Christopher Tablante, that's a good point. She's probably also checking super unhappy because she has to talk to Charlie Kirk. That's a great point. I hadn't even thought of that one. But yeah, I think all of us would probably be less happy if we had to speak with Charlie Kirk in any, you know, great length of time. It's a great point.
In the world, and yet they're way unhappier than women of sub-Saharan Africa. There's something fundamentally wrong here, because the women of sub-Saharan Africa have something that a lot of women in the West do not have. The women in the West have cats, and they have good jobs, and the women of sub-Saharan Africa, they have a belief in the divine, and they have kids. And maybe there's a biological undercurrent that is keeping a lot of women from realizing their full potential. And so without reading your phone and just like,
oh my God.
I'm not really reading my phone.
Well, it's fine. Sure, then you can answer without it. Fair enough. Would you agree that it's a good thing that more women get married and have children in the West?
I would ask you, would you say that a sub-Saharan African woman who's experienced female genital mutilation and checks extremely happy in a survey, and I also would check extremely happy in a survey, who do you think would be objectively more happy, even if they both check the same answer?
No, again, so I fully, if you want to talk about how Islam mistreats women, we could talk all day long. Like, I'm all for that.
Me too.
Okay, good. So we agree.
Yeah, absolutely.
We actually have
agree on
agreement.
many things.
Then we should shut off Muslim immigration to the UK, right? We totally agree.
I think that all religious fundamentalism is bad, and if you take that logic, we should also not allow evangelical Christians into the UK either.
Hold on a second. That's funny. Hold on. Can you show me what would your example, because I have 50, of a single Christian country that you would say missed.
Now, one thing that Charlie doesn't seem to understand about female genital mutilation, it came before Christianity, it came before Islam, all right? It's not an Islamic, he just had to throw in some racist bullshit in here, but the fact is female genital mutilation was happening on the African continent before either religion ever made its way there. So I don't know, I guess he should have gotten his phone out to ensure that he was saying truthful things in this moment. I don't know.
I don't want reality.
It's women, right?
America.
Oh, really?
Yes.
We had a female woman vice president. We had
a female woman. A female. I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry. I just love that he had to say that he said female woman, because it sort of suggests that you can be a woman and not be female. But yeah, this is bad. I just fucking love this.
Vice president. We had a female vice president.
And I love how his evidence that America is great for women is because of Kamala Harris, somebody who he spent the last 4 years, like, just, well, maybe not the last 4 years, But you know, during the Biden presidency, he had all sorts of stuff to complain about with Kamala Harris. He thought that Kamala Harris shouldn't even be in there and that she didn't deserve to be president and all these other sorts of things. But she's actually the bastion of freedom. Actually, she's an example of how great America is.
Female Speaker of the House. Women earn more than men in America.
In Rwanda, female representation in government supersedes the UK by quite a lot. Do women get treated better in Rwanda?
Okay,
great question.
I might be super off this. Like, is Rwanda Islamic? Like, I'm not totally sure. I don't think it is. Like, is it? Like, I don't know actually.
Yeah, maybe you should do some more.
So again, we were just talking about
do some more
Islam,
research.
A side note, but you must be morally clear.
Well, once again, Charlie, you're making an argument from a false premise because female genital mutilation is not Islamic. But he's really sticking to this one. He seems to think that he's found something here. He's like, oh, I found the thread. I'm going to pull it until this sweater comes unraveled. Unfortunately, there never was a sweater to begin with.
Because you brought up female genital mutilation, which is a teaching of the Islamic faith.
No, it's not.
As a side note, like, again, this is very important, which is, I'm not here to require you to do anything or not. I'm making a simple observation, which is objectively true regardless. The women of the West are miserable, and they're miserable for a reason, because we've told them to suppress how they are made by God and pursue something else and get a bunch of trinkets and get a bunch of promotions, and they end up at 38 years old with a big flat in London, and they're miserable. And we should tell them to stop freezing their eggs and start finding their partner earlier and have lots of babies.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, I think I'd bring two just final points to this. First one is just really intuitive, right? Which is that if you actually care about women's happiness, then the solution is to structurally support them. That means universal childcare, shared legally enforceable parental leave, and in Nordic countries where women have high workforce participation and also some state support, they report higher life satisfaction than in more conservative countries, including America. So if your metric is happiness,
just use satisfaction surveys. You just told me they're BS.
So are satisfaction surveys bullshit or not? Because you told me
Great point.
Satisfaction surveys or not?
No, you're the one who was bringing up that multiple times, and now she's just using your own arguments against you. He's like, wait, you can't use my arguments. How dare you bring my argument back into this situation?
You just told me that they're BS. Do you think they're objective? We can use that as data?
I don't think that
yes or no?
is the only sole data set, but it is a data set that necessarily
you told me they're so flawed and you self-report. Okay, by the macro self-satisfaction data, I am correct. And you are right. When you have paid family leave, you are happier. I'm actually a proponent of that. At Turning Point USA, we pay for 6 months when somebody has a child. And there's a lot of agreement we can have on that. We need to encourage having more children. I think the Hungarian child policy is phenomenal. We should look at that.
How great. Turning Points. Bastion of womanly freedom to have babies and babies alone. Now, I'll bet if you're sick and a woman, that you probably don't get paid leave.
Because the greatest thing that is plaguing the West is we're not having enough kids. And it's not just bad because we won't have a future, it's also bad because the present is awfully miserable for too many women as well.
Okay, in which case I think we get...
Can I start bringing this to a close, please?
Okay, I think just one final thing, which is that in which case we get to a really interesting argument about what parts of womanhood can be demarcated to the social and what kinds of womanhood can be demarcated to biological. So, for example, my anatomy is demarcated to the biological, but the fact that I might potentially be a better nurturer than a man, I would demarcate that to the social, you might demarcate that to the biological, in which case we have differing moral scales of value.
Dude.
I would ask why we should necessarily prioritize your moral scale of
Look
value.
at this dude's face. Look at this fucking twerp's face behind her. What is wrong with this kid? I feel like he's like going into a K-hole right now. Like he's like, something's wrong. Something is wrong with this child back here.
Moral scales of value. I would ask why we should necessarily prioritize your moral scale of value, which prioritizes things like the birth rate, when in actual fact there are various other moral scales of value. And if you yourself are a free market American, why is it the case that you would not, like the previous speaker noted,
I've already answered
extend personal freedoms towards all spheres, including a private sphere?
I believe in absolute truth claims, and it's absolutely wrong and bad when a society stops having kids to replace their own population. And then you have to import the third world and you become the third world.
It's an incredibly racist statement from Charlie. You become the third world. I think what Charlie meant to say is you become browner. That's really what Charlie is saying. You know, if we don't have enough people here, we have to bring brown people to the United States, and that is wrong. How dare we have more diversity in our culture?
It's bad.
Diversity creates collapse. Where's my sound? The more brown people, the more worse your society becomes, is what Charlie is saying. Gross.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that's enough of goddamn Charlie Kirk. It's more than I would have liked, honestly. But there we go. Oh, boy. Charlie got fucking plastered by these people. Yes, that's right. First and third world were supposed to be about industrial output, but that's not what Charlie's talking about. That's not what Charlie's talking. We know that that's not what Charlie's talking about. He's talking about ethnic diversity, and he finds that to be deplorable. All right, let's stay in Britain for a moment. All right. Yeah, let's go here. To Zateo. Wait, this is not where I wanted to start, you bastard. I said the beginning. Don't do this to me. This is incredibly rude.
How rude.
Nobody actually thinks there was an anti-Semitic particle in Gary Lineker. This is all just manufactured.
This idea that if you speak out against a genocide and you're a children's entertainer or a football presenter, that is somehow political, right?
Well, it is the worst since McCarthyism.
What is going on with Keir Starmer?
You're a politician, you're giving vulnerable people a kicking, not these migrants. Just shows the dishonesty, doesn't it? Because who's just stripped benefits from huge numbers of disabled people?
Farage is winning local elections, Reform is beating the Conservatives, beating Labour in some councils.
But that says it all, because they don't have a vision.
I'm Mehdi Hassan.
I'm Owen Jones.
And we are two outspoken. Owen, good to see you again. Last time I saw you, we were in person in London on stage.
With a rapturous reception from a actually really lovely audience. They were superstars. They were the real stars, I would say, of that particular show. No,
well,
no offense to either of us.
There's Zateo subscribers, so of course, you know, they're going to be stars.
Zateo, I can pronounce it right. Zateo.
Yes, we've made progress in the last few weeks.
How did Owen Jones say it
A friend of mine
before?
just said to me the other day, the way Owen mispronounces it.
I have never heard him say Zateo bad. I have no idea what
It's actually lovely.
How was he saying
Lovely,
it
so
before?
it's hilarious. Good to see you again. I want to talk to you about a big story in the UK that is a global story as well, has global implications. And that is someone we both admired for the past year and a half because he stuck his head above the parapet, and that is Gary Lineker. I've actually admired him since I was a kid, and I've told him this. I had the opportunity to interview him last year. I was following him when he was an England striker, scoring goals in the 86 World Cup, the 1990 World Cup, winning the Golden Boot. He was a great player when I was a kid, and he became the face of BBC Sport for nearly 30 years. He's presented Match of the Day, he used to present all sorts of footballing shows and games. What's happened to him, Owen?
Also, by the way, this is relevant, a really super lovely guy. I'm not saying this to suck up, but I actually say that because I think that's the root of his politics. He's got this kind of visceral, I guess, hatred of people, kids being killed. It's not like he's a radical. I'm not saying that. He was
very critical of Jeremy Corbyn, I think, back in the day.
He was. He's actually, if there is such a thing as a genuine liberal, he's a pretty good approximation of it. I mean, he's just stuck to a position of murdering lots of innocent people is a very bad thing to do.
Illegal.
And as a result, the pro-genocide crew have decided that, he's been in their crosshairs. Now, a bit of context. It all started because of an interview I did with Razi Gal, the Israeli-American associate professor of Holocaust and Genocide Studies. I did an interview where this was back in November 2023, and he explained, as a specialist in Holocaust and Genocide Studies, why he believed this was a textbook genocide. And he just said it's worth 30 minutes of your time. He got monstered at the time.
Yes.
In the Times, people saying Jewish colleagues weren't comfortable being around him because he shared a video with a Jewish Israeli associate professor of Holocaust and Genocide Studies talking from a scholarly perspective about why it was genocide. Anyway, what's happened this time, after he's basically said a few things, he spoke on Zateo very eloquently about his position about the mass murder of innocent people by the Israeli state.
Yep.
In this particular case, he shared again, Zateo creeps in again. Words by Dana Beatty, the brilliant Palestinian Canadian
on
lawyer.
my show, on Head to Head, in the Oxford Union a few years ago. So we bookend you and I. His controversial, it shouldn't be controversial, speaking out on Gaza. It was your interview with Raz Siegel that got him first in trouble after October the 7th, which he shared. And then he shared a clip. I should be clear to our viewers. He shared a clip from a show I do for Al Jazeera English called Head to Head with Diana Boutou, who is a Palestinian lawyer, negotiator. She's a Zateo contributor, where she explains why Zionism is a form of ethnic privilege. It privileges Jews over Palestinians. It's dispossessed Palestinians. Very, very, very sensible clip. You watch it for 2 minutes. She makes that case. Problem is someone had clipped this up and added a rat emoji to the clip, which of course does have connotations for a lot of people to anti-Semitic tropes about Jews in the 1930s and 20s in Germany and Europe of Jews as rats. Gary says he didn't see it. I believe him. Why would you see it if you look at it? It's like in the corner of this clip.
Yeah, and I'm also not so sure that Gary Lineker would have even known that. He's not a historian. He's not a sociologist. He's not a World War II expert, a Holocaust expert. And it's not clear to me that Gary Lineker would have known it even if he had seen it. And that doesn't make him anti-Semitic. It just makes him a goddamn sports broadcaster. I mean, come on. Come on!
Stuff all the time on social media. The clip itself, as I say, is a valid clip, but that's what got him in trouble. He immediately deleted it. He apologized, but apparently this weekend will be his last at the BBC.
Well, he's standing down because of it, and let's be clear, nobody actually thinks there was an anti-Semitic particle in Gary Lineker. This is all just manufactured, because what's happened ever since, of course, Israel's genocide began is there's been a deliberate attempt to turn the world upside down, and the people who've been made to lose their jobs, to be silenced, to deplatformed, to be arrested, to be facing deportation, are the people who oppose genocide, while the people who incite genocidal racism,
they
can say anything about Palestine. And just to make a note about this, because he has announced he's standing down. By the way, for those who don't know, like outside of Britain, he really is one of the most famous people in the country. He's a very popular man. He's a household name.
Liking this video? Then don't just watch. Hit like, share, and subscribe.
Of course we're liking this video. Are you kidding me? We love you, Mehdi. You're a goddamn star. All right, now I know we watched that yesterday, but we have reasons because, of course, the PSG Inter Milan game happened, and well, we got some updates on what happened in the wake of the end of that game. If you're not familiar, PSG, otherwise known as Paris Saint-Germain, or whatever it's called. Actually, I might be wrong on that. I'm not a football expert. They did win. They did win. But let's go back in time and see how people were preparing for that game in Paris.
Munich. So for PSG fans who are staying here in the French capital, this is the best ticket in town. As you said, 40,000 fans are expected this evening. That is almost a full stadium capacity. PSG who put out an extra 10,000 tickets here due to very popular demand. Lots of excitement here already, as you can imagine. A lot of PSG fans already gathering around the Parc des Princes with chants being sung and flares being thrown into the air. Doors are open here until 7:30, but already a lot of fans around waiting for the anticipation for being allowed into the stadium. There'll be 4 giant screens on the pitch this evening for fans.
So yeah, people were in Paris. Those who couldn't make it to Munich for the game went to the pitch, where they had a whole bunch of screens up for them to go watch the game together, and supposedly it was packed. Is that true? Is that true, Bad Lefty? Lineker never received a yellow or red card during his career. I mean, red card, sure, it might be a little harder to get, but that's actually an incredibly impressive statistic. I mean, my God. I never really got into watching soccer, but I did play soccer when I was younger. And yeah, that's kind of incredible. I don't understand how he went as long as he did, and that seems almost impossible. How do you play an entire career without getting a yellow or a red card? Doesn't even make sense to my brain.
I feel like I'm taking
who will be in the stands to watch that Champions League final, that highly anticipated Champions League final, obviously after the heartbreak of 2020 when they lost in their first Champions League final against Bayern Munich. I would say fans that we've spoken to so far are pretty confident this time round. They feel that this is a very different side from the bling-bling we saw a few years ago. We now have a much younger side, as James mentioned, that Luis Enrique has built from scratch himself. A lot of fans saying that they feel that this is their time, second time round. And if I might just say, as a Chelsea fan myself, well, Munich is a good omen for teams who are attempting to win their first Champions League final a second time round. Chelsea did it back in 2012, also in Munich.
Have you spotted any Inter fans walking around Paris?
I would say, Gavin, that I have not spotted any Inter fans, a lot of French fans, but also we've come across a few international fans, a few British fans wearing PSG shirts here for the weekend for Roland Garros, which is obviously just around the corner. But no, I think it would be, shall we say, quite a risky bet to be parading around in an Inter Milan shirt here right now in Paris.
You're having the ideal day as a sports correspondent, aren't you? Haven't you been watching the Roland Garros as well before? Bring us up to date with what you've been going on the other side of Paris.
That's right, Gavin. Obviously, it's sports galore here in Paris this weekend. There was obviously that highly anticipated match. Well, there we
go. This dude just takes the microphone almost right out of her hands just so he can scream Paris. Fucking hilarious. So that's how things were before the game. You don't have to foul people to be good. That's true, Violet. I'm not suggesting you do. I'm just saying, it's pretty easy to get a yellow card. You just have to be a little lazy, tackle the wrong way, or maybe get a little overzealous, right? And then, there you go. There's your yellow card, right? But I get what you're saying. Absolutely. I mean, honestly, the better you are, the more likely you probably are to not get one. I guess my point is that, it's the red card one wouldn't have surprised me, but saying that he never got a yellow card is pretty crazy to me. Okay, now let's stick with France 24, as authorities were really concerned ahead of the game that if PSG won, there could be some dangerous celebrations.
Shops and restaurants along the Champs-Élysées are taking precautions, boarding up windows and placing barricades in anticipation of possible unrest. The famous avenue is the traditional gathering place for Paris Saint-Germain fans.
The real fans were asked not to break anything because it's pointless. If it's a great victory, it deserves to be celebrated. There's no point in vandalism, so I think it'll go well. Everyone has been warned. I don't see why, to celebrate, to be happy, we would have to break things.
To keep everyone safe, more than 5,000 police officers will be deployed in key areas, including the Champs-Élysées, which will be off limits to vehicles. Even pedestrians won't be able to walk to the iconic Arc de Triomphe. Public transport, too, will be disrupted, with around 15 metro stations closed, mainly on lines 1 and 9. Meanwhile, the PSG store on the Champs-Élysées was doing brisk business as eager fans discussed their team's chances.
Well, PSG did win that game, and they did get a little bit crazy. Let's stay with France 24 English from yesterday.
That's right, Jenny, and we just also have to bear in mind that there's also Roland Garros, the tennis Grand Slam, just going literally around the corner, so there's quite a lot of logistics when it comes to security coming into Paris this evening with two big sports events here this evening. As you said, police on high alert, more than 5,000 police on the streets of Paris this evening, some of which were deployed outside the Parc des Princes, but as you said, the main focus now will of course be on the Champs-Élysées, which is where fans traditionally go to celebrate after football triumphs. That is where a lot of fans are now either already in place or are making their way to the Champs-Élysées. From what I've heard so far, it does seem to be relatively calm. Obviously, a few issues. I've seen videos of a few cars having been burned, but so far quite calm, it has to be said. Obviously, where fans mainly celebrating because of that victory, so we would expect maybe more of a joyful atmosphere among fans than one where it could turn into danger this evening. So obviously lots of more celebrations to come throughout the evening here in Paris.
Yeah, and well, I don't know exactly when this was when this piece was done, but things did turn even more, and there were literal fucking casualties in the streets of Paris over this win. Let's go here. Complete chaos in the French capital. Paris descends into riots as PSG fans celebrate their first win. Paris erupted into wild celebrations after PSG won their first Champions League title. Fans poured into the streets after the 5-0 rout of Inter Milan at the Allianz Arena. I think it's Allianz, whatever it is. Smoke from flares and fireworks filled the Champs-Élysées as crowds swelled. Some fans climbed on cars while others waved flags and sang through the night. Le monte arde returne. But joy turned to chaos when a man was crushed between vehicles in the crowd. Oh, Jesus Christ! Video shows a car reversing into the fan amid the noise and confusion on the street. Yeah, Jesus Christ. The incident sparked panic as people rushed to help while others fled the scene. Meanwhile, police struggled to contain the crowds amid fireworks and pyrotechnics.
That's hot.
Officers fired tear gas and detained multiple individuals during the unrest. Honestly, I gotta say this. Like, I honestly think that the presence of police is almost a guarantee that French people were gonna get more worked up, right? I mean, the French really hate the police. They really do. And I feel like the presence of police makes them want to get rowdier. Now, granted, this is, sort of a tabloid YouTube channel, but like, it's just. Like, some of this is somewhat accurate, and the fact is somebody died during this celebration on the streets, and like I think like 24 people were injured throughout the night. But Paris got crazy. I mean, they won and they were stoked. What can I say? They were excited. That's too many police.
That's too much, man.
Okay. All right. Do I have another one of these? I can't remember. All right, let's go here. Last one. Actually, no, I have two of them. Why did I thought? Whatever.
There were wild scenes of celebration in the French capital, fireworks and flares. You can see as some of the city's famous landmarks were lit up. Thousands of fans spilled onto the streets. But several clashes as well between police and fans throughout the evening in Paris. There was a standoff during the game following the celebrations as PSG took the lead and went further in front. And pockets of trouble escalated after full time, both outside the Parc des Princes and on the Champs-Élysées. Several cars and motorbikes had been set alight. There were further clashes between the police and fans. More than 5,000 police officers had been deployed in readiness for any trouble, with the match being deemed a high-risk event. The French Interior Minister has described the perpetrators
Look at all
as
the fireworks. It's a full fireworks show. Full fireworks show on the Champs-Élysées. That's amazing. It's amazing. Oh my god. One last one with The Guardian. But yeah, as clearly Paris takes their soccer very seriously. There we go. People just wanted to have a good time. Oh god, okay, that's enough soccer news in Paris, but we're not going to leave France quite yet. What's my next one? Oh god, my phone just died. Don't do that. Come on. There we go. What is this next one? All right. Yes, let's go here. Talk about, not really talk about, I just wanted to hear what Viola Davis had to say while at the Cannes Film Festival earlier this week. We did cover it last Sunday too. I figured we just pop one more of these in here. I meant to actually put this one in last week, so whatever.
Hello, the Cannes Film Festival might be over, but we've got one last treat in store for you. Viola Davis is not only an Oscar, Emmy and Tony Award winning actress, but also an author, advocate, and now a L'Oréal Paris ambassador. Her powerful performances have redefined Hollywood, and her journey from humble beginnings to the pinnacle of artistic achievement inspire millions. As she takes on new challenges with her action-packed thriller G20, I sat down with Viola Davis to discuss beauty, strength, and the radical act of self-love. Viola Davis, hello.
Hello.
You've spoken eloquently in the past about the importance of a radical love affair with oneself. How has this philosophy influenced your approach to both your life and your career?
I just feel like it's the nucleus, it's the GPS. The self-love is the thing that helps you create boundaries, protect your peace, know who to work with and who are your best collaborators, know how to keep yourself healthy. And when you don't come from the perspective of self-love, then other people are navigating your life and your journey, instead of you belonging to yourself and you navigating it on your own. It took me a while to learn that. You know, the self-love thing feels very sort of kumbaya, but yet it's the birthplace of everything.
And you're on the jury
Wise.
of the Lights of Women's Worth Award this year. It's an award to support new female filmmakers. What qualities are you looking for?
I just love great storytelling. I want to be transported into the story through characters. So I look for that. And I have to tell you, I've been having a great time with it so far. I feel like there's some great filmmakers out there, some great auteurs out there.
And how does this award to support women in film align with your own advocacy for greater representation and equity in cinema?
It's that, equity in cinema. There's a lot of great artists who are standing on the sidelines waiting to get in. I always use the alphabet, the OCS, opportunity, connection, and status. Listen, we have talent galore in the world, and a lot of talent is probably playing itself out in someone's living room because they don't have the opportunity, they don't have the connection, and they don't have the status. And usually it's people of color and women. They sort of are on the forefront of people who are just not allowed in. Until you become free, which I feel like I've gotten to a certain level of success, then your job is to free others.
Yeah,
it's my
100%.
job to just open the door enough to allow them in, or to play a part in that.
And you have spoken.
Absolutely. Viola Davis spitting the truth over here. Too many people succeed and then pull the ladder up behind them. And I thought this was, a great point made by her. Rather than pulling up the ladder behind you, open the door to people like you and to others whose opportunity may be diminished due to their identity and or otherwise circumstances, right? It's a beautiful sentiment. I totally agree with it. Okay, we're not going to leave France quite yet. Let's go to this quick clip from CBS 5 days ago, as there's an auction that's been capturing people's attention. The auction of Marie Antoinette's rare diamond ring.
This very special diamond weighs 10.38 carats.
Jesus
it is a
Christ.
fancy purple-pink diamond from the 18th century and most likely from the Golconda mines in India.
Wonder how many people died so that Marie Antoinette could have that ring. Jesus Christ. Let them eat cake. Let them eat their cake and have it too. That is quite a ring. Jesus Christ. Well, there you go. If you got, like, I don't know. I have no idea how much this thing is going to go for, but I guess if you got like $50 million or something, maybe you too can pretend that you're a queen. Okay. Now, let's go. Where was this? Denmark, I think? Here's the AP archive from last week, where people on the beaches of Denmark are doing a little bit of fun in the sun. Wow, that's a super realistic sand sculpture. Jesus, look at that thing. How is that even staying up? Holy fuck. How? How do you do that with sand? Is that a joke? What in the fuck? Holy shit. That doesn't look like it should be physically possible. That's wild. It's like an Escher drawing, but instead, oh my god, look at this thing. How did they do that? That is wild. That is freaking crazy.
This year we wanted to make something funny. There is so much going on in the world that is not to laugh about, but and in the end, it turned out very strange, because when you think about Showtime, it's obviously what you think, but the way the carvers, the artists, actually found out what to do is, you will see, it's a lot. It's strange things, some of it, but it all fits into the theme in one way or another.
Wow, these are incredible. I think you gotta be a little neurospicy to be this good at sand sculpturing. Holy fuck, dude. This is wild. Oh my god. Look at that. The detail. Dude, it's insane. Alright. There we go, people. There we go. A little bit of sand sculpting in Denmark. Truly impressive stuff. Okay. Okay, now let's go to Africa real quick. Hopefully everybody's enjoying this Sunday Funday. I've been trying my best to bring you all of the most value-taining videos from the last week. I'm going to take a pause because we're now like at least 2/3 through the stream and trying to remind you of all the things we've done today. We did the beginning of Pride in WeHo, otherwise known as West Hollywood. Talked about music, Taylor Swift rebuying her catalog, the AMAs, all sorts of music stuff. We saw Jordan Klepper on the Breakfast Club, Hassan talking about state of progressive politics in New York. Talked about hot springs coming to New York as well, bodega cats. We watched that ridiculous podcast, the Birthing People's podcast. I mean, I'm sorry, Her Take, Hank Green at MIT. We talked about we saw a number of different Piers Morgan things, Tim Pool and Bill Maher, sporting things, outdoor activities, state of air travel in the United States. Stage and screen performances, fashion, beauty. Watch that little kid win the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee. We talked about a goddamn bee catastrophe which happened in Seattle, or well, Washington State. We watched that Shinnyo Lantern Festival in Hawaii, which was just breathtaking. A man who was trapped under a 700-pound boulder went to Big Bear to look at some baby eagles looking to spread their wings. Literally. Bears. Fossils. Pigs. Taking over the lawns of privileged Santa Monica people. So many things. Fireflies. Glacier collapse, not so fun. No, South Korea's amazing infrastructure. Space bacteria. Quokkas. Seahorses. I mean, come on. Football. Football riots. Marie Antoinette's diamonds. I mean, really, we're killing it. Actually, we're not quite 2/3 of the way through. I'm lying. I'm a liar. We have more. God damn it. How long is this stream going to be? Who made this? Who's in charge? All right, fuck it. Let's go to Africa. Let's go to Africa. Where in South Sudan, people are trying to revive rituals of the past to bring peace in this war-torn country. Donald James X lurking. I see you, Donald.
When South Sudan gained independence from Sudan in 2011, Satmon Lakou Philip had hoped that self-rule would finally bring much-needed peace to the world's newest nation. But just 2 years into liberation, the country plunged into a civil war that killed at least 400,000 people. And the UN mission in South Sudan says communal violence remains the key driver of conflict.
The Pojulu is among minority groups in South Sudan with a population of over 200,000 people. But today it is trying to chart a path for peace in a conflict-ridden nation.
Satimon is from the Pojulu community.
We are the community leaders and we are advocating peace and togetherness. So my message to other tribes, let them see what we have done and let them also do the same.
The Pojulu remain one of the few tribes in South Sudan yet to engage in conflict with neighbors. They aim to pass on this message of peace. Tapping into a rich culture characterized by food and dance, the Pojulu Cultural Festival, now in its second year, provides the community with a platform for dialogue and shared experiences as part of a healing process. Vice President Josephine Lakou is urging South
I almost forgot about that, so that's right. This is where women are the happiest, in South Sudan, in the sub-Saharan Africa region, as Charlie Kirk put it, where everyone's just super happy in the middle of a fucking genocidal war. Yes, this is where women are the happiest.
Is to embrace intermarriages to help resolve intercommunal conflict.
If guns have failed, culture may succeed.
Organizers hope such events will ease political tensions, which have been on the rise in the country since the first vice president, Dr. Riek Machar, was put under house arrest in March.
I know that there are pockets of instability, of insecurity in South Sudan, like any other African countries. It happens.
Yeah, it does happen, doesn't it? Huh. Okay. Alright, let's go east from Sudan to Beirut, Lebanon, where a sports stadium has come back to life after 6 years without games. Here's the AP archive from 3 days ago.
يلا 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 يلا.
That was the weakest kick I've ever seen.
الشعور لا يوصف لأنه اليوم المدينة الرياضية هي أكثر من منشأة، هي أكثر من ملعب للفوتبول، هي بتجسد تاريخنا، هي بتجسد ثقافتنا، فإذا شعور متميز إنه نحن اليوم من خلال العودة أو إعادة الحياة إلى المدينة الرياضية عم نرجع إلى تراث.
Sorry, I have no idea what she's saying. Well, there you go. People in Lebanon, celebrating the reopening of this stadium, which hasn't seen a game for over half a decade, in the midst of being occupied by Israel. Speaking of Israel, let's talk about what's been going on in Palestine. This might be the saddest, this might be the worst part of the stream, not gonna lie. This is gonna be the roughest part of this Sunday Funday, but yesterday we didn't get through everything I wanted to, and so now we're gonna do that, and also get some updates on some things that I didn't have for you yesterday. Let's start here. Reuters from 3 days ago. Palestinians say aid distribution by the US-backed group is actually fucking chaos. Alright, that last part was enough.
Palestinians are describing the start of aid distribution by the US-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation as chaotic and frustrating. At a distribution point in central Gaza on Thursday, Abu Eid Abu Rakba told Reuters he found that the, quote, process was chaos, asking, quote, who is in charge of this? The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, or GHF, a private group.
Yeah, that's a great question, sir. It's not a real aid organization. It's the United States, it's Blackwater and the CIA pretending to be an aid organization who have no fucking experience in actually helping people. That's the problem. That's one of the main problems.
The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, or GHF, a private group backed by the United States and endorsed by Israel, began operations this week. The rollout has seen distribution sites overwhelmed by Palestinians seeking desperately needed supplies. Some, like Mohammed Isa, arrived only to leave empty-handed.
It is frustrating. I have 21 people. If I need a kilogram of flour, it is for 100 shekels. We can't buy it. They said there is aid, so we came running. I can't even walk, and when I came, they told me there is nothing left. Some have carts carrying boxes, and one cannot get 1 kilogram of flour or a bottle of oil. This is not right. I feel frustrated. What is this? This is chaos. Chaos.
The start of GHF's operation has raised international pressure on Israel to get more food in and halt the fighting in Gaza. The new system has been heavily criticized by the United Nations and other aid groups as an inadequate and flawed response to the humanitarian crisis left by Israel's 11-week blockade on aid entering Gaza. Video from Tuesday showed thousands of people rushing fences in Rafah, forcing private security contractors to retreat. On Thursday, GHF said it had opened a third distribution hub and had so far supplied a total of just over 1.8 million meals. More sites are due to be opened in the coming weeks.
1.8 million meals? That's basically one meal for every person in Gaza. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't help slightly, but this is not enough aid. Not even close, okay? Jesus Christ, what do you want these people to try and... Are Palestinians supposed to go to these chaotic aid distribution sites every single day? That's basically what they're saying. Or you get one meal, Palestinians, and that's it. Go fuck yourself. Alright, now, as of a few days ago, in the midst of a supposed new ceasefire arrangement being brokered, Steve Witkoff had some stuff to say. Apparently, old Stevie Boy, real estate mogul turned ambassador, said he was optimistic. You don't say, Steve.
President Donald Trump's Mideast envoy, Steve Witkoff, says he is optimistic about Gaza ceasefire prospects. Witkoff says he is working on a new proposal that he will give to Israel and Hamas, and he has a good feeling that it will be acceptable to the warring sides. The proposal is expected to look familiar in many ways. It would begin with a partial release of some of the hostages held by Hamas in exchange for Palestinian prisoners held by Israel. It also would launch a longer-term process of negotiations aimed at ending the war altogether. Now, what would set this apart from its predecessors is that it would include American guarantees that Israel will not resume its war. If you remember, the last ceasefire broke down in March when Israel unilaterally withdrew and resumed its military campaign in Gaza. Now, Israel hasn't commented on the latest proposal, so it's not yet clear whether Witkoff really has found that magic formula. In the meantime, Israel...
Yeah, not clear whether or not Steve has found that magic formula. We might come back to that in a moment. Speaking of that, yeah, all right. On the same day, Israel, while claiming that they were for this Steve Witkoff proposal, were also bombing Gaza still. Here's the AP from 3 days ago showing explosions. You can already see a cloud over here. Bam! Holy fuck. Absolutely, Soul Life. No, I totally agree. I totally agree. The U.S. involvement is just to dispel accusations of using starvation as a weapon. I agree. I really do. It's a fig leaf for Israel to keep doing exactly this. Jesus. Okay, where are we going? Okay. Let's quickly talk about the sudden upsurge in governments who've been incredibly quiet about the crimes being committed in Palestine, suddenly speaking out about those very crimes, who've gone 18, 19 months without saying jack shit. Here's Al Jazeera English from yesterday.
One sure sign that the narrative, the tide, is turning on Israel's war on Gaza when a former Israeli prime minister describes the war as genocidal.
Enough is enough.
Medics getting the story out. The doctors and nurses filling in the vacuum in the news coverage. And taking a look under the hood of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation.
The agenda never has been to provide humanitarian aid to the Palestinians.
An organization that does not do what its name implies. More than 600 days into its horrific war on Palestinians in Gaza, even Israel's most loyal allies, from foreign governments to news organizations, have been forced to confront reality.
I don't want reality.
You know, it is kind of blowing me away. Like my brain feels like it's fucking broken. That like we are at over 600 days now, and in like 4 months we're gonna be crossing over almost 2 years of this fucking human rights atrocity, this ongoing, slow-moving human rights atrocity that we've been watching this whole time. It is just breaking my brain. All right, not quite. Yeah, no, 4 months, right? Like almost to the day. Like in 5 days, it'll be 4 months.
To London, Paris to Ottawa, support for Israel is turning into disapproval, verging on condemnation over the humanitarian catastrophe unfolding in the Strip. Starving Palestinians have been lining up for food aid supplied by an organization that is the brainchild of the American and Israeli governments and looks more like a PR exercise than a humanitarian response. The external political pressure, along with rising dissent within Israel over the Netanyahu government's waging of this war, is having an effect on the media narrative there and fracturing a consensus that goes all the way back to October 7th, 2023. Try as the Israelis might, it will take more than a trickle of humanitarian aid to silence their critics, more than propaganda to hide the war crimes it is committing. When they talk about Israel and its genocidal ways in Gaza, European politicians choose their words carefully. particularly German ones, like the Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, who went on the state-funded broadcaster where he said, finally, and more than once, that Israel has gone too far.
Ich werde es jetzt auch noch etwas deutlicher sagen. Das, was die israelische Armee jetzt im Gazastreifen macht, lässt sich nicht mehr mit einem Kampf gegen den Terrorismus der Hamas.
Sorry, God damn it.
We have been hearing...
Not Olaf. What's this guy's name? Heinrich? Alright, hold on. I forgot that there was going to be subtitles in this. Alright, let me try this again. Take 2.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I will now say a little more clearly what the Israeli army is doing in the Gaza Strip
Das, was die israelische Armee jetzt im Gazastreifen macht,
can no longer be justified as a fight against the terrorism of Hamas. No way. Oh, wow.
More international criticism. Germany's is probably the most significant
Yeah,
one.
it really is.
Because of the historical baggage, that guilt of the Holocaust that brought Germany to just accept and support whatever crime Israel has.
No, seriously, she is absolutely right about that. We've been talking about it this whole time, is that Germany has been one of the most staunch, behind the United States, most staunch supporters of Israel and what they've been doing, and have basically had buried their heads under the sand this whole time. And, you know, it's sort of shocking how far these tides have turned. Although it's taken an incredible amount of time for it to happen.
So the fact that even Germany can no longer whitewash Israel's crime is extremely significant.
At the same time, the foreign minister said, but you know what? We will not ban the weapons to Israel. We reject an arms embargo.
Deutschland als ein Land,
Germany, as a country that understands the right to exist and the security of the State of Israel, is always obliged to assist Israel.
So the European government is saying, we condemn a killing spree, but we will give the killer a sharper knife. Telling Israel, what you're doing is morally wrong and might lead to negative consequences, but we're not going to implement those consequences yet.
You know, I've said it in the past, but, you know, Israel was always too easy of a solution for Germany, right? Too convenient of a alternative to, you know, dealing with their genocidal past, right? You know, because it was basically, you know, it justified them ethnically cleansing people from the country, right? I mean, the idea of this happened pre-World War II. You know, Germany was involved in trying to get, you know, Jewish people out of the country. Then in Israel, the idea of it was, you know, totally part of that plan before they decided to start doing the concentration camps. And, you know, I think it would have always been, while harder, much better for Germany to genuinely reconcile with the fact that Jews exist and that they deserve to exist in their country. Not that necessarily... does anybody get what I'm saying? Because, like, you know, whatever. I think I'm making myself clear.
With the European governments, you can see stronger statements at the moment, but statements basically bounce off Israel's Iron Dome of impunity.
From Merz, of all people, it is truly too little too late. And I await to see whether Palestinian solidarity activists, students who have been calling out this genocide and facing brutal policing, in some cases deportation. I look forward to Merz welcoming all those people back to Germany and telling them that they were right all along.
All right. But yeah, this is definitely a big shift, and hopefully it somehow forces an end to all of this. Because I'm genuinely getting pretty sick of having to go over this every fucking day and stare at more atrocities and war crimes and starving children. It's painful at this point. And it's been painful for quite some time. All right, let's go to Forbes breaking news from yesterday, showing the release of aid, distribution of aid in Rafah. if you can call it that. Just seems to be a stack of, like, this is not how you do aid. This is not how you fucking, this is like set up for chaos. They just have stacks of food. Nobody is actually handing it out. They're just boxes, like crates full of food. A few people, probably Blackwater people, just standing there behind them watching the chaos unfold. It's fucking wild. Like, this is so irresponsible. Look at them, they're doing nothing. They're just standing there. Go, take it, go ahead, here you go. This is completely unorganized. It's fucking insane. Looks like a goddamn apocalypse. I'm pretty sure I saw something similar to this in the Breaking Bad, in The Walking Dead. God damn it! I'm getting tired, people. You think the chaos is on purpose? I mean, it's entirely possible. I think it's maybe just pure incompetence, but who knows? Because we don't have actual aid. There was already aid organizations on the ground here, and we chose because. For whatever reason, you know, there was UNRWA, there was World Food Program, World Food Kitchen, there was, you know, there's like a half a dozen agencies completely prepared, capable of distributing aid. And instead, we decided to just make one out of nothing. Backed by Blackwater people to distribute it, rather than just letting those... you know, it's just, I don't know. It could be both. All right. Now, Hamas responded to that Steve Witkoff ceasefire proposal with 3 amendments to that proposal. Let's go to Al Jazeera from yesterday, talk about that.
Hamas says it's submitted its response to a proposed ceasefire deal to the U.S. Special Envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff. Hamas has issued a statement saying this proposal aims to achieve a permanent ceasefire, a comprehensive withdrawal from the Gaza Strip, and ensure the flow of aid to our people in the Gaza Strip. As part of this agreement, 10 living Israeli prisoners held by the resistance will be released, in addition to the return of 18 bodies, in exchange for an agreed-upon number of Palestinian prisoners. Let's bring in our correspondent, Hani Mahmoud. He's joining us live from Gaza City. And those 3 things mentioned by Hamas are the issues that they want concrete assurances on for any ceasefire deal to go ahead, Hani.
Well, absolutely. These seems to be the cornerstone of any agreement or a permanent ceasefire or a truce that will bring an end to the ongoing genocidal acts on the ground. The press release by Hamas made it unequivocally clear that these 3 things are important. Their response to the mediators was within the framework that will ensure a permanent ceasefire, a full and comprehensive withdrawal of the Israeli military from across the Gaza Strip, from the areas where it's operating aggressively right now, and then ensure the free flow of humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip. And at this point, just given the pace and the patterns of humanitarian aid and all the surrounding elements to distribution of aid across the Gaza Strip, Gaza is in need of a flood of aid just to make up for the lack of many of the basic supplies for the past months. This will happen, of course, in exchange for 10 of the Israeli captives, 10 living captives inside the Gaza Strip, as well as 18 of the bodies who were killed due to the Israeli airstrikes in the past 20 months as the Israeli military continued.
Okay, that's enough of this video. We You don't need all of this. I just wanted us to go over that. The Hamas, what do you call it? Response to the proposed ceasefire agreement from the United States. Now, perhaps unshocking to many, Steve Witkoff says that these amendments are unacceptable.
What you talking about?
Hamas said on Saturday it was seeking amendments to a U.S.-backed proposal for a temporary ceasefire with Israel in Gaza. However, in a social media post, U.S. President Donald Trump's envoy Steve Witkoff rejected the Palestinian militant group's response.
This guy's got to trim those fucking nose hairs. Look at these things. Look at these suckers coming out of here. This one looks like it's going to start growing into his lip. Shocking. Shocking. Steve Witkoff doesn't like this amendment proposal that actually ends the war rather than prolongs it. Who could have guessed?
With Israel in Gaza. However, in a social media post, U.S. President Donald Trump's envoy Steve Witkoff rejected the Palestinian militant group's response as, quote, totally unacceptable, while Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said on Saturday that Hamas is continuing its refusal of the proposal, so it will continue its action in Gaza for the return of hostages.
It's called a negotiation, okay? Oh, God, I'm so sick of this black and white language being used, this sort of absolutism. It's not, it's not incumbent upon Hamas to accept every ceasefire proposal that's given to them. Negotiations require a back and forth between the parties involved. Sorry, I don't know. And, Steve Witkoff, as a real estate manager, should, or whatever you want to call him, should be aware of that. Sometimes you want certain things done. You want an inspection done on the property, and sometimes the property owner doesn't want that inspection done, or maybe you want other sorts of concessions made, right? And then the other party gets to say yes or no. That's how it works.
Proposal. So it will continue its action in Gaza for the return of hostages and defeat of Hamas. The plan includes a 60-day truce and the exchange of 28 of the 58 hostages still held in Gaza for more than 1,200 Palestinian prisoners and detainees, along with the entry of humanitarian aid into the enclave. Hamas said it was willing to release 10 living hostages and hand over the bodies of 18 dead in exchange for Palestinian prisoners in Israeli prisons. But it reiterated demands for an end to the war and withdrawal of Israeli troops from Gaza, conditions Israel has rejected. Israel has demanded the complete disarmament of the group and its dismantling as a military.
Yeah, shocking. Israel doesn't want to end the war. That's why. That's why they don't want to pull troops out, because they want to keep genociding people in Palestine. We know this. This kind of news, though, does make me even more pessimistic than I already was about the end of this situation. For the love of God. When will it end? Alright, let's go here to CNN from 10 hours ago.
The images out of Gaza this week have been stunning as large crowds of Palestinians starving for food after an 11-week Israeli blockade on aid desperately scramble to grab what they can from the first truckloads that have been allowed to trickle in. It makes one wonder, what is life actually like in Gaza right now? Joining me now is Arwa Damon, who has visited the Strip 4 times since the war began just over 600 days ago. Damon is a former CNN correspondent who pivoted to humanitarian work and founded Inara, a charitable organization that provides medical and mental health services to children impacted by war. Arwa, welcome. So I'm trying to think of what's the best way for you to give us a sense of what life is like in Gaza. And since you work with children, How have they reacted to this unending war?
You know, we've seen different kinds of ways that this sort of, deep, intense trauma manifests in a child. And I think the starkest and best way to describe it is when you meet and see children that have quite literally been shocked into silence. So children go nonverbal. They are unable to process what it is that they're seeing, and coupled with the reality that the security blanket that a child would normally turn to, their parents, for protection, they know that doesn't exist. A child knows their parents cannot keep them safe.
Yeah, this is horrifying. And this is one of those things we've been talking about, the long-term implications of all of this. Children shocked into silence, who know their parents can't protect them from Israel. Children who are growing up in a concentration camp, being bombarded, killed, starved, incapable of verbalizing their pain. God, just saying that gives me fucking goosebumps. It's horrifying. It's a horrifying level of fucking just depravity that has led to this. But just for our own sanity, I figured we would do this to end our discussion of Palestine today. Since it is Sunday Funday, I do think we deserve something that isn't as painful. One man is helping children turn to music as a way to express themselves. Here is the Associated Press from yesterday.
In Khan Yunis, I make a group called Gaza Bird Singing, GPS. The group contains displacing kids from North Gaza. I'm just searching between the tents, and I find a lot of kids that they have talent. They can sing good and play guitar right now. I have another 5.
Don't do that.
5 colleagues teaching with me instruments. So we try our best to spread joy and love for music despite this situation,
I'm from Bet Hanun, and we've been displaced around 12 times. We eventually reached the south, and after some time they told us the war was over, so we returned home to Bet Hanun. We were happy to be back, but then we were forced to flee again. Every time we are displaced, I feel scared, and my heart starts racing. Now, whenever I feel afraid, I turn to music. We hope this war ends soon. Alright, now this was recommended to me in the Discord earlier this week. This is actually a very old clip. This is from, not very old, but it's...
Let me see.
Hey, settle down, buddy. This is from over 7 months ago. A man by the name of Daniel Fernandez, who was doing a stand-up special, I believe in India. Let's go here. Try and laugh about the terrible.
Let me see if I can do some light humor. Come on. Let's try and lighten up the mood. What, you don't think I can do it? Of course I can. Okay, pick a topic. Dogs. Everybody likes dogs? Yes, everybody likes dogs. Some of you don't trust me anymore. He'll fucking ruin dogs also for us now. Dogs are nice. I love dogs. I think dogs as a species have kept us from falling over the edge. Like even if you look on the internet, so many videos about dogs, right? Like this one video I saw came out last year, and this is a true story. It happened in Thane. Okay? This was this dog, right, who was dropped to a pet spa by its owners. Sorry, my bad, pet parents. That's another group. This is my son. Yeah, makes sense, yeah. You can see it. Yeah. I remember when we were in college at that party and we both had to pee and you just went like this. I knew. That's your boy right there, yeah. So these pet parents, right, they drop their dog off at a pet spa, and the groomers, instead of grooming this dog, started assaulting it.
Illegal.
True story. And not just that, they filmed themselves doing this, okay, and then posted the video online. It went viral instantly, okay. There was a mob online, which then translated to a mob offline. They found out where the pet spa was, got it shut down, got hold of the groomers, smacked them around a little bit, and then handed them over to the police. And you can see these videos, they're there online. And as I was watching this, I noticed something. There must have been about at least 200 to 300 people there. And as they were all there, I noticed that not one of them gave a fuck about the religion of the person standing next to them. Nobody cared about what God they worshipped, what food they ate, or who they loved. All of the people gathered there were united in their anger towards the injustice that was suffered by this defenseless dog. And I think this is a sentiment that we can stretch globally, isn't it? Very few things in the world unite people in anger like the injustice of abuse that has been suffered by a defenseless dog. Am I right? Good. Now, if we can only figure out a way to airdrop puppies into Gaza, right? There's your ceasefire. That's all it takes. Just drop some puppies into Gaza.
Oh my God.
Keep the cameras rolling. Let Israel do its thing. Those pet parents from Thane will march.
Jesus Christ.
You know, when I was in school, and this was in history class, right? We were learning about World War II. Specifically the Holocaust, and we were having a class discussion about this, and all the students, right, in the class, all of us, we had the same questions. All of us were like, how could the rest of the world allow this to happen? How could 6 million Jews be killed and no one did anything? And our teacher was trying to explain to us that apathy was ingrained in the human psyche, and as a species, we are inherently selfish fucks. Awful. And I was like, no, that cannot be. And I told my teacher, this will never happen in our lifetime. No way. In fact, if this ever happens in our lifetime, I will give you anything you want. Yeah, I got a call from my history teacher last week. She said, anything? What a strange world we live in, right? Who would have thought that the same man who brought so much of pain and suffering and death to the Jewish community would come back reincarnated as their prime minister?
Okay, all right, we're not going to watch this whole special. It was great, but I think that first analogy was quite apt. And I don't know if that's the solution to what's happening in Gaza, but at this point, because this was 7 months ago, at this point I'm ready to start airdropping puppies, not gonna lie. Okay. We're doing good, people. We are 8 hours in. We're done with the Middle East. we got to take a quick break. So we will be right back with the show after these brief space messages. Alright, I do hope everybody's enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe hit that bell icon too while you're at it so you make sure that you get all of the latest notifications from this channel, ensuring you never miss a single episode of this here Spacecast. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as without viewers like you, we would cease to exist. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships. I mean, hell, if everybody had a membership who was subscribed to this channel, we would have no financial problems. And we would be able to keep this here Spacecast going on into the great beyond and more. Anyway, not just YouTube, we got Twitch, we got the bits and the subs over there, Cash App and PayPal if you'd prefer to give money directly to us, so that YouTube or Twitch don't come in and take their cut. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. Only $3 a month get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space bennies, unseen by the rest of the galaxy. Stuff like an avatar and a shout out. Just go over there onto the website. BCat's got the link in chat, so just click that. Go to the website, find out what it lies in store for you. Alright, it's enough for me. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right. If you're a true space fan, you know exactly what that sound means. Of course, it means it's time for us to get back to the stream, the fifth and final half, where we're going to cover Ukraine, Russia, and other things happening in Asia. Let's start off with Ukraine. I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm going to give you a moment, as I always do, to get back to those seats, space fams. Otherwise, you're going to miss part of this fifth half, which I'm sure you don't want to do. Okay, yeah, wow. It's been a long night. It's about to get a little longer. Okay. Well, we just finished the fourth half, which was mostly taken up by football and Gaza. All right. Let's see. Where does this start? I just thought this one's hilarious. Many people have probably seen this already, but I know people from this stream have seen this one before. But let's see what Donald Trump had to say recently. This was around this time last week. I think it was on Monday. Donald Trump said this to reporters on the tarmac about Vladimir Putin.
Yeah, I'll give you an update. I'm not happy with what Putin's doing. He's killing a lot of people, and I don't know what the hell happened to Putin. I've known him a long time, always gotten along with him, but he's sending rockets into cities and killing people, and I don't like it at all, okay? We're in the middle of talking, and he's shooting rockets into Kiev and other cities. Illegal. I don't like it at all.
I don't like it at all. What the hell happened to that guy? I don't get it. I don't even get it. He's being very nasty, sending bombs and missiles into Ukraine. It's a development. I don't understand why it's happening, but he's doing it. We were best friends, and now he's acting like a real turd. Okay. Okay. Now, as of 2 days ago, Ukraine was saying that they are ready for new talks with Russia, calling for a concrete proposal. Here's France 24. Ahem. I said France 24. France 24. There we go. Thank you.
Ukraine has officially said it's ready to meet with Russia in Istanbul next week, but Kyiv is demanding to see a draft of Moscow's peace deal in advance. It's unclear if this is an official condition for the meeting to take place, but Ukraine has already provided Russia with their roadmap towards a ceasefire when the two sides met earlier this month.
Even the so-called memorandum they promised and reportedly spent over a week preparing has not been shared. Ukraine hasn't received it. Our partners haven't received it. Another Russian deception. They're doing everything to make the meetings meaningless.
Earlier, before the announcement, the Kremlin said it wasn't constructive to hand over its memorandum beforehand. They said Russia will present its proposals on Monday in Istanbul. While diplomatic efforts to end the war have been ramping up in recent months, they haven't yet produced many results. There is growing frustration and pessimism on an international level. The hope that the...
So today, we should expect some news on this, whether or not it's constructive or not. Because today is, in fact, now Monday for the entire planet. And so supposedly there are meetings happening in Istanbul, at least to my knowledge. And fingers crossed, hopefully, knock on spacewood, there will be productive talks, and that there can be some sort of end to this. I mean, shit, this one's been going on longer than the fucking genocide in Gaza. Alright, now let's quickly talk about how some Nordic countries are preparing for potential emergencies. Those emergencies, what are they? What kind of possible emergencies could Norway, Sweden, or Finland have? Let's find out.
This is a guide on what to do in an emergency in Norway.
Sweet.
Norwegian authorities posted it to all homes to try to prepare the public for a crisis. Across Northern Europe, governments are warning the continent faces its most serious security situation since World War II due to threats from Russia, including sabotage, arson and cyber attacks, and climate change. Norway, Sweden and Finland are increasingly pushing the concept of total defence. It means every part of society has a role to play in national defence, not just the military. This guide asks you to think about various scenarios, like what to do if electricity was cut off for a long time or if the water supply failed. There's also a checklist of essentials: 20 litres of water, 7 days of food per person, and a warning to be aware of misinformation. During a crisis or war in the Nordics, you could also go to a bunker. Finland
That's a fun
fit
bunker.
more than 80
Got some art on the bunker walls to uplift your spirits.
During a crisis or war in the Nordics, you could also go to a bunker. Finland shelters can fit more than 85% of its population. Officials say they hope the guides encourage people to think about how to help themselves in the event of a crisis.
Wow. Multi-purpose bunker. Climate change, Russian invasion. But 85% of the whole population of Finland can fit in these things? Oh my god. Must be a massive bunker, although Finland's not necessarily the biggest population. There we go. That's right. That's right, Bad Lefty. A funker. Okay. Now, this was a piece of news that we didn't cover last Sunday Funday, but I found this to be sort of fascinating, so we're going to take a quick detour in Norway. This is wild. But apparently, one Norwegian man woke up to find a grounded cargo ship in his backyard.
What'd you drum up?
Shit, the sound shots are low. Oh, there we go.
What'd you drum up? What'd you drum up?
Oh, whatever, I'll do it after this. Look at this shit. Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh my god. Can you imagine waking up and being like, that wasn't there last night? Hey, what are we doing? Stop this madness. This is in Trondheimsfjord, Norway, where that's luck, or bad luck. You could say, to get a boat up on the shore. I ran over to my neighbor's house and was sure he'd come outside. But no, there was no sign of life there, so I rang the doorbell many times. But no, nothing happened at first, and I thought he wasn't home. Then I called him on the phone and finally got in touch, and I told him he had a visitor, so he came outside. And he was surprised too. No shit. No shit, he was surprised. It's maybe one of the most surprising things that you could have happen. It's fucking hilarious. How do you even do that? There's like a wide open ocean, and it's just like, fuck it. Let's just park it right here in this guy's backyard. Wild. Okay. Now let's go back to talking Russia, Ukraine. A reporter asked Donald Trump a couple of days ago about how Donald Trump views Vladimir Putin. Let's find out. Does Donald Trump think Putin's the good guy or the bad guy?
I got one. I know that you try to stay pretty neutral because not your war, but as
and by the way, not my war. I just want to solve the problem for people. This was not a war that was going to happen if I were president.
Right, and so...
How many times is he going to say that? You're president now, and supposedly you're good buddies with Vladimir Putin. Why is this not your war anymore? Because we stopped giving aid to Ukraine?
I just want to solve the problem for people. This was not a war that was going to happen if I were president.
Right, and so, not your war, but as you try to fix it, and as you survey this hellscape of the Ukrainian front lines.
It's horrible.
And you guys, you and your team deal with a very stubborn Vladimir Putin.
Yeah.
Do you look...
And Zelensky.
Yeah. But do you look at
And
this...
Zelensky.
Zelensky too.
Zelensky's been very nasty.
Now, like, do you look at this and see Putin as...
Did you see him? He didn't even wear a suit.
Or the bad guy?
What kind of guy doesn't wear a suit to a meeting with the president? Gotta deal with that Zelensky. He's been very nasty, very unhelpful, even though he showed up to the peace talks and Putin did not.
Currently now, like, do you look at this and see Putin as the good guy or the bad guy?
So, I've known him very well.
I don't want reality.
And I went through a lot of things with him because Russia was, you know, the Russia hoax turned out to be a total hoax. New York Times, they got a Pulitzer Prize. They have to give back the Pulitzer Prize. That's my lawsuit.
They have to give it back.
And they're doing very poorly.
The New York Times has to give back the Pulitzer. No, they don't. They're not going to be doing that. What does this have to do with Vladimir Putin? Why is he just like... What is going on with Grandpa right now? Why is he talking about this? So confusing.
No, the Russia hoax turned out to be a total hoax.
Is it?
New York Times, they got a Pulitzer Prize. They have to give back the Pulitzer Prize. That's my lawsuit.
Do they?
And they're doing very poorly in that lawsuit. Jesus. But, you know, they wrote stories about how it was true and it was false. And, you know, a lot of Washington Post also. I have gotten to see things that I was very surprised at.
Okay.
Rockets being shot into cities like Kiev during a negotiation that I felt was maybe very close to ending. We were going to solve a problem, and then all of a sudden rockets got shot into a couple of cities and people died.
It sounds like you're describing a bad guy. Are you gonna say anything specific though about? It's a pretty simple question. Good guy or bad guy? That's all we need.
Problem, and then all of a sudden rockets got shot into a couple of cities and people died.
Sure.
I saw things that I was surprised at.
Yeah.
So
surprising,
I don't like
you say?
Being surprised.
It's almost like
so
you've been
I'm very disappointed in that way.
Paying attention.
With that being
for the
said,
last
I'd like to see it end. 5,000 people. I think the numbers even more than that, but 5,000 people a week are being killed.
What?
Mostly soldiers, but also people that live in little cities.
A lot
and
of
towns
civilians too, actually.
Ukraine. And I'd like to see that stop.
Yeah, full 2 minutes Donald Trump had to answer that thing. Doesn't seem to be able to nail down whether or not Vladimir Putin's the good guy or the bad guy. He's just doing a lot of bad things. I don't know if that makes him a bad guy, but he's doing a lot of nasty things. Same thing, but Zelensky's also doing nasty things. They're both bad and good guys. Who can say? That's basically what Donald Trump is trying to say without saying. It's like, I don't know. Everybody's a bad guy. And a good guy. Who's to say? Okay. Let's go here. This is from yesterday. France 24 broke down how much Russian fuel has been imported to the EU. Apparently that's a very big number.
Four years into Moscow's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, billions continue to be funneled into Russia's war machine through sales of its oil and gas. On the receiving end of Russian exports is Kyiv's Western allies. Russia has made more than 883 billion euros in revenue from fossil fuel exports since the start of the war, despite Western sanctions. That's 3 times more than the amount Ukraine has received in aid,
nearly $1 trillion.
By its allies. And according to data from the Center for Research on Energy and Clean Air, roughly 209 billion of that amount comes from EU member states. Until Ukraine cut the transit in January, the bloc...
Well, there you go. Since the beginning of the war, Russia has managed to export nearly $1 trillion in oil. NATO states have taken $335 billion in, EU $233 billion. Even the sanctioning states, $250 billion. Wild. I feel like that's maybe helping to fuel this machine. Just an idea. Alright, we don't need that whole thing. Not necessary. The numbers are good enough. They really do paint the picture. Okay, now in the last 24 hours, things have happened in Russia, as Russia confirmed that Ukraine carried out drone attacks on its airfields, most likely enraging Vladimir Putin due to the level of success in these strikes.
Ukraine claims to have hit more than 40 Russian bombers in what the country's security service says is a large-scale special operation aimed at destroying enemy bomber aircraft. The attacks are reported to have taken place at several Russian air bases, some many thousands of kilometres from Ukraine. Two locations are understood to be in Siberia: the Belaya Air Base in southern Russia and the Olenya Air Base, which is in the north, near Murmansk.
Oh my god.
Well, the Ukrainian military has released footage which it says shows a line.
Please hold. This one is mind-boggling to me. How Ukraine got bombers, or even missiles, whatever it might be, drones, all the way into the middle of Russia's territory, right above Mongolia. It's just fucking wild. I don't understand how these weren't taken down by Russia in the first place. They must be really overstretched right now. That's my assumption when I see a map. When I see that, I'm like, wow, that is real far to get the sort of munitions necessary to do that kind of damage.
Murmansk. Well, the Ukrainian military has released footage which it says shows a line of Russian warplanes at Belaya. It appears to have been filmed by a drone and shows the aircraft exploding. Russian media is reporting the attack in Murmansk, but says air defences are working. Our World Affairs correspondent Paul Adams is in Kyiv for us.
Far from Ukraine's borders, an attack of astonishing audacity. Russian strategic bombers picked off one by one by a fleet of drones. Ukraine calling this Operation Spider's Web, personally overseen by President Zelensky. One of Kyiv's boldest attacks so far, a reminder, despite Russia's overwhelming strength in numbers, that Ukraine is a resourceful, determined enemy. Sources say this took a year and a half to prepare. Dozens of drones smuggled into Russia, stored on wooden pallets, loaded onto trucks, driven to distant air bases and launched remotely.
Wow.
Swarms
Crazy.
of drones picked up on social media.
Crazy. Sorry, I didn't actually watch this whole thing earlier because I was like rushing for the end of this to try and get the stream up. People who were here at the beginning, I started like 20 minutes late just trying to get everything set up for today, so I missed this. But that's wild. So they smuggled them into Russia on trucks and then launched them from inside the country. That's insane.
From Siberia to the Arctic Circle. At a petrol station north of Irkutsk, a glimpse of the operation in progress. With smoke already rising behind, a drone emerges from the truck and heads off to join the attack.
Wild.
Moments later, another, and gunfire as police officers try to bring it down. From base to base, the smouldering aftermath testifying to the scope and ambition of the operation. Ukraine
This has got to be a real embarrassment for Vladimir Putin.
Says it's done.
The fact that they could launch an attack from deep within Russia, as successful as this one.
$2 billion worth of damage, a claim impossible to verify. Earlier, a different kind of wreckage. This, the Ukrainian city of Zaporizhia, after the country suffered another major drone and missile attack. Elsewhere, 12 Ukrainian soldiers were killed at a training base, the head of Ukraine's land forces tendering his resignation.
Wild. All right, I got one more on this attack. Let's see what France 24 English had to say about these strikes.
We're hearing about an audacious Ukrainian attack that's been about a year and a half in planning.
Seriously, Mitty. No, yeah. When you said that, I was like, oh my God. Like, a little bell went off in my head. I'm like, dude, it almost seems incredibly likely that that's the case, that somehow some Russians from within the country decided to help. How else do you make that happen? Oh, boy.
They're calling it Operation Spider's Web. It is a significant attack. We're talking about, according to, you can see this is the drone attack on one of the aircraft, 40 Russian aircraft, including some of its strategic bombers that Ukraine's security services have confirmed that have been damaged, on fire, on 4 different runways across Russia, some 6,000 kilometers from Kyiv into deep Siberian territory. This is something that's, well, footage was released actually by the SBU in the past few hours. This is Russia's Belaya air base in Irkutsk in Siberia. A drone being monitored as it struck the aircraft. We're also hearing of almost 500 drones smuggled into Russia, hidden in cabins close to the airfields. That's how it's been carried out. And the Russian Defense Ministry describing it as a terrorist attack using drones against airfields. Let's bring in Emmanuel Shaz, our correspondent.
It's a terrorist attack? How? How does it count as a terrorist attack? It's a military on military attack, by definition, not terrorism. I don't understand how you even try to begin to make that claim. It is fucking hilarious to me.
Zuckerbucks.
Whoops, that's the wrong one.
Give me a joke.
Yes, give me a joke.
Kyiv. Emmanuel, good to see you this evening. These are extraordinary details coming out. Tell us your understanding and assessment of events.
Well, the video started circulating this afternoon here in Ukraine, and people simply couldn't believe what they were saying, because on screen shared by Ukraine Defense were pictures of Russian heavy bombers in flames. This is actually something that the Russian Defense Ministry also confirmed. Those attacks were confirmed both by the Ukrainian intelligence, which carried it, and by the Russian Defense Ministry. And as many as 40 heavy bombers, including those triple F-95, the ones that carry the missiles that almost daily target Ukrainian cities, Ukrainian civilians, under the pretext of targeting military targets here. So those planes have been destroyed as well in huge quantity. This is really an unprecedented attack by Ukraine. It was a year and a half in the making. It was overseen by the head of the Ukrainian intelligence, Vasil Malyuk, and by President Zelensky himself. The code name of that operation is web, like a spider web, and really this is something that Ukrainians have been talking about the entire day, and this day came after last night. We have had again over our heads here in Ukraine over 472 drones and a few missiles also thrown by Russia. So we see that just one day before the new round of talks in Istanbul, we see absolutely no decrease in the amount of fighting, but also this unprecedented attack. And, you know, just as the US President Donald Trump kept on saying to Volodymyr Zelensky that Ukraine had no cards, Ukraine, Kyiv, proved once again that it did have agency, and it did.
Yeah, it seems like Ukraine does have some cards, apparently. Enough cards to do such a thing like this. No cards, no suits. What's the deal with Ukraine exactly? Yeah, I think it's almost a given. They probably didn't tell the United States about this. It doesn't seem like the U.S. is very supportive of Ukraine. I wouldn't be shocked. Okay. Now, let's go... we're gonna kind of go out of order here. I don't know why this is here. It's on me. But this will at least hopefully lift our spirits momentarily. Let's go all the way to Dubai, where a craze is taking over the world. That's right, I'm talking about Dubai chocolate. That's right, it's Sunday Funday, people. We gotta do some... we need help to get through these things. Oh my god, that looks fucking delicious.
This is a Dubai chocolate bar. It's a chocolate bar stuffed with a paste of pistachios, karaif, or shredded phyllo dough, and tahini. It first went viral in 2023.
Oh, that looks delicious.
And since then, it's become a global phenomenon.
Give me.
That was worth the hype.
The original by Fix Desserts is only sold in Dubai. Its scarcity has spurred an explosion of dupes, copycats, and spin-offs. You can now buy it everywhere.
We're a small homegrown brand, and we had enough chocolate just to serve like the community, and all of a sudden there was thousands and thousands of people starting to follow us, and starting to like explore and ask us how we can ship internationally, etc.
Brands like Shake Shack, Crumble, Walmart, and Trader Joe's are jumping on the bandwagon too.
Oh god, this is making me so hungry.
Loved it. They lined up around the block, and it would sell out within minutes. It was absolutely crazy.
I totally thought that this was just a trend and that it wouldn't go anywhere. As time went on, people were becoming obsessed.
New York City business The Nuts Factory says it was the first in the city to create a version of the viral bar in July 2024. The company originally made hundreds by hand per day. Now they make thousands.
Oh my god.
It all started from a pregnancy craving, and all I knew in my head is that I wanted to create this chocolate bar that's essentially a dessert encased in chocolate, but looks and feels like a chocolate bar.
Hamuda and her husband created the bars in 2021 and started selling them in 2022. They didn't have a large marketing budget and relied on social media to spread the word. In December 2023, this video started what became an international sensation. It's now garnered 127 million views.
Instead of getting like one order every week, decided to get 10, 15 orders. And so it was exciting, but it was also like, oh my God, like how is this happening?
The bars drop twice a day on delivery service Deliveroo and are sold periodically at Dubai International Airport's duty-free. In April 2025, over 1.2 million bars were sold, generating $22 million in sales. The shortage has led to price gouging on resale sites like eBay. Some bars are going for upwards of $100.
Jesus
Beyond
Christ.
its unique texture and flavor combination.
Okay, I'm not sure it's worth that. I mean, I want one, but I'm not going to pay $100 for a chocolate bar. Holy fuck.
For Dubai chocolate has been largely fueled by social media, but the exclusivity
girl
of
is
the
going
original
in
bar
on
has
that
kept
shit.
that going. Capitalizing on the trend hasn't been difficult from a legal perspective. The name Dubai chocolate can't be trademarked. The United Arab Emirates isn't part of the International Trademark Treaty that would secure its protection. Chocolate giant Lindt developed its own limited edition bar in late 2024.
People were queuing up at 2 o'clock in the night, waiting for the first limited samples. It was scarcity, it was exclusivity, but still we were overwhelmed. Then the next thing, they sold it.
I see people coming after Trader Joe's in the chat. That's fair. Trader Joe's. Haha. Traitorous Joe.
On eBay for
hates the
400,
workers.
500 Swiss francs.
Lindt made a permanent version. Now the bar is one of its best-selling items. After testing a Dubai chocolate-inspired milkshake in its Middle Eastern market,
please stop.
Shake Shack brought it to the US in just 4 to 6 weeks.
For us to come up with a full menu with marketing assets and ingredients and supply chain sourcing and operational supporting documents and all of that within a couple weeks was an aggressive timeline.
Yeah,
it was certainly
sounds
one of
aggressive.
the fastest development timelines we've ever executed against.
Oh my
The
god.
milkshake sold out
I
within
need
minutes,
that.
and Shake Shack's social media posts featuring the products were
I
some of
love
the brand's most
pistachios.
successful posts ever. One
Can't lie, I love a good pistachio flavored anything. Your homie knows a guy who can hook me up? Ooh. Christopher DeBlante, hit me up in the Discord. I need this. Holy shit. You've seen no less than 10 cooking influencers make these from rope. So apparently the space fams knew about this before I did. I guess I've been too focused on the news and not on incredible, trendy deliciousness. That's on me.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Alright, let's go to China. To the South China Morning Post from 3 days ago on why China is speeding up work on its dam in Pakistan.
A Chinese-backed dam project promises to transform this corner of northeastern Pakistan.
Once the dam is completed, the water level will reach the position. Oh my god, by then it will be. Hold on. God damn it. I hate when I get fooled and I don't know when to do the goddamn translations. Okay, here we go. Take 2. Once the dam is completed, the water level will reach the position of that sign up there on the mountain. By then, it will be truly spectacular. The entire upstream area will be transformed into a massive reservoir.
But recent tensions between India and Pakistan have added urgency to the project, a key part of Beijing's trading network called the Belt and Road Initiative.
China, of course, has some interest in keeping this region stable because this is China's top priority to keep its borders stable so China can focus on its own development.
The 272-meter-high dam is designed to control the flow of the Indus River and will generate about 4,800 megawatts of electric power. The Diamir Basha Dam is one of several hydroelectric dams that Chinese engineers are building in Pakistan. Another important project is the Mohman Dam, north of the city of Peshawar. It is scheduled to be finished by 2028. These 2 dams are designed not only to provide Pakistan with thousands of megawatts of clean energy, but also millions of gallons of fresh water.
This is important to Pakistan because agriculture accounts for like 1/4 of the country's economy, and also the rainy season is coming really soon. So Pakistan needs something to, for example, to help to improve its capability, for example, to control the flood, also to help to improve the capability in irrigation and power generation.
Now, one problem with this project, as I see it personally, is the fact that the Indus River goes through the Kashmir Valley area that we recently talked about, which almost, led to a fucking war between Pakistan and India. And, that situation, which we saw just a few weeks ago, was in many people's estimations fueled by access to the water in this area. And I just worry that this could in fact lead to more problems. I'm not 100% certain that it will, but I just have concerns, is what I'm saying.
But recent moves by New Delhi to hold in abeyance a vital water treaty between India and Pakistan have prompted China to speed up work on the Mohman Dam.
The major reason, as I understand, is India's decision to suspend the so-called Indus Waters Treaty, because this treaty governed the waters flow to Pakistan, use in agriculture, for example.
It was held in abeyance, meaning that India temporarily suspended its participation in the treaty in the wake of a deadly militant attack in Indian-administered Kashmir on April 22, 2025. New Delhi blamed Islamabad for supporting the attackers, an assertion Pakistani officials deny. The Indus Water Treaty, signed in 1960, guarantees Pakistan's 240 million inhabitants a steady flow of water. The Indus and 5 of its main tributaries originate or pass through Indian-held territory. Under the treaty, The 3 easternmost rivers are controlled by India, while the 3 westernmost fall under Pakistani control. The treaty being held in abeyance could theoretically allow India to restrict what flows downstream.
If Indian government chooses to restrict supply of water to Pakistan by building more dams on the Indian side, making sure that more water goes to India, then it would severely affect Pakistan's economy.
Okay, I think that's enough of this one for us. I think we get the idea. China rushing to finish this thing before another conflict breaks out and perhaps causes situations for this project. But let's stick with China and what's been going on there over the last couple of days. A international mediation body was created in Hong Kong between 30 different nations. Let's go here. Staying with South China Morning Post. This one's from Friday. China is among 32 countries setting up an international body focused on mediation to settle disputes. The International Organization for Mediation will begin offering services by the end of 2025. It is based in Hong Kong. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi was in the city to sign the organization's establishing charter. The birth of the mediation body will help to transcend the zero-sum thinking of winning and losing, promote settlement of international disputes in a friendly way, and build more harmonious international relations. Dignitaries from Indonesia, Pakistan, Laos, Cambodia, and Serbia took part in the ceremony. Representatives from the United Nations and about 20 international organizations were also present. The move comes amid rising geopolitical tensions and ongoing conflicts across the globe. Let us uphold fairness and impartiality, pay attention to the true spirit of the rule of law, take into account procedural justice and outcome justice, enhance the participation of developing countries, promote the international dispute settlement mechanism, develop in the direction of fairness and benefits to all, and enhance the representation and voice of the Global South in international governance. Oh! Officials hope the mediation body status will be on par with other international legal organizations. Legal experts said it will boost Hong Kong's standing as an international legal hub. In my estimation, I do think that this is in direct response almost to sort of like the ICJ and ICC not necessarily, living up to the dream. I don't know whether or not this will help or hinder but I'd like to think that having more is going to help, right? Rather than, and the fact is, I feel like the South is often treated in an unfair, unbalanced way to the rest of the world, right? And so, yeah, I do hope that this one helps in terms of making international law something people follow more. I don't know. It's hard to say that it will definitely help, but I don't know. Well, there's some other problems, of course, because Hong Kong does, there has been some issues with upholding international law in Hong Kong. But hey, let's go here. Talk about some law shit happening in Hong Kong this week. South China Morning Post, we got 3 in a row. Jesus Christ. That's too much, man. Who's in charge of this stream? Okay, South China Morning Post, also from Friday. Hong Kong activist Jimmy Sham, released from prison.
Of course, I feel happy because I have a big change of yesterday, but I'm not there to let myself too happy because I know still have somebody in suffer. So I have a fear. I'm feared because I don't know what can I say, what can I don't say. I cannot say.
What's fascinating about this story to me is, I mean, we've seen plenty of this, you know, over the years of, you know, activists being jailed in China. But while the United States claims China is a threat to international law and peace and global order, whatever we want to call it, communist China. You know, we're doing this exact thing here in our country right now, jailing activists. You know, it's fucking wild.
So complicated, my feeling. Yeah.
The United States of hypocrisy.
I don't know. Maybe tomorrow you still can see me. I'm free. Maybe
I'll still be around tomorrow.
I will go back to the jail.
Yes.
I don't know.
Over the past 4 years, there have been a lot of changes outside that I wasn't aware of. I've gained weight, lost weight, and experienced many moments of unhappiness and helplessness. But I gradually recovered. I also hope that everyone can stay strong. No matter what, we still have to live, so we should strive to live our lives well. I don't know how to plan ahead, because to me, it feels like today is my first day of understanding the world again. So as far what I can do or should do in the future, or where the red line is, I feel like I need to explore and figure it out all over again. Isn't life such that no matter what, it keeps pushing you forward and doesn't let you stop? Very, very true, Jimmy. Very true. We must not let ourselves be paralyzed. We must continue on. All right. Oh, God, lacking hydration over here. He was in jail for 4 years, Bad Lefty. 4 long years for being an LGBT plus activist.
Illegal.
Yeah, it's going to be illegal in our country any minute now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Yep, I know. All right. Let's talk about something that China has a hand in, but is happening in North Korean waters. This is... who made this list? This is another South China Morning Post story. This one from 7 days ago. Let's talk about North Korean ghost ships. Ghost ships? What, like in the Pirates of the Caribbean? Arr.
It's a maritime mystery. The Japanese flying squid, a vital source of food in much of East Asia, is vanishing from waters where the creatures had thrived for millions of years.
What is causing this crash? Fishery agency, everybody is interested.
To discover why, we go deep on a story about climate change, a nuclear-armed rogue state, and a battle for resources playing out in one of the least governed corners of the globe.
God damn it. You bastards. This is my least favorite part of South China Morning Post. Not gonna lie. They're constantly going back and forth between English and then subtitles. Why can't they just pay this woman to read these subtitles for me? Okay, try this again. Okay. Japan's entire catch of raw and frozen squid has fallen rapidly. It is because the Sea of Japan has become very dangerous.
What's happening to the world's squid supply? This is Jumunjin, a coastal town at the heart of South Korea's squid fishing industry.
In the early 2000s, squid was something that was so common that it was served as a free side dish in all local restaurants.
Today, the industry is in trouble as squid populations go into steep decline.
This Japanese flying squid is one of the most loved seafood in the region. South Korea's top seafood by production value, and one of the top seafood consumed in Japan, and it was also one of the largest North Korean exports until recent sanctions.
Squid fishermen are feeling pressure on multiple fronts. Climate change has caused ocean temperatures to rise, impacting the breeding cycle in ways that scientists are still trying to unravel.
It's shifting where the spawning is occurring, and some have hypothesized that the spawning area is getting smaller. Others have hypothesized that the feeding conditions are not as good in the warmer conditions. There's a lot of correlation, temperature and catches, but making the causation link is a little more difficult.
The reported catch of this Japanese flying squid, once abundant species, have plummeted by about 80% both in South Korea and Japanese waters for the last 15 years, since 2003.
To see what this looks like, you need to look right here. This is the Yamato Bank.
In 20 years, it's dropped 80%. That is wild.
A large, relatively shallow shelf between Japan and the Korean peninsula that has long been a popular spot to catch squid.
So why is this area so popular for squid fishing for many countries in this region? First of all, squid is a transboundary species and migratory species.
Japanese flying squid typically have short lifespans, about 1 year, during which time they migrate through different regions of the ocean at different stages in their life. In the autumn, these squid are usually fully grown, reaching lengths of about 50 centimeters as they pass through the Yamato Bank.
That's kind of the migratory path, and that's sort of the battleground for everyone to go and catch squid.
It's a battleground that suddenly got more crowded in 2014. That's when Japanese squid boats began to report a sharp rise in the number of North Korean poachers operating in the Yamato Bank.
The North Korean fishermen came close. They set their nets so close to our ship that our fishing lines got tangled in their nets at least once. What is this back? I heard that there are many soldiers in the North Korean boats, where they probably have loaded guns. It's scary.
Historically, North Korea has had little experience with deep-sea fishing. But as South Korea developed a modern fishing fleet, its neighbor to the north sought to catch up, an industry it saw as a key marker of national development.
Fishing is one of the few places, one of the few sectors of the economy where North Korea can extract enough protein for its population. So, fish becomes very important as a way of feeding North Koreans potentially, but also as an object of trade.
To understand how far North Korea's fishing industry has come, look at these satellite images of the coastal city of Cheongjin. These small wooden boats are part of North Korea's large yet remarkably basic fishing fleet.
So these are like 10 to 15 meters long. So it's very small at the scale of the sea and the scale of the other fleets. And they mostly are made of wood. quite shabby in a way to be able to operate in quite far away from land.
While Pyongyang struggled to build a deep-sea fishing industry, its nearshore fleet became one of the more visible signs of the North Korean economy. In the waters off Russia, China, South Korea, and Japan, sailors have long reported sightings and run-ins with North Korean ships. As North Korean leader Kim Jong-un continued to develop nuclear weapons, the country became the target of increasing international sanctions.
By tightening the web of sanctions around North Korea, both through UN measures and autonomous steps, we aim to increase significantly the cost of North Korea's weapons programs.
The sanctions clamped down on the many ways North Korea earned foreign currency, including the licensing of its territorial waters to foreign fishing fleets. For years, North Korea had collected fees from Chinese fleets operating off its shores. Pyongyang also allowed seafood caught by its own fishermen to be sold abroad.
The squid was reported to be the third largest North Korean export, at least officially, until the recent sanctions. So it's a big industry. It's a big money-making industry for North Korea.
Then in 2017, sanctions put an end to it all. Even as funds dried up, the Kim regime continued expanding the fishing industry. So a new generation set out to sea, but without the experience or resources necessary to survive.
They start sending them out on quite old-fashioned wooden flimsy boats, often with very small horsepower engines, sometimes only about 36 horsepower engines. At the same time, the thing that they're looking for, the space they're going to, is about 500 miles off the coast of Korea. That's where the squid live, yeah? And that is a very long way.
This sea is particularly rough, especially during the autumn time when squid is being caught. It's almost like risking your life.
It's typhoon
This is
season.
what happens when you push an untrained and underfunded fishing fleet
Or I
out
guess
to
cyclone
sea.
season in this area.
A gruesome discovery. Wave after wave of suspected North Korean fishing boats, some containing bodies.
Found washed ashore on the western coast of the country.
Suspected to be those of North Korean fishermen.
Between 2017 and 2019, nearly 350 of these so-called ghost boats were found along Japan's western coast.
That triggered our interest and our curiosity.
How many people do you think died then? 350 boats just washed ashore. You would think there's at least like 5 or 6 people manning one of these small vessels. It's got to be like 2,000 people who probably just lost at sea forever. That's horrifying.
Well, wow, what's going on there?
To understand why these so-called ghost ships were washing up on Japanese shores, you need to start with the missing squid.
And when we met with local fisheries researchers in South Korea and Japan, they explained to us that there has been a huge decline of squid in both countries, even if they implemented some standalone domestic conservation measures for years.
The numbers just did not add up. North Korean ships were too small and poorly equipped to cause such a dramatic drop in squid populations. What Park uncovered was evidence of theft on an industrial scale.
This is, to our knowledge, the largest known case of illegal fishing in history, perpetrated by vessels from one nation operating in another nation's waters. It's worth more than about $700 million. And it is no surprise that there has been this significant decrease in the catches in South Korea and Japan.
To find out what was going on, investigators at Global Fishing Watch began with a map of North Korea. Park then added an overlay showing all active ships in the area using their AIS, or Automated Identification System, a unique tracking signal broadcast by larger vessels worldwide.
And quite surprisingly, we didn't see anything on our AIS data, especially in North Korean waters. And then we started to look at satellite imagery, satellite radar, and night light detection, satellite technologies, anything that we can bring to shed light. And then we started seeing things, and it became really interesting.
While AIS data showed no vessels operating in North Korean waters, satellite images revealed something else entirely: a massive dark fleet of thousands of vessels secretly operating within North Korea's territorial waters. Under UN sanctions, foreign fleets were banned from fishing within North Korean waters.
And we cross-checked with whatever numbers that South Korean Coast Guard reported. They counted every year how many vessels from China headed towards North Korean waters and came back from North Korean waters. So we cross-checked our numbers, our detection numbers, with these South Korean numbers, and these two numbers agree quite greatly. Then it's interesting. You wanna know what happened?
To answer that question, Park and his team at Global Fishing Watch dug into the data. The team combined 4 sources, including satellite images, radar, and AIS signals, to develop a theory of what was happening once the Chinese vessel switched off their tracking signals.
These vessels generate with 500 to 700 light bulbs, generate more light than some say small football stadiums.
Jesus.
I couldn't believe my eyes because the scale of the fleet was incredible. It was unprecedented.
This, according to Park, was the missing piece of the puzzle. Massive industrial fleets, all run by Chinese fishing concerns and operating in violation of international sanctions, were catching squid in a corner of the ocean that was once home to small North Korean vessels.
What is the impact of this illegal fishing? Can't really compete with them.
Now, there's, they go further into this. We don't need to watch this whole thing. We got way further than I thought we were going to get to. That was where I was hoping to stop. But basically, I mean, there's a suggestion that North Korea has been selling to China access to that area in its waters. Yeah, it seems like a combination of global competition, capitalism, and climate change that is causing this squid war to happen. There you go. Squid wars on this Sunday Funday. Okay, now let's go from North Korea down to South Korea, where a presidential election is set to reshape policies and politics in the country. Here's Reuters with the story. Whoops, wrong one. There we go.
South Korea's Big Snap election saw record numbers in early voting Thursday. The vote is a critical one for the U.S. ally. Voters will decide who leads the deeply polarized country after conservative Yoon Suk-yeol was removed from power. He was ousted after putting the country under martial law for 6 hours, leading to months of political chaos and massive protests. Now, liberal Lee Jae-myung is the projected frontrunner to succeed Yoon. Lee narrowly lost to Yoon in 2022. He cast his ballot in Seoul on Thursday. If he wins, it could mark a major shift in South Korea on key policies. Whereas Yoon had gone all in on supporting Washington, taking a hard line on North Korea, and repairing ties with Japan, Lee has traditionally been more skeptical of the U.S. alliance. He has also vowed to engage with North Korea, and was harshly critical of Yoon's reconciliation with Japan. However, in an effort to win moderates, Lee has recently spoken more favorably of the U.S. alliance and has said he would continue trilateral cooperation with Japan and the U.S. That is seen in Washington as essential to countering China and North Korea. Some in the U.S. wonder if Lee's pivot on a range of issues will last, and if his views might clash with U.S. President Donald Trump. Trump has slapped South Korea with tariffs and pressed it to pay more for the tens of thousands of U.S. troops stationed there. The last published Gallup Korea poll put Lee at 49% of public support, followed by Kim Moon-soo of the Conservative People Power Party with 35%, and the new Reform Party's Lee Jun-suk at 11%. Political experts have been critical of a hurried race they say has sidelined critical national debates. Until this week, most major candidates only released summaries of their pledges. Lee only put out his full policy booklet a day before early voting began. Here's the head of the Korean Association for Policy Studies, Park Hyun-jun, during a recent expert debate.
Voters should be able to assess how a pledge affects them personally and make choices accordingly. Something like, this candidate's policy will impact me in this way, so I'll vote for them. But we saw very little of that.
Reuters heard...
Well, there we go. A critical election happening in South Korea, which could decide the future of the area in many ways. Who South Korea decides to ally with will have implications all over the place, including with its relationship with the United States, China, North Korea, and Japan. Now, it is, like they mentioned, highly polarized, and what I understand is that the lines in many ways, especially in the younger generations, polarized between men and women. Should be fascinating to see what happens here with this election. Now, of course, it's happening due to the fact that Yoon Suk-yeol, like they mentioned, as we talked about over the last year, that declaration of martial law by Yoon Suk-yeol, which he was then impeached for and found to have, in fact, violated the South Korean constitution, not just by their Congress, but eventually by that judiciary body which oversees impeachments in South Korea. Okay. Now let's go down to Taiwan, where Taiwan has been testing rocket systems made by the United States, as tensions between Taiwan and mainland China seem to be increasing. Here's NBC News from Thursday.
This live fire drill was years in the making, with high-precision weapons made in the USA and purchased by Taiwan. These HIMARS, high-mobility artillery rocket systems, arrived here late last year, the same systems Ukrainian soldiers have been using to target Russian positions. Mobile launchers are equipped with guided rockets that can strike 185 miles away. That's well beyond the southeastern coast of China. More of these rocket systems will be delivered here next year. That's earlier than planned, part of this race to overhaul Taiwan's defenses. This colonel said, we have 100% confidence in our readiness, new equipment, and strategy. Taiwan is a self-governing democracy that Beijing claims as its own. China's President Xi Jinping makes no secret of his intentions to unify the island with the mainland and won't rule out using force.
We face a huge challenge, a security challenge from the mainland China. So we have to make ourselves very well on the combat readiness.
Billions of dollars in U.S. arms deals have been helping Taiwan build up and revamp its defenses with weapons like drones, missiles, and upgraded fighter jets. They've expanded mandatory military service to 1 year, and reservist training just increased too. I think it's useful in practice, says this reservist. U.S. military personnel are also involved with training, at least dozens of them according to the Pentagon, though an exact number on the ground and what they do is a bit murky. It's all fundamental to a U.S. mandate to provide Taiwan with weapons and skills to deter any attack by China. HIMARS mark a significant step, as well as an intelligence sharing deal with the U.S.
Is it a game changer for Taiwan?
Yet now, more than ever here, there are questions about reliability. and whether the U.S. would intervene if China ever invaded.
Taiwan did take all of our chip business. You know, we used to make our own chips. Now they're made.
They took our chips. And by took, I mean they made their own chip manufacturing stuff. And it's very nasty. And nasty, nasty Taiwan. Jesus Christ, Donald. Taiwan took all of our chips. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? This guy doesn't understand anything he talks about. He just shoots from the hip every goddamn time. No need to double check that he's correct. Jesus fucking Christ.
Jesus, I say that.
Alright, settle down, Omarosa. Happy Pride, indeed. Pride has begun. That's how we started the stream today. Stay woke, stay gay, love who you want to love. Yeah, the US is becoming a much less reliable country for our allies, and is putting into question decade-long relationships that we've had. Making people second guess their close ties. The old US of A. Alright, let's go to DW News Germany from 6 days ago and talk about the ASEAN Summit, which happened earlier this week in Malaysia. Oh shit, what is this?
Leaders of the Southeast Asian bloc,
right one. Okay.
ASEAN, are holding their annual summit in the Malaysian capital of Kuala Lumpur. They are meeting for the first time since US President Donald Trump introduced his tariffs threatening global trade with disruption. Regional leaders are expected to forge a united front against this and other challenges. Now, tensions between Beijing and Washington remain high, and our next report is looking at how it's affecting the region.
Southeast Asia has been growing fast, both its economies and its influence. Following China's example, countries in the region have become key centers for global manufacturing and technology.
I have to have my China.
But tariffs imposed by US President Donald Trump in April have shaken confidence. They were later put on pause, but could kick in again in July for countries that haven't cut a deal with Washington by then. Some businesses are looking to move manufacturing out of China, which was hit with the hardest tariffs, into neighboring countries like Vietnam, accelerating a trend that was already underway.
Yeah, I think I need to put it on a calendar somewhere, but I'm pretty sure that Re-Liberation Day is July 9th or somewhere around there. Like, within the week of Independence Day, we may have Re-Liberation Day. How exciting for all of us.
But if the higher tariffs come back, that will make things more difficult. Last month, Chinese President Xi Jinping visited Vietnam, Malaysia, and Cambodia, doing deals to deepen economic and strategic partnerships, a way to counter the US tariff plan. China promoting itself as a steady hand as the US not only hits friendly countries with tariffs, but also pulls out of multilateral institutions. But there are long-simmering resentments and suspicions in Southeast Asia. One major problem is China's claim to almost all of the South China Sea. Vietnam and the Philippines, among other countries, also claim sovereignty there. China's Navy has provoked confrontations with Filipino ships.
Illegal.
Encounters that could spiral into open hostilities.
I'm just going to point this out to everybody, in case anybody who doesn't know. International waters national waters don't extend very far, right? Usually I think it's like 25 nautical miles off of the coast. And then once you get past that, you're in international waters. And I'd point out, all of this in here is very much international waters. where everyone's supposed to be allowed. And yet, China's not a big fan of that.
China!
Despite those rising tensions, Beijing is trying to pull many Southeast Asian countries into its orbit by deepening its relationships in the region. The question is whether those countries can manage to keep out of the U.S.-China trade conflict.
And I'm now joined by our correspondent, Melissa Chan, in Taipei. It's good to see you, Melissa. Just give us a sense of what the challenges are for ASEAN as the U.S.-China relationship continues to remain deeply uncertain.
I think what was clear in that report is it's kind of caught in the middle between...
I'm sorry. Soul Life is right. It is less than 25. I don't know why I doubled it. It's 12 nautical miles. Why in my head did I move to 25? What's wrong with my brain? Could be I've been streaming for over 9 hours, and I'm getting things mixed up in my brain.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
The United States and China, and one thing that is really important to keep in mind is how important this region is, of course, to China, to the point that if it was an entire bloc, and if you calculated it that way, China's largest trading partner is actually ASEAN, not the United States, not the European Union. So in many ways, the relationship between China is one where, sometimes the raw materials go to China and Chinese factories produce that then manufacture and export to the United States and Europe. And then it also goes the other way where China is the provider of raw materials for manufacturing in the Southeast Asia region that then goes on to the United States and Europe. Either way, ASEAN is caught in the middle, which is why what we're seeing this week is particularly interesting, because there is the ASEAN bilateral, so to speak, with China. But at the same time, the chair of ASEAN, Prime Minister of Malaysia, Anwar Ibrahim, also extended an invitation to the United States to see if ASEAN as a bloc can speak to the Americans and negotiate with the Americans in regards to the tariffs.
Yeah, the ASEAN alliance looking to multiple major world powers, trying to make sense of this new global order that we seem to be living in. By the way, thank you, Omega Star, for hydrating me. I see you over there on Twitch. Okay, I'm much more hydrated now. Thank you. Smart, keeping me hydrated through the tough times. Okay. Now, as we talked about earlier today, old Petey Hegseth has been doing a little tour in Asia. Oh, God. To the Associated Press from Friday. Let's see what Petey had to say.
Jesus Christ. Any attempt by Communist China to conquer Taiwan by force
Why can't we just say China?
Devastating consequences for
Why can't we just say China
and the world? There's no reason.
It's not hard. It's actually easier to just say China than Communist China. I'm so sick of the red scare that we're living in, the third red scare that we're living through right now. It's fucking wild. Just settle down, Pete. 2 syllables, China. You don't have to get all weird with it.
Don't be creepy. Would result in devastating consequences for the Indo-Pacific and the world. There's no reason to sugarcoat it. The threat China poses is real, and it could be imminent. We hope not.
Is it more of a threat than the United States?
But it certainly could be.
Uh-huh. What the fuck is happening?
Facing these threats, we know that many countries are tempted by the idea of seeking both economic cooperation with China and defense cooperation with the United States. Now, that is a geographic necessity for many. But beware the leverage that the CCP seeks with that entanglement. China seeks to become a hegemonic power in Asia, no doubt. It hopes to dominate and control too many parts of this vibrant and vital region. China's behavior toward its neighbors and the world is a wicked...
No, don't do that. No, you bastard. Son of a bitch, why did I click that? God damn it. Son of a bitch. That totally screws me. Shut up, Pete.
And an urgent
Pete,
one.
shut up. What did I say to you? God damn it.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Please hold. I gotta solve something. Now, I love how Peter is claiming that China is trying to control too much of Asia, even though the U.S. I think rivals China for number of bases in Asia. Since we got multiple in Japan, multiple in South Korea. I mean, we're all over the place. Philippines. I mean, where's the United States not trying to have control of things in Asia? Oh, but China wants too much control. You know, let's stop throwing stones in glass houses type of deal. The hypocrisy is overwhelming. I'm not saying that China shouldn't chill the fuck out, but we need to chill the fuck out too, you know? I like to be consistent ideologically, and I prefer just no war. You know, war no good. Me no likey war. Alright, let's keep talking Peter Hegseth. I was hoping to do these yesterday, honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I had these on the list for yesterday, but we hit 12 hours and I had to end the fucking stream. But these are not fun. I'm not gonna lie. Some of these are just not fun. Sunday Funday being invaded by Peter Hegseth. God damn it. Okay, BBC from yesterday.
Let's stick with the subject of military spending, because that's been at the top of the agenda at a security meeting in Singapore. There, the US Defense Secretary says the US fully intends to counter China's increasing military dominance. Now let's go straight there live to listen to Pete Hegseth if we can. So this is the summit taking place in Singapore, the Shangri-La Summit, and we're expecting to hear from Pete Hegseth there. And as I said, he's been talking about how the US fully intends to counter China's increasing military dominance.
A meeting we've been looking forward to from the beginning of this gathering. We've got a lot of friends and allies and partners here, but none closer than this group. None more strategically positioned to...
Oh my god, hold on. Is this right? Okay, if this is correct, yeah. According to a website called visualcapitalist.com, the United States has 128 bases in Asia. Wild. Just wild. There's... Oh my god. There's some ones that I didn't even know about. We have one in Singapore. The Marshall Islands. A bunch in Australia, but it's really just a joint bases between the United States and Australia. Papua New Guinea. Jesus Christ. Is that right? That can't be right. Seems like too many.
That's too much, man!
Meanwhile, we're complaining about China.
Best deterrence to bring about peace. That is our shared goal. That's what we talk about when the cameras are here. That's what we talk about when the cameras are not here. Yes. Is the cooperation that we uniquely bring together, the coordination, the interoperability, the exercises, in the face of what we all would fairly describe as an unprecedented military buildup by China, and the requirement of our countries to stand together bilaterally, trilaterally, as a quad, to represent our interests and do so strongly.
Once you get to quadrilaterally, I would recommend just saying multilateral. Pete. Jesus Christ.
So we look forward to a robust, candid discussion, as always, going around the table, and we welcome all four countries to represent some opening remarks in front of the press.
Well, thank you.
Anyway, that's enough of Peter here. Let's get to the heart of it. Throughout this discussion, basically Pete was saying everybody in Asia needs to step it up, all right, and boost their defense. So basically we're pulling an EU, NATO type situation, right? It seems like Peter's main objective was to bully the rest of Asia into spending more on their defense. So, you know, if we get NATO and all of Asia to rearm, why do we need to spend more money? Because we're being told that the United States needs to increase its military budget by 15% to over $1 trillion fucking dollars. Why would we need to do that? If all of our allies are going to spend more money, why don't we cut the military budget by, I don't know, 75-80%, or, you know, we don't need it all. You know, we give back all the military bases, all that stuff, you know, that'll help them. Just ideas that I'm throwing around. Yeah, I love that. I love that. How we're just running around telling everybody to spend more on military defense. It's fascinating. That should help promote peace around the world. If everybody just spends more money on missiles and bombs and guns, it'll make us all safer. All right, we're gonna end this with a few Sunday Funday-ish stories here, or at least certainly less horrible than Pete Hegseth and Gaza and things like that. Settle down, ma'am. Let's go backwards. Sorry for this. This probably should have been in a different spot, but I wanted to end more on a positive light, so I left this one here. Let's go to Mount Everest. Here's NBC News from Wednesday.
Mount Everest in less than a week. One of the fastest ascents in a place where every breath is borrowed. The remarkable feat accomplished by 4 British climbers just this month, now sparking a fierce debate. At the center of it all, their secret weapon, xenon gas.
This is maybe one step to improve this situation and to make climbing high-altitude mountains safer.
Lucas Furtenbach, who organized the rapid climb, says the gas helps people get used to the higher altitudes quickly. He says it was administered to the 4 climbers in Germany as part of an intense training regimen, weeks before they left for Nepal, effectively replacing the weeks climbers would typically spend getting used to the high altitudes by staying at Everest Base Camp. Critics say that the time spent preparing outside of Nepal could harm local tourism, according to Jonathan Wolf of the New York Times.
The government of Nepal has said that if people spend less time on the mountain, it's going to affect not only their tourism industry, but also the livelihoods of the Sherpas who rely on guiding people up the mountains.
Furtenbach says his expedition still uses Sherpas, locals who guide climbers to the summit, often carrying their heaviest equipment. But the president of the Nepal Mountaineering Association saying in part climbing in just 4 or 5 days goes against traditional values and norms that we Sherpas have always held. Increasingly, Sherpas have warned of the overcrowding of the world's highest peak. Since it was conquered back in 1953, more than 7,000 people have made the dangerous journey to the summit. By some estimates, more than 800 in 2024 alone, sometimes leaving more than their footprint along the way. Everest now littered with frozen garbage, up to 50 tons at the highest camp, according to some Sherpas. Furtenbach.
It really grosses me out when Westerners go to other countries and just leave piles of trash all over the place. It was shame. Shame.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Says xenon gas could help cut down on that waste.
If people spend 1 week there compared to 8 weeks, it is a 75% reduction of human waste.
Whether the gas really helps climbers get used to lower oxygen at higher altitudes is also still up for debate.
Now, xenon gas is not oxygen, and what it supposedly does is like displaces oxygen from your lungs. But people believe that it helps you acclimate faster, supposedly. And also, it's almost supposedly has like similar effects to like like huffing nitrous or something like that. It's a weird decision of them to do this. Whether or not it was an element of what got them up so fast is unclear to me. But yeah, there we go. A little mountain climbing for you here on this Sunday Funday. Let's now go to Japan and talk about a company you might be familiar with, 7-Eleven. Here's Bloomberg Originals from Thursday. The battle for 7-Eleven.
And now you'll see just how I won that championship.
Fruit smoothies, sandwiches, onigiris, bento boxes.
Looks pretty good, right? And if you've ever visited Japan, you've probably sampled 7-Eleven's finest. Yes, 7-Eleven, the convenience store, where eager tourists make the pilgrimage to see how many meals they can have there a day.
They basically serve gourmet convenience.
Unlike in the US.
Burgers, slushies,
hot dogs.
While 7-Eleven perfected its model in Japan, it struck.
Eating 7-Eleven food in the United States is basically a health risk. It's disgusting. Jesus Christ. Whenever I see the food cooking in 7-Eleven, I'm like, oh God.
Hot dogs.
While 7-Eleven perfected its model in Japan, it struggled to replicate it overseas. And that's at the center of a new battle that could determine the future of the company.
Circle K operator Coulter making a bid to take over rival and 7-Eleven owner 7&I.
The takeover proposal by Coulter was kind of a shock not only to 7&I itself, but to corporate Japan as a whole.
So why is there a $1 billion battle for 7-Eleven? And what could it mean for the future of convenience stores?
In 1927, 7-Eleven started as an ice vendor in Dallas, Texas, and gradually became a general merchandiser, selling eggs, bread, and milk.
A retailer known as Ito-Yokado, which had been in operation for close to a century in Japan, discovered 7-Eleven in the US, brought it over to Japan in the 70s.
By 2005, it had acquired full ownership, making it part of the broader holding company 7&I. Fast forward to the present, and 7-Eleven has become the world's largest convenience store chain, with 62 million visitors every single day. That's more than the population of California and New York put together.
They have around 85,000 stores globally. That's more than Starbucks and McDonald's combined. Currently, the company is doing business in 20 countries, and they have an ambition to increase that to 30 countries by 2030.
And about 1 in every 4 of its stores are in Japan, which is where the company was, in many ways, able to perfect its model.
You can get a lot of social services, municipal services, sending packages, banking. You can get delicious food.
It's fresh, it's high quality,
that looks delicious.
And it's affordable.
Why can't we have that here?
And that's down to one key thing.
Part of the entire supply chain system is the Tampin Kandi model. It's even been the subject of a Harvard case study. A lot of it is automated, so as customers buy products, the back-end system understands that one particular store is going to need more of something than another.
Trucks will then pick up these products from one of many distribution centers and deliver them to the corresponding store.
They have more than 150 factories dedicated to making 7-Eleven products in Japan, delivering to their stores every day.
But it's a model that's proved challenging to replicate in the US.
Due to the distance, the country is bigger. You have less stores that are concentrated in certain area.
That means that stores in the US tend to offer more processed foods compared to the fresh products found.
I love the visualizations they're doing with the sad and the happy faces on the food. It's true. Whenever I look at these sandwiches, I'm like, oh, no, thank you. That looks gross.
In Japan. In fact, processed foods make up 47% of all sales in the US. That's almost double the amount than in Japan, where hot and prepackaged fresh food make up a much bigger share.
In the US, competition is tough, either from other convenience stores, from quick service restaurants, or even supermarkets.
And then there's the state of the American economy.
A lot of consumers have stopped going to convenience stores to pick up items because they're really watching their wallets and choosing instead to go to discount.
I was literally in a 7-Eleven a couple of months ago, and some guy in line turned to me and said, you know, I gotta start, I'm gonna start shopping at Dollar General instead. It's too expensive here. It's true.
Or to buy in bulk elsewhere.
All of this has translated into a decline of 7-Eleven's sales in the US. And that's a problem because North America makes up about half of the company's profit.
It's not great.
Which is why it's been under pressure to implement reforms.
In the US,
well, I do gotta say,
has been...
there does seem to be something of an opportunity here. I'm sure they're seeing it. North America, Japan, equaling about 3 billion. And then here's the rest of the world. 66 billion tiny dollars. Seems like if they were to perhaps increase their footprints in places like, I don't know, the EU or, you know, Africa perhaps. I don't know. This could just an opportunity. I'm just thinking out loud.
Reforms.
In the US, 7-Eleven has been revamping their stores, introducing new products, improving their food quality, as well as improving the supply chain.
It's also tried expanding to other parts of the world, including into Europe.
Oh.
But it's been tough.
Nah, damn it.
The challenge in making it a global empire is that 7-Eleven, as it exists, are almost different entities depending on the country you go to.
It's weird.
And that boils down to the several ways stores can be operated. One is direct ownership, where the parent company 7&I operates a certain store. The second is franchising, where an individual store owner purchases the right to use the 7-Eleven brand and its products. And the last one is licenses, where another company gets the right to operate all the stores in a certain country. That's one reason it's hard for 7-Eleven to offer a consistent experience across regions. And that's where these guys come in.
Quebec company Coulter, the owner of Circle K stores, wants to buy the Japanese company that operates 7-Eleven.
We would like to just further invest in the innovation and then take those learnings and deploy that excellence around the world.
So the ambition here is very clear, to create the world's dominant convenience store empire.
Alimentation Coulter sees a mine of expertise as well as store network at 7&I, so they would want to take advantage of both. They could also bring global retail practices to 7&I, which are more standardized.
The deal, which is still under discussion, would have major implications not only for 7-Eleven, but also for corporate Japan.
If this goes through, it will be the biggest foreign takeover of a Japanese company in history.
I've never understood the name Couche-Tard. Even in French, it doesn't make any sense. It's like layer late or something. It doesn't make any sense to me. Well, maybe there's like some sort of what do you call it? Like slang meaning for it that I just don't understand. Honestly, French slang is something that totally just goes over my head. Then they have a bunch of it. Oh god, I just realized that was our second to last story. We have only one left, everyone. Great job for making it this far. Okay. It means late sleeper? Is that really what it means? Okay. Huh. I'll take your word for it. All right, last story, everyone. We're going to go a little further down to old New Zealand. Here's a Sunday Funday one for you. An entire family on an epic walkabout. nzherald.co.nz 7 days ago.
You can't describe the feeling of getting dropped off and you're seeing your car drive away and you know you've got to walk and this is it.
That is not how you use those things, kid.
Day one of walking 3,000 kilometres on Te Araroa with our 4 children. We headed down from the start of the track and along the top of these cliffs. It was super windy, so we stayed single file.
I googled the TA and what it was and I was like, oh my goodness, this is like the adventure of a lifetime. And I remember sending Andrew a link and saying, we should do this with the kids one day.
Here we are heading up the first sand dune that would kick our asses in a minute. We went through a really exposed area and got stuck in a sandstorm for 10 minutes.
The first day we really started in a quite bad storm. It was horrendous wind and we ended up in a full-blown sideways sandstorm. Like you couldn't even see. And the kids are all crying and Elliot's sitting in between Andrew's legs and he starts blowing on his emergency whistle. And Andrew's like, what are you doing? He's like, calling for help. And it's like the first couple of hours, we're like, what have we done?
Week. Long before we made it to camp.
But once they got through that stuff, they realised, you know, it's pain's temporary. You know, the adventure's exciting, and we just got to keep pushing through. And the stories they're going to get at the end of it are going to be amazing.
The first week was probably quite hard, just getting used to such a heavy pack and the pressure on your feet. Because I pushed myself on certain things, you know, and you just get through. But then to be trying to encourage children is, yeah, that's the hard part.
We expected it to be hard on the kids. Whenever they needed it, we gave them lots of cuddles and encouragement. Although they found it hard, it was amazing to see how resilient they were already.
I loved meeting all the people. It's really fun. Because like it's every day, it's something new and it's something that you just get to look forward to.
My favourite was the Overgoat Pass because that's where we met all the kids that tried to destroy our tent.
And so at the end of each day, were you tired or were your legs aching? Tell me about...
We weren't tired.
Not tired at all?
No, we'll still run around when we get to a hut.
Yeah.
To be a kid. This is wild, though. I can't believe these two parents brought 4
So our
kids.
longest day on feet was 32 kilometres,
oh my God.
which was in the South Island. Our longest day in the North Island was 28 kilometres. And like we did have some slow days where like even in the Richmonds, like you'd take 8 hours to do 6K or something like that just because it was just because of the elevation and stuff.
After the Longwood Forest.
By the way, I just noticed something, and I'll hold on to it for next stream, but you all just crossed over 90 likes, at least at some point when I wasn't paying attention, or the mods weren't paying attention. Which means you get a bonus support character next stream, so everybody write that down, so I don't forget.
Just 2 days of just real mud, hard, real hard. I said to the kids, oh, this is my favourite part of the trail. The last 2 days you've just pushed
Holy
through
shit, he's like knee deep in
very
mud
hard
right
terrain, mud, just relentless. And
God, okay.
they did it with almost ease, you know, like the kids at the start of 90 Mile Beach compared to that right down there, just totally different kids now, you know.
One of your stories, people at one point were mistaking you for Tom Phillips.
Yeah, so we walked through Hamilton and we crossed this set of traffic lights. And I remember through the traffic lights, I saw this lady kind of like go like, that's a family that needs reporting. And all of these cop cars just went, whoosh, and they were coming from everywhere. And the cop that I think maybe one of them got out to start with and realised we weren't Tom Phillips. He had a big smile on his face and thought it was great. We all wanted to finish together, so we talked about that we'd done it together, so we wanted to finish together. There was no running ahead or anything like that. We're going to do it together as a family. And then we got there, and there was all of these tourists just wanting to get their photos. We had to wait for like 3 or 4 minutes. After we left, I got super emotional. And we've been going to Bluff this entire time. Like, the kids are going to write a book on it, and the book's going to be called We're Walking to Bluff. And I ended up saying to Andrew, I think we need to go back and just spend a little bit more time there and just kind of reflect on, this is the signpost we've been walking towards for the last 218 days. I think we just need to spend another 10 minutes here just to kind of talk about the finish. And we did, and it ended up, I think they all needed it in the end. So yeah, it was a good kind of finish.
How do you think it has changed you all?
I think there's just more of an appreciation for where we live and and New Zealand as a whole, and for the small things like a pillow and a shower and time with the kids. But it's just a different outlook on life. And you've done this thing. No one really, well, apart from the people that have read the articles, but no one knows who you are. And you're just like this person that's done this really big thing and wandering around, and it's quite cool to have that.
Now, this is maybe the most epic walkabout I've ever heard of. I don't even know how these people afforded this shit. But they walked for 218 days through all of New Zealand with 4 children. I don't understand how you do that. It's pretty fucking incredible, if you ask me. And I thought it was a good one to end on here today. Well, looks like we got through another stream, folks. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons: Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegly, PB, Nitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Kelly Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moa Noeb, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Tracy Eva, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Daredevil, McGoggles, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D Cypher, Sue Bates, and Icebreaker. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few bucks a month on Patreon. The link to the Patreon is of course in my YouTube and Twitch bios.
Mr. President, as I think everyone knows, the President of the United States, President Obama, the Republican leadership have reached an agreement on a
All right, enjoy this super secret late night.
In my view, the agreement
After Hours Galactic Chill Stream
is a bad deal to the American people. I think we can do better.
Really, it's become the super secret late night early morning Galactic Chill Stream.
Strong stand against this bill, and I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. You can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster. You can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now, let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, he's a billionaire, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election those arguments will not be made again, and I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren and children all over this country to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept, that the tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt, makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair arrangement. Mr. President, on top of all that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916. And it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the President, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people say, oh, this is terrible. I have $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in an estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost Mr. President, our Treasury, raised the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received as one family about a $30 billion tax break. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does. I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want, and I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this, they want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, here's a very important point that I think has not yet got the attention that it deserves. And that is, this agreement contains a payroll tax holiday, which would cut $120 billion from Social Security payroll taxes for workers. And I think there are a lot of folks out there who say, well, this is pretty good. You know, I'm a worker. My contribution will go from 6.2% today down to 4.2%. I'll have more money in my paycheck. It's a good idea. Let's take a deep breath and let's think about it for a second. Let's understand what this whole thing is about. This payroll tax holiday concept, as I understand it, originally started with conservative Republicans. I know the Vice President recently made the point this was originally a Republican idea. Now, why did the Republicans come up with this idea? Well, these are exactly the same people who don't believe in Social Security. These are the same people who either want to make significant cuts in Social Security or else they want to privatize Social Security entirely. And here's the point. They understand that if we divert funding that is supposed to go into the Social Security Trust Fund, which is what this payroll tax holiday does. This is money that goes into the Social Security Trust Fund is now being diverted, cut back, in order to provide financial support for workers. But that is a lot of money not going into the trust fund. Now, what the President and others are saying, well, not to worry, because that money will be covered by the general fund. That is a very, very bad and dangerous precedent, because up until now, what Social Security has been about is 100% funding from payroll contributions, not from the general tax base. Now, once again, this is a one-year program. The loss of revenue going into Social Security can be covered by the general fund. But we have a $13 trillion national debt. How much longer will the general fund put money into Social Security? Is it a good idea for the general fund to be doing that? So I would argue, Mr. President, that this is not a good idea. This is a very dangerous step forward for those of us who believe in Social Security. But this is not just Bernie Sanders saying this. Mr. President, one of the more effective and I think important senior groups in America is called the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. They have, I don't know exactly how many, but they have many, many members all over this country. I know they're active in the state of Vermont. And I want to read to you from a press release that they just sent out the other day. And this is the headline from the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. Cutting contributions to Social Security signals the beginning of the end. Payroll tax holiday is anything but. And this is what they say. This comes from now Barbara Kennelly. Barbara used to serve in the House of Representatives. I've known Barbara for years. She's now the president and CEO of the National Committee to Preserve Social Security, one of the strong senior groups in America. And this is what Barbara says, and I quote, "Even though Social Security contributed nothing to the current economic crisis, it has been bartered in a deal that provides deficit-busting tax cuts for the wealthy. Diverting $120 billion in Social Security contributions for a so-called tax holiday may sound like a good deal for workers now, but it's bad business for the program that the majority of middle-class seniors will rely upon in the future." And that's what the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare says about that agreement, and I agree with them. So for all of us who understand that Social Security is life and death for tens of millions of Americans today and will be vitally important for working people as they reach retirement age, that we understand that Social Security has done a great job. You know, Mr. President, a few minutes ago you were on the floor talking about the strong work that our federal employees do, and you're absolutely right. Sometimes we also take for granted that Social Security has been an enormous success. It has done exactly what those people who created it wanted it to do. Nothing more, nothing less. It succeeded. It has taken millions and millions of seniors out of poverty, given them an element of security. It has also helped people with disabilities maintain their dignity. Widows and orphans are also getting help. For 75 years, it has worked well. It has a $2.6 trillion surplus today, and it can pay out benefits for the next 29 years. It is strong. We want to make it stronger. This payroll tax holiday, I'm afraid, is a step very much in the wrong direction.